I have no idea where this will lead us, but I have a definite feeling it will be a place both wonderful and strange.
Hello, and welcome to the wonderful and strange Twin Peaks Logcast. I'm Kalil, and with me today is the horrifying figure to my man around the corner.
Wait, isn't that the same person?
No.
Is it just the Twin Peaks Logcast with just the professor?
Okay, no.
Yeah,
Because
just the horrifying figure around the corner.
you're the horrifying figure.
Yes.
And I am saying it's my man around the corner.
Yes, but isn't the man around the corner the horrifying figure? Because
Well,
the jumps out from around the corner.
No, there's
because elsewise he's got a big old
Professor,
line.
when
He
there's a
came from the
corner,
cafe.
But from the perspective of the horrifying figure, the man around the corner is the guy who got scared.
Not when you come in like a crab walking sideways. No, I'm pretty sure around the corner on the attack is the dirty man.
Talking about Mulholland Drive, from the year 2001. Content warnings for this film. If you haven't seen the film yet and are going to join us with this discussion, the movie itself has a notable jump scare. There is some gore and kind of grotesquerie happening, and there is some explicit nudity and sexuality. Not a movie for the little kiddies. Either children or cats. Well, maybe you can let your cat watch it. Depends on how comfortable you are with your cat watching this kind of film. Our discussion is not necessarily going to jump scare you, I don't think, but we will have some conversations about some general sad vibes throughout this movie. It feels more dark and depressing than the content warnings list would have. That being said, a rather pronounced element of our conversation is going to revolve around suicide. Not necessarily the depression side as much, but definitely suicide. So if that is not a topic you wish to engage with today in a podcast, I would recommend you check out other episodes or other things, because this one's going to get kind of heavy.
Yep. Very much so. I'm pretty sure that even my own reading, like early outside the gate, will likely incorporate some more horrifying themes. So if you do not feel well enough for the space for that, do not worry. You're free to turn off the podcast, do what's best for yourself. Next,
We have released you to the wild. You now have the ability to do these things.
And if you need to take a break from that, don't worry. In a couple weeks, we're going back to more Twin Peaks content with such things as Diane, My Life, My Tapes. And I believe that I may have combined the overall book as well as the audio tapes. Two separate things. We're combining them together. A Cooper book as well as a Diane tape thingy. It's going to be a Cooper fest next time.
Double dose of Cooper.
Double dose of Cooper.
Double Dale. This episode will contain spoilers from Mulholland Drive. Surprise. We also will be definitely talking about Lost Highway and probably a lot of other David Lynch films that were made prior to Mulholland Drive. So anything prior to Mulholland Drive is fair game, including the entire Twin Peaks series. This is a film that I could really see us branching off into long conversations about David Lynch as an artist by this point, as well as general trends we're noticing within his works.
Yes.
This episode, without knowing the length it's going to be, we don't plan these things out to the T. We don't know exactly how long it's going to be. I'm thinking this one's going to be a beefy episode. And you can cut this out if you don't find that it is, but I think it's going to be beefy. So, just kind of go in. It's going to be about Mulholland Drive, but, also probably a lot of other things, too.
Whether you're right or wrong, it's going to be humorous to keep in.
Yes. Trivia. I did some research. Wikipedia. IMDb. RogerEbert.com. And very pronouncedly in the background, maybe occasionally explicitly I'll reference it, there is a video by the YouTube channel Twin Perfect. The video is titled The Terrible Secret of Mulholland Drive. It is a 1-hour analysis video that I think is quite good. I don't agree with everything in the video. I will bring up some things now and then I agree or disagree with, but this video I would suggest and recommend to you if you don't mind checking out videos like that. There are some mild spoilers for Twin Peaks in the first few minutes, so if you're worried about that, skip ahead 5 minutes in the video, and the rest I don't believe has anything like that. But I would recommend that video as kind of a starting point for some of the more in-depth conversations one could have about the film Mulholland Drive as an option, and I will, like I said, reference it. It was an influence. Yay.
Kalil,
yes.
Why did you abandon GoombaStomp.com?
GoombaStomp.com, because I believe that the world is more than just Goombas. I think that there are Koopas. I think that there are Chain Chomps. I think that there are Boos.
And none of these are represented in your sources
No.
either.
Well,
so
I mean, you could argue,
there's a bigger world to neglect.
You could argue that Wikipedia is the chain chomp of the internet. Bound by links. Aggressive. All powerful. You can't kill it, no matter how hard you try. I'm really stretching this one. I'm sorry, Professor.
Just like a chain chomp.
Sorry, stretching like a chain chomp. Let's chain chomp our way into the conversation of what we thought of Mulholland Drive, how we liked it. Did it tickle your earlobe, Professor?
Tickle my earlobe?
Yeah.
It most certainly
Or rub your brow.
It's thoroughly interests me. I'm still feeling out on my general overall thoughts with it, but I do feel this feels more entertaining for me to scrub at, if you will, than some of the other David Lynch works.
With like a scrubbing brush.
Or my bare hands.
Or your bare hands.
In order to try to find what's underneath it. And it's been a lot of fun just even having some mild discussion with you before this podcast to just sort of feel out what my thoughts are entirely.
This is a very fun movie to talk about.
Yes.
Not that David Lynch films aren't usually, but I think this one more than most. Is going to say that subjectively. I quite like this movie. I think Mulholland Drive is a good movie. I know, hot take. We're coming out the gate here. It's pretty high up in my ranking for David Lynch films. I would still put Fire Walk with Me higher. I would still put Eraserhead and The Grandmother higher. But it does edge out and beat out Blue Velvet by a little bit for me.
Okay.
Mostly because I feel like Mulholland Drive is such a well put together film where even if there's elements of the movie where I struggle to determine what the exact purpose, quote unquote, might be for it, or I have trouble maybe putting all the pieces together, I find that nothing feels extraneous. Nothing while I'm watching it feels unnecessary, out of the ordinary, or underthought out. It feels like we're getting the full plate. It feels like we're getting what Lynch would want to give us.
Not to mention, it just feels like a lot of David Lynch's work put into a piece, if you will. There's a lot of elements from different films that seem to almost flirt with some ideas in order to make a better understanding what goes on. I do believe that there's just some form of a Lynch-like verse, if you will, just from some very choices, if you will.
Exactly. So I do like this movie. I guess as far as negative points to bring up, because I don't think they're going to come up very often in this episode, most of what I have to say is positive. What holds this back from being necessarily perfect for me is I do find Rita's character to be quite boring. I think that sometimes because this movie is so open to interpretation, it relies a lot on tropes more than specific characterizations. So Rita being this amnesiac, very dependent person, I find to be very unengaging. And I was thinking about it when making the notes for this. I had almost nothing to say about Rita or Camilla outside of Betty and Diane's sections because Rita's only away from Betty for the beginning of the movie, and then when she opens the blue box. And you can argue that's on purpose. You can argue that's fine. But
I am arguing that.
Considering how much Rita's on the screen, I don't find her that engaging of a presence. I would rather Rita's screen time be given to a more interesting character. So I find her character to be kind of flat, and that's an important element of the film. I also think to a certain degree, because it is so abstract, it almost ceases to be fully tangible for me. So it's not a film that I necessarily had a big emotional impact with because I wasn't really feeling it in a real way. It was a lot more theoretical and in my mind, and I love to talk about the film. I love to think about the film. But when I'm watching it and when I think about rewatching it, it's more of a mental exercise and a puzzle more than it is a story with people I get attached to. And that's a subjective difference that I might prefer something like Fire Walk with Me, where I'm taken on an emotional journey with Laura Palmer. This one, I'm taken on an emotional journey with what may or may not be one person or two people or figments of imagination, and I'm more trying to decipher it than I am necessarily along with the characters. It's a subjective small difference, but it is kind of what separates this film from me a little bit. But I do think it is very, very good outside of maybe those small qualms. Those small qualmy falls. You think I was going to go there?
Oh, I'm sure you're just excited, Kalil. Just for context, Kalil and I are thinking about going to visit. We're not going to say where. We don't want anyone finding us. But we might see the Snoqualmie Falls. We're going to see how many edges it's going to take to stack up to it.
How many what's?
Eds are going to stack
eds.
up to it.
Sorry, I couldn't understand
We
your
need to
voice.
know if the equation is equal to nearly 100 Edwards.
Yeah, we're going to bring our friend Ed with, and we're going to see how many we can stack of him. So, this is kind of a different thing than what we usually do, but I think it's essential for this particular movie compared to all the ones so far.
We're going to end the podcast here.
And the podcast right here. I think that we should establish a baseline of kind of revealing our hands, so to speak. Like, I think we should explain where we're coming from in terms of interpretation, because this film is so subjective that we could have drastically different reads on the entire film, depending on what we think is actually going on.
Yes.
And that's going to color the entire conversation. So,
Not to mention...
if you haven't seen Mulholland Drive yet, and you're listening to this episode, we would strongly encourage you to watch this movie first, because there are so many ways to read this movie, and I think there's something pure, personally, I think there's something pure and fun and enjoyable about your first time viewing being left a little more in the dark, so to speak. And I think the moment we start giving our thoughts, it could start to color things, maybe, possibly. I don't want to pretend we're that influential, but just maybe. So, again, last call. I'd recommend checking out the movie first, because we're going to dive right into our analysis.
Now, out of curiosity, Kalil, would you also say go in blind, not looking into... We're going to reveal it later on. I've refused to hear you out on it before this podcast, but there's 10 ways to unlock this overall story by David Lynch.
Here's the funny thing.
Would you consider like someone should watch it first, or check out the 10...
So there is a list of 10 things that David Lynch would recommend. They're like clues to figuring out or keys to figure out. That was included as a physical printed out list in early DVD copies, like the first run of the DVD.
Yeah.
It's not in the Criterion version that we used for this, so I don't know if there's still DVD issues that have it, like current productions. I'm assuming it's probably one of the older prints. But that would be in the case. So when you're opening up the movie, you would see it left to right. You would see the 10 before the disc. So technically speaking, it was the first thing you would see opening the packaging if you look left to right. So make of that what you will. That's me dodging the question. So
well.
General interpretations, what do you think is going on in the movie Mulholland Drive? You had to explain succinctly the plot of this movie.
This is a overall chaos fest, mostly, I would say dream adjacent, if not dream like. Maybe you could consider it dream, but more so the final moments of a life flashing before the eyes of someone who has committed suicide, if you will. Starting off as a chaotic mess of overall idea and ideals, heading slowly into a foreseen reality that one cannot go back on. The biggest sort of like takes on it are characters such as Betty, if you will, being presented at the very start of the film. And to show a little bit, I think this is very influential to read it, seeing the other David Lynch films, because the overall flash of like a blue with negative space into a flash of white showing off a area of a film that could be an overall big memory, leading into the woman, if you will, Diane or Betty, and being flashed with white, surrounded by two overall older people. That seems to be something I can kind of reminisce with, similar to the ending of Eraserhead, if you will, in which there is a final moment, final scene of flashes of light before, like, there is a point where one is met with a heaven, if you will. There is constant uses of a red room aesthetic that seems to be more so conspiring, if you will, against this analog, this person, this Betty, that if only like things didn't work out this way, then things would be better for Betty, if you will. But that could also be argued for someone like Diane, who maybe had better aspirations for herself. Maybe there are regrets in the overall hit job that she puts on her overall lover, Carmela, and there is a point of regret where she believes that she may have gone out and was very fortunate for that, and still continues to survive until a blue key is found. And that blue key is going to be a fun discussion on itself, but eventually leads to a road of there's no turning back. Once you hit a certain spot, there is no way that this is going to turn out well for you. So... yeah, it seems like And I do think that also is a great companion piece for Lost Highway, since we recently came from that, because both do experience, from my reading so far, a death of a character being led to even convulsings of a character shrouded in white light, that with their overall final days, one being a sense of regret and then the other one just someone like trying to rational out to a full case of denial. I think that these are great companion pieces for one another when it comes to a series of dying pieces, if you will. So yeah, I've already thrown out 3 different David Lynch style works to try to describe what's going on with this film. What do you think, Kalil, or what do you have to say?
I first want to say that I am kind of the opinion that this movie doesn't have one specific solution or one size fits all kind of interpretation.
Except mine, because I'm the best.
Right. The comparison I would make, and I'm sure there's an actual name for this image, but there's that optical illusion you sometimes see where it's like a cube, and you're looking at the different ways in which the parts of the cube connect to all the different angles and sides. And there's that impossible angle that some of the beams are kind of taking in the construction of the cube.
Yeah.
So that depending on how you look at it, it doesn't quite fit right.
Okay.
And no matter how you look at that cube, it looks like a cube. If from a distance, it does complete, but there's something wrong with how it's fitting together that is impossible.
Yeah.
I feel like this movie is an impossible puzzle cube.
Okay.
And I don't mean that as an entirely negative thing. I personally think this movie was made likely with that intention in mind of making a perpetual mystery box that you can come to 90% certainty about something, but I don't know if any conclusion about this movie is ever going to hit that 100% for me. I feel like you can have stronger arguments based on more evidence, but there's always going to be some detail that it doesn't account for or that doesn't make sense, because there's elements in this film that either contradict or are very open and vague. And I think it's a strength of the film, for the most part, because it allows you to get an idea of a movie, and then you rewatch it a year later, and you can everything falls apart again because you have to start over because you couldn't complete that box. I think there's that kind of feeling you can get with this movie that isn't in a lot of other films or a lot of other art in general, where you can come back to this thing and rewatch it and have totally new ideas every time, and it still works. I think it really works well with a variety of interpretations. To me, specifically, I take one of the most basic, pretty common interpretations. I say basic not in a bad way. Obviously, I agree with it, but it is apparently a pretty common one, and that's to interpret Betty as the wish fulfillment dream of Diane. So there's 2 realities. One is the real reality of Diane, and one is the dream reality of Betty. Camilla and Diane are romantically involved in the real reality, and all of that stuff that we see in the later part of the movie, that is all the real stuff. However, the stuff with Betty and Rita, that is more the wish fulfillment dream, and almost everything that's in that movie then, I think, can be tied to an explanation of things getting scrambled in her brain to make things appear a certain way that maybe would have been better off. Like, one example I'll give early on here is that there's this sort of shadowy element within the film that is involved with the mafia that control the film industry, and that's who gets picked for the actor. So it allows, in her wish fulfillment, Betty is actually an amazing actor. She's really, really good. But the director she's put with in that lobby, he doesn't quite know what's going on. And the really good director, Adam, well, he's getting his hand kind of, forced into what he has to pick. He has to pick the girl that, they recommend. So it allows Betty to feel like, you know what, I am actually extremely talented. And the only reason that I'm not getting these roles of the big stars is because, the powers that be don't allow it. That sounds kind of wish fulfillment-y. Where I want to kind of step back, though, and go back to what I was saying earlier about other interpretations, is you could take those exact same set of facts, and you could instead say that instead of being wish fulfillment, and that's what this is trying to get at, okay, well, what if it's more a criticism of the film industry and it's more straightforward? That isn't Betty trying to imagine, the only reason I'm not getting these parts is because of them. What if the film is saying that there are shadowy people who run Hollywood and say who gets to go, and it's not based on talent? So that's the thing. Is the film / David Lynch siding with the idea that these shadowy people, maybe not literally the mafia, but these shadowy people, these shadowy men in Hollywood control everything and talent doesn't always rise to the top? Or is he saying, and is the film saying, that Betty is kind of self-serving in this moment, and the delusion is that it's all because of outside factors, that external locus of control? It works for both. both interpretations make sense. And that's what I like about this film generally, is that while I personally am more compelled by the idea that this is all wish fulfillment, it's Betty wondering what if things were different? What if the person I hired to kill my girlfriend was actually incompetent? What if that I was this amazing actor? What if instead of Camilla, this super strong and kind of potentially manipulative character in my life, what if she was dependent upon me? What if I was the hero who could save her? What if I was confident? Blah, 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 blah. I think almost every element fits the film. But if someone told me they had a completely opposite reading, their reading is probably just as valid as mine. I think this movie does a really, really good job balancing that you can have those different interpretations.
No, absolutely. I genuinely do not. I genuinely don't think that there is a singular way, if you will, to end up in looking at this film. I think that the overall material that we have of it when it comes to like the DVD or Blu-ray. Do you have the DVD or Blu-ray?
Blu-ray.
The Blu-ray box and also the overall like internal content of it.
And this is for Criterion Collection.
And the overall continued uses of almost like a refraction of an image, if you will, in which like they sort of like double over. I think it's almost telling us physically through the film that there are lenses to see this in. Like,
the only one I think that'd be really hard is if you viewed it 100% literally. That every single thing in the film is real. There are no dreams. Every single thing happened exactly as it is shown. There is no abstraction whatsoever. That'd be the hardest thing I think to wrap my head around, just because of the things that don't quite fit that way. But I have seen readings, and when I was doing my research here, readings of people believing that Diane and Betty are both real people and they just happen to look the same. They have the same actor because in real life there are lookalikes all the time in Hollywood. That's literally like an interpretation you could have.
There's multiple people throughout this entire film with the same hairstyle as Diane Betty throughout it that you could. There's been multiple times where I look at multiple characters and wonder, it's like, oh, does this person match the overall photograph more or so? As I'm trying to locate the right name through my first viewing, of course. And
my theory doesn't even really account for all the times where Rita wears the blonde wig. I don't fully know what to do with that idea. So even my own ideas, I don't think it completes that metaphorical impossible cube.
Yeah.
I think no matter how you draw that cube, there is something that doesn't line up the way it should logically. And I like that about the film for the most part. I do think at a certain point, like I said, for kind of the negatives, it can start to make me feel like it's not as real of a film to engage with, because I'm more treating it like a puzzle. But there's not a lot of other films that do this, so I appreciate that for that reason.
yes.
Weirdly enough, for how complete I think we both think this film is, it wasn't originally going to be a movie. And I had mentioned this before, that the last David Lynch film that was intended to be a movie was The Straight Story.
Yeah.
Everything after has been different. And I say everything after, I mean 2 movies. Mulholland Drive being the first one. So this began as a pilot for a TV show.
Okay.
So it was a 90-minute pilot, so an hour and a half.
Okay.
And this movie's 2 hours and 20 minutes. So even if they kept everything from the pilot, still a lot of time to account for. And that's if they kept everything of those 90 minutes. This 90-minute pilot was produced for Touchstone Television and intended for ABC as a network. Lynch sold the idea to ABC based only on the story of Rita emerging from the car accident with her purse containing $125,000 in cash and the blue key, and this idea of Betty trying to help figure out who she is.
Okay.
Filming for this pilot began on location in Los Angeles in February 1999, took 6 weeks. That's where that footage comes from, with a lot of the later footage being made more in 2000, probably early 2001 maybe. From the pitch that they were given with the footage they were given, an ABC executive recalled, quote, "I remember the creepiness of this woman in this horrible, horrible crash, and David teasing us with the notion that people are chasing her. She's not just in trouble. She is trouble. Obviously, we asked, what happens next? And David said, you have to buy the pitch for me to tell you." Trying to hook him. Lynch showed the ABC staff a rough cut of the pilot. The person who saw it, according to Lynch, was watching it at 6 a.m, was having coffee and standing up. He hated the pilot, and ABC immediately canceled it. So if it counts to be believed, David Lynch tried to do the long con of like, I will tell you if you buy my pitch. Ha! And then the guy was just like standing up half awake like, yeah, this sucks. And that's supposedly the story here. Some of the objections that have been noted to this pitch included the non-linear storyline, the ages of both of the main actors, because both Herring and Watts were considered too old to be main stars of a television series.
Lies.
Yeah, it's pretty messed up. And now, obviously, I would say there's no age. Golden Girls? Just going to say Golden Girls. I know it's a different kind of show, but I think you don't need to have always the youngest actors. I think that's ridiculous.
It just wasn't fit for this day and age, Kalil. Like, you have to understand that there are standards that have to be met and investments that must be
I understand.
They have to try the lights. The lights need to stay on.
The red lights or the blue lights?
All of them, as long as it means we can keep our bonuses.
That's the thing. Is even if we accept that any age could be a star, Herring and Watts are not like old. Like I'm looking at the movie and I'm like, come on. One of your first responses, these two are too old to. I mean, like, come on. They also objected to the cigarette smoking that was happening in some of the shots and the close-up shot of the dog feces in that one scene early on. Highly objectionable content.
International audiences don't like to see poop.
Very true.
It says here on the chart, 99% people don't like to see poop.
That crappy concern noted, Lynch remembers, quote, "All I know is I loved making it. ABC hated it, and I didn't like the cut I turned in. I agreed with ABC that the longer cut was too slow, but I was forced to butcher it because we had a deadline, and there wasn't time to finesse anything. It lost texture, big scenes and storylines, and there are 300 tape copies of the bad version circulating around. Lots of people have seen it, which is embarrassing because they're bad quality tapes too. I don't want to think about it."
The hardest part is the overall much faster nature, from what I understand from modern TV shows, that I don't know how well Lynch fits into that format. Of course, I know the existence of The Return. I don't know how much that limited run series runs similar or separate from something like a TV show, but it can be very hard to keep up with those deadlines for a TV show. So I don't know if there was enough finesse to really craft something such as Mulholland Drive.
I think the pilot, we haven't seen this pilot version that was made, but if we think about that compared to the Twin Peaks pilot, which established all these array of characters, the feel of the town, the central mystery, there was a lot more to grip initially. A lot more tangible stuff to grip.
Potentially because, again, I haven't seen the international pilot.
Yeah, but that was also not seen by most people either. International pilot was only really a thing over in certain places in Europe, and that's not what got aired for most viewers.
Yes.
So even with the regular pilot, there's generally more tangible stuff to hold on to. If we imagine just the first hour and a half of Mulholland Drive being shown to someone, obviously it's not one for one, but if that was shown to someone, would that be enough to sell a whole season of a show? I just don't know if there would be, because I feel like it centers around such a small narrative that I don't know if it would necessarily hook the way that Twin Peaks did. I'm not sure. I think it's not tangible as much. You want to hear something really weird, though? Really, really weird?
Nah.
That might just, shift your thinking. Maybe, maybe not.
No.
Actress Sherilyn Fenn, who you know is playing Audrey Horne, stated in a 2014 interview, this is from her, that the original idea for Mulholland Drive came from the filming of Twin Peaks. That during the filming of Twin Peaks, the idea had been brought up between her and Lynch of doing a spin-off film for Audrey Horne. So, if Sherilyn Fenn is to be believed here, that means that Mulholland Drive, or at least as she sees the seeds of Mulholland Drive, would have been as early as 1990 or 1991, and it would have been conceived as a spin-off film for Audrey. I want to get your general reactions and thoughts on hearing that. I can form into a more concrete question if you wish, but I am curious just on your initial feelings of hearing that idea.
To understand, if you will, is this saying that it's a spin-off for Audrey Horne in the overall realm of the focus on Carmilla or the focus on Diane?
Wasn't stated to my knowledge. This is coming from surprise source, IndieWire.com. Surprise! There's a new source I didn't preview earlier.
That's not going to stop.
Mark Frost is quoted here as saying, and again, I don't know Mark Frost voice, so I'm just going to say him like a normal, otherwise person.
You've seen him in the interviews.
How does he talk?
He's got a little deeper register.
Deeper register? Okay.
Yeah.
I lived on Mulholland Drive at the time, and I thought it was a great title. We had considered spinning off the Audrey character and setting her loose in Hollywood in a modern noir. We had very preliminary talks. It drifted away, and then 6 years later, I hear it's going to be a pilot at ABC. So, if we're to believe, again, these words here that it was a noir, which that kind of matches up, but it was Audrey setting off and loose in Hollywood. That, to me, sounds like it could be a mix of either Camilla or Diane or Betty.
There might have been like a proto version of either or potentially both, if you will, being let loose into the city and possibly comes across a, I would say, Camilla-like figure at one point or another. From the sound of it thus far.
Also noticeable in this article from IndieWire here is that Mark Frost says that he was not, present for a lot of this discussion later if this was going to go anywhere. And he says, I wasn't involved, and frankly, I needed a break from working with Lynch at that point, which, I can understand, I guess. But yeah, so again, overall thoughts on the idea that if this had been instead of what we know it to be now, I know you're not big on what ifs, but how do you think that would have worked with Audrey as the focus of a story like this?
I think I already kind of described it, if you will. That was just like a proto idea in which, would be, say, for example, similar to Betty coming into the overall city, flying by, if you will, thanks to the overall Horne Enterprises coming down, but also coming from a point of wealth and power still would kind of lead into that little Camilla, and maybe come across a Camilla-like figure adjacently as an overall mystery of a key might unfold, but I don't know much beyond that. I don't think that the larger strokes would have been crafted, if you will, at that point.
I guess my question for you is, do you think it would have made, either for the film or for Twin Peaks, do you think connecting Mulholland Drive to Twin Peaks like that would have added much, either to the film or to the series?
That hard.
Because you kind of mentioned a Lynch verse. You kind of mentioned the idea of certain elements recurring.
Yes.
But if this movie had been a spinoff, let's say Fire Walk With Me did well, and let's say after Fire Walk With Me, Lynch decided to move forward with this plan, and he made a version of Mulholland Drive with Audrey Horne going off to Hollywood, presumably surviving the season 2 finale. How do you think that would have read to people, either as Twin Peaks fans or moviegoers?
That's... Kalil, you're giving me an impossible question.
Yes, I'm giving you an impossible puzzle cube.
Impossible puzzle cube. Not only is this adverse for my overall personal viewings, but it's also doesn't align with, again, the reality we went through with these Lynch works. Audience reactions and how people would overall look and read into it, I think is going to be the same sort of style of mixed responses and potentially changed responses over the years, similar to that of Fire Walk With Me, in which I do believe that there could be an argument in which many people would not well acclaim it and then be very suspicious about it, then potentially could like it, or they could outright like it, and there's all sorts of people who are very interested and can dive deeper into something such as Twin Peaks, or there could just be a realm in which it's just like our realm, where it does not become the thing and it becomes something else. It's Lynch's overall catalog of how reception works and how his overall narratives work out is already such a interesting series of events that you could almost write a documentary on Lynch based on these, I wouldn't call them fumbles in the respects of things being bad, but fumbles in the respects of the ball's going all over the court.
Yeah.
Please someone catch it so that we can look at it for a
Give
second.
me final cut. I personally think it would have hurt the film. Because I think that it would have brought in a smaller audience if people felt that it was a Twin Peaks thing. I think that it might have limited the audience to people who've already seen Twin Peaks, first of all. Not entirely, but I think it would affect things. A standalone movie seems more approachable to an outside audience. And I also think, for the film aspect, too, people who like Twin Peaks might go into it the same way they did Fire Walk With Me, expecting certain things. And if it doesn't line up with their idea of Twin Peaks, it might have a negative response the way that Fire Walk With Me did, again, in our reality. So I feel like the movie would have either disappointed Twin Peaks fans, or it would have maybe been constrained and beholden to fit the Twin Peaks mold, rather than be its own thing. So I personally, while the what-ifs are kind of fun, I think Mulholland Drive benefits from being its own narrative by not having to be tied down to a series, and then also kind of having that break in public consciousness where, yes, other Lynch films existed between Twin Peaks and Mulholland Drive, but by the time Mulholland Drive came around, I think that people had more of a fresher interest maybe in this type of film. I'll talk more later about how the film actually did commercially and critically, but I will say right now the film did well.
But on the same also note, I would have to say it really depends on the content and how people end up sort of like speaking thereafter of it. I do think that, yes, in some cases it can be someone like could be limited to, say, for example, Twin Peaks before checking it out. But with potentially good marketing and overall a chance for like a new audience to overall explore it, or enough of the fans works to pass it on, and that finding new audiences. I mean, there have been spin-offs that have been very successful, despite that their overall predecessors were also pretty successful as well. I know that Deep Space Nine from Star Trek is very well fondly remembered from a lot of people that I am hearing from Star Trek, if you will, and that's where a lot of people's introductions were. Frasier is a good example from Cheers.
That's a good example. I guess to me it depends on it's branded, because like, for Fire Walk With Me, the full title was Twin Peaks Fire Walk With Me.
Yes.
I think a lot of people seeing Twin Peaks at the start, if they didn't watch the show, they might feel weird going into the movie. Depends on the person, obviously. I'm generalizing, but I think a lot of people would be more off-put by the idea of going into a movie of a show they haven't watched. If it's continuity-driven, that is. Also of note here is that David Lynch initially resisted Studio Canal's offer to provide additional funds to make the TV pilot as a feature film. Lynch's battles with ABC network executives had left him with a negative feeling for the project, and there kind of reached a low point, it sounds like, where he felt he had run out of ideas, and he eventually agreed to revisit the film. He found that all of the sets had been destroyed. Much to his horror, all the costumes and props had been released by ABC. So it's almost like starting from scratch to a certain extent with the physical objects and props and costumes and everything. Lynch claimed the setback, though, actually proved a blessing in disguise, which that, again, feels very much like Lynch to take that as a blessing in disguise.
Yep.
Because when he finally generated new ideas about it, kind of as a result of starting from scratch again, it would allow him to come up with a satisfying conclusion to his story. So for him, he feels that although it was an initial like shock and disappointment to lose all that stuff, it kind of pushed him into a corner where he had to think of new ideas, and that strengthened the overall project for him. Quote, "One night I sat down, the ideas came in, and it was a most beautiful experience. Everything was seen from a different angle. Now, looking back, I see that the film always wanted to be this way. It just took this strange beginning to cause it to be what it is." I think his verbiage of the film kind of wanting to be away, like it wanting to be away, he kind of personifies the film, which I'm not surprised Lynch would word it that way. I just don't know if we've ever quoted him that way before. That's how I think of him too, is that I think Lynch thinks of the films, the ideas as almost tangible, right? He's trying to translate the image or the film idea. He's almost like a translator and an interpreter. I think of it like someone who's like, kind of an avatar for a divine spirit. David Lynch tries to let the idea of Mulholland Drive work through him.
No, I think that works very well. I think that, and just showing little hand also here, using a character such as the Cowboy as a potential avatar of the film.
Yeah. Side note, the film is dedicated to someone named Jennifer Syme, a young actress whose story in real life is actually quite similar to that of the character of Betty, but who in fact died in a car accident after the bulk of the film was completed. Again, after the film was completed. It's not like the idea came from this. It's just a freaky coincidence again. She once worked as an assistant for David Lynch before passing. So this film was kind of dedicated to her, which I thought was, again, very interesting with the parallels. In terms of classification and genre, I know how much you love genre, Professor. Mulholland Drive is considered by Wikipedia to be a surrealist neo-noir mystery film.
Neat.
I think no matter what label you put on this movie, it is hard.
It sounds like every time you bring up the genres, it sounds like you're giving me a cereal box.
Okay, is it surrealist?
It is, yeah. I've never, said no to these things.
I'm going to ask you anyway.
No, it just seems surrealist, yes,
Is it
Kalil.
neo-noir?
Yeah, it seems like an overall point of neo-noir. I'd rather go on and see Blade Runner, but yeah, we'll go for this being the neo-noir. Yeah, sure.
You'd rather go see Blade Runner?
I'd rather go see Blade Runner. More so in the realm of neo-noir.
Okay,
Because that's
if
the
you're
thing
craving, let's put it that way. Let
Yeah.
me see if I understand. If you're craving noir or neo-noir,
Neo-noir, specifically.
you'd go for Blade Runner over Mulholland Drive because you're looking for that itch of noir.
Yep, that itch of noir. I think neo-noir helps with a lot of extra neo.
Would you say the surrealist element is more of a thing? Like if you're craving a surrealist film, you're more likely to go see this?
Yes.
I think that's fair. And then mystery film.
Yep.
This one I kind of agree and disagree. I don't think it's a mystery in the sense of there is like a whodunit, because we never learn a lot.
Does it say who done it when it comes to the realm of mystery? That's why it's a genre, Kalil.
It's like SpongeBob, you know, that episode. I forget what the original terminology is. What is it? Because it's not this, it's advanced this. What was the episode? Anyway, the idea would be that, like, you know, it's not mystery, it's advanced mystery. That's what this movie is to me. Because it doesn't have an answer. It doesn't have a resolution. It's not a mystery film in the way that like a whodunit would be. It's a mystery film in that I don't know what I just watched kind of mystery film. So of those different labels in the soup, I feel like surrealist is the most notable. It's also categorized elsewhere as a psychological thriller, which this one's more of a concrete idea of a psychological thriller. Yeah. The same way that you might label like The Shining as a psychological thriller. Burgeoning on horror, potentially, depending on what you think. Would you classify this as a psychological thriller?
Yes.
Okay. Because I know when you first watched it, your first viewing, I asked you, were you scared by this film? And you were like, no.
I'm still not.
Should I be?
I can still recognize something as a thriller or something as a horror, but I'm not jumping off of the seats.
Would you call it a horror?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I didn't know if you felt that way.
I did feel that way.
Okay,
Thank you.
well, that's good to know.
That's really good to know. Thank you.
Lynch gave this film a tagline. He also gave Inland Empire a tagline later. I don't know if he did earlier ones. I never ran into taglines, I guess I'll say that. But like promotional work and kind of advertising it. The way that Lynch described this film was, quote, a love story in the city of dreams. And you know what? That's a really good tagline, I think.
That's a good tagline, yeah.
Because I think no matter which emphasis you put on it, if you put the love part, yeah, it's a love story. If you put the city part, yeah, it's in the city, Los Angeles.
Yep.
You put it on the dreams part, yep. So I think he really carefully crafted that to make sure that it fit almost every main interpretation you could have. I don't think many people could disagree with that statement. No matter what you think Mulholland Drive is, it is a love story in the city of dreams. Is it a love story between people, between ideas, between like an actor in the acting show business? Maybe. Or it's just a love story. Either way works completely validly.
I mean, I know it turned out into a film, but as far as a potential accompaniment of themes overall with the means of love, but instead being in a scope of an overall city, it seems like a nice enough companion, if you will. If you consider, like, the ideas of love with Twin Peaks.
Oh, so if it had been a spinoff?
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be interesting to consider. Yeah, for sure.
Maybe an invitation to consider of love?
I'm going to give you an invitation to Adam Kesher's house party. Would you go?
Is there love?
Well, you saw the party.
Is there love?
Well, I mean, there were moments where Camilla was, like, kissing the other person. So would you call that love? There was also Diane seething with jealousy, anger, rage, and betrayal at such sites.
But there also was a cowboy, so was there
love? There was
a
marriage proposal, implied. Never stated fully, but implied.
But was there love?
That's up to you. That's up to you as the viewer. Was there love in that room? Arguably, yes or no. But no, Adam Kesher, we're gonna kind of work around in a backwards way. Yes, Betty and Diane for us are the main two figures here, and so are by proxy Rita and Camilla. But talking about those sort of tertiary figures on the outside might be a good framing device, I think you were suggesting. Yes. So Adam Kesher is played by Justin Theroux. Justin Theroux apparently met David Lynch after his airplane flight to get there, and after the long flight with little sleep, Theroux arrived dressed in all black with untidy hair. Lynch liked the look and decided to cast Adam wearing similar clothes and the exact same hairstyle. From what I was reading, he just basically was like, I like your look, and then just decided to keep that as the character. Theroux...
I would love to just be compared to like a nice Voss that someone found on a trip and just be adopted by David Lynch.
Theroux described approaching the film without entirely understanding the plot. He said, quote, you get the script, but you might as well withhold scenes you're not in, because the whole turns out to be more mystifying than the parts. David welcomes questions, but he won't answer any of them. You work kind of half blindfolded. If he were a first-time director and hadn't demonstrated any command of his method, I'd probably have reservations, but it obviously works for him. So, again, he did not know what was happening, and the more he read of the rest of the scenes, the more confusing it was, rather than helpful. So he kind of was half blindfolded during the acting process.
This is just David Lynch trademark at this point.
Yes, it reaffirms. More people saying that. Thoreau noted that the only answer Lynch did provide for sure was that he was certain that Thoreau's character, a Hollywood director, was not autobiographical of Lynch. So when he asked him, like, am I you? Lynch apparently said, no, not me.
It wasn't a question of, do you think that you're me? No, it's just like, no. Now get out of my office. I'm drawing a picture of seals.
This one I thought was strange kind of in the research is that apparently when Adam smashes the producer's car windshield later on with a golf club, I'm reading arguments that it's a reference to a famous 1994 incident where the actor Jack Nicholson did the exact same thing. And apparently Jack Nicholson's nickname is the Mulholland Man. I do not know this accident because I was not a conscious human being in 1994. I did not attain knowledge of the world at that time. And then Mulholland Man, I've watched Jack Nicholson movies, but that's the first time I'd ever encountered that terminology. So I don't know. Maybe it's an obvious reference. I just thought that was like, okay, maybe. I don't know. Maybe it is. Seems like a weird coincidence, I guess, for the Mulholland Man to do this, but maybe. So what do you think of Adam and Justin Theroux's portrayal of the character through his acting?
I think that it's one of the strongest performances through the overall film. I still have one character that I favor above him, but every time that he's on screen, I won't deny that I'm pretty excited to see what happens next. Just because I think that this actor does very well with turning a dial from 0 to 11 pretty nicely. I gotta say, even when it's like in that subtle range of still staying in 0, he still remains to be a potential threat to the environment around him.
I think it's interesting because when I watched this film for the first time years ago and compared to now, I really didn't remember this character and this actor as much. I knew he was in the film, but my memories of watching Mulholland Drive years ago, I don't think about this character or this actor.
As far as his overall aesthetic, though, I gotta say that he does look like a Jeff Goldblum cosplayer, like, the role from Jurassic Park.
Yeah.
It looks a lot like...
the role of Jeff Goldblum?
Jeff Goldblum in Jurassic Park, yes.
My favorite Jurassic Park character.
My favorite Jurassic Park character, yes.
Yeah, I just think it's interesting because he's definitely not the main character of this movie, but he gets a prominent amount of screen time, and I feel like it's weird structurally, not bad, but just weird structurally, how much of a focus he is like early on in the film. Infrequently, but then like especially once we get to the point of switching to Diane, he's just a background element. Like he's a factor, he's still there with Camilla, but as far as him being a point of view character. So like, if your interpretation of the film hinges on like Betty having a dream, right? Is she dreaming of the plot lines with Adam? I mean, you can interpret yes, and I interpret yes. But I'm just saying it is interesting that like she's dreaming these sections with a different POV character.
I think that it's very pertinent to, again, justify certain things, such as a character that, despite like wanting the own power of this choice of finding these people, such as Betty or potentially someone else, whoever may know, is instead restrained by external forces to the point that this person is being chased down, like everything is turning out horribly inside of his life, and everything is just fitting so perfectly to a point that, you know what? If only, man. If only.
I also think it's kind of funny that despite the fact that Lynch says this isn't based on him at all, I do feel like, Lynch is the guy who insists on final cut on everything. He's felt like he's been screwed over by producers and other people before. So
are you trying to say that there might be some commentary here?
I think that David Lynch feels like powers that be have kept him from realizing his vision and having total control in the past? Yes. Do I think he's ever wanted to smash someone's car windshield with a golf club? Based on the stories that we were being told about, he wanted to drive that person off the car and Lost Highway like that. Maybe?
Has he met with a cowboy in the middle of the night and with
Definitely.
no one else?
I am most confident of that one. That one's clearly autobiographical. The weird thing, though, is that if we do interpret the whole powers that be controlling him thing, what do you do with the fact that one of the two mafia brothers is Angelo Badalamenti?
Which one is Angelo Badalamenti?
He's the one drinking the cappuccino and spitting it out.
I love it.
So if hypothetically, David Lynch is anyway viewing Adam as an allegory for himself.
So what you're trying to say is that the person who's orchestrating these events is also the one who has handled David Lynch's orchestra.
Yes. It's an orchestrator. It makes perfect sense. Makes perfect sense when you think of it that way. Oh, man. I'll also put a pin in the idea of the crime brothers for the future.
Gotcha. I'll stick a pin in Angelo Badalamenti. I'm sure he doesn't mind.
What we do know is that Adam minds being told who he can and cannot pick for his films. One of our earlier scenes is kind of this beautiful, I really like this part, shot of these tall buildings in LA. First, it's kind of like the shot of the buildings from almost like a side view, like a profile view, a landscape view, whatever terminology you want to use, view.
It's a view.
And then it's the top-down expression, which I read subjectively to be that these are the towering forces and controlling mechanisms being viewed in proximity to Los Angeles. These are the towering elements. And then you're looking down at all the small people below, which then goes directly into the mobsters. So I kind of relate them, that the mysterious mob men are the skyscraper towers of control. That they are these like big, powerful elements kind of coming in. That's the language I'm reading from that particular edit. Maybe it's completely unintentional, it's just an establishing shot of a setting, but I kind of want to read into it that it somehow implies things about the control and power of these individuals.
Mm-hmm.
And I really like the scene with Adam where the mob brothers are kind of consistently persisting that like, nope, this is the girl, this is not a suggestion. This is what we're going to do.
I also love the mediator in between that just trying to keep things like calm, if you will. It's like, yes, don't worry, we're going to keep it up in consideration. No, we're not going to keep it in consideration. This is the girl. Of course, we'll make sure we have to go through a process. Yes, we're going through the process. The process is that's not the girl. I got these amazing actresses. This is the girl.
Yeah, it's good stuff. Also, when the girl in question is being presented, it's Camilla Rhodes in the photo. That is the photo of the same Camilla Rhodes that will later audition in the Betty portion of the film. Mm-hmm. So if we interpret that as all one continuity, it is the photo of Betty. Interestingly enough, later, when a very similar photo is produced for Joe during the potential hit, that photo is suddenly of the actor who plays Rita and the new Camilla Rhodes.
Yep.
So both are a photo of Camilla, but the photo does change who it is of. In this part particularly, it is the photo of the Camilla that appears in the Betty section.
Yes.
Make of that what you will. I do think that has implications, though, because if that photo looked like the actor for Rita and Camilla, that would have implications.
Yes.
And I think that this does keep the timelines or realities more separate.
Absolutely. And I do... I also enjoy the fact that while dealing with this bit of chaos inside of here, the question of the overall cappuccino.
Yeah, the espresso.
The espresso.
Do you want to... I feel like this is something that people would read into metaphorically, right? Like the idea of trying to, coffee, energy, the sort of stuff that we've talked about with Lynch before.
Yes. Honestly, I read into it as a power play for these individuals because in the end, no matter what, like if things are not satisfactory for these people, these other individuals are going to do their best to try to please these people. They're going to just try their best to make sure that everything's a-okay. And even if it's like the best in the freaking world, if they don't have the power to show, I'm unhappy, you've got to make us happy. I mean, they're gonna crawl through. They will. Taking a line from David Xanatos from Gargoyles, paying a man enough and he'll walk barefoot through hell.
It's a real Goldilocks and the three espressos kind of situation,
But there's no pleasing. There's no one that's just right. As long as that person has the power and as long as that person giving what they need to this overall place with that power in mind.
I think there is some room, though, to interpret the coffee as being significant in a way, because when they're starting to yell and like the reactions are getting more heated, the other mobster who's not drinking it just starts yelling, "Coffee!"
Yeah.
So like... There is an argument to be made about, again, the implications of coffee, energy, et cetera, from Twin Peaks. I'm more inclined to agree with you, though, that I read it mostly as a power move situation more than any sort of deep meaning about the coffee. I also think at a certain point for me as a viewer, the moment that the coffee becomes this weird metaphorical thing, I lose more interest. I'm more interested in it as a grounded element of this person going insane, like the espresso's not good enough for him and moving that power. Yep. If I do interpret everything as Betty's dream, it just reasserts the idea that these people are this controlling and this powerful. So it all fits to me if it is Betty's dream at this the Diane dream of Betty, I should say.
Yep.
My bad. Things be confusing with names.
What?
Speaking of strange, Mr. Roque appears a few times in the film. Rather minor character in terms of screen time, but has a lot of pull within the portion of the film of Betty. Mr. Roque is played by Michael J. Anderson, who we have seen previously as the man from their place in Twin Peaks, as well as he had a role in Industrial Symphony No. 1. And here he is playing a rather, not uncanny, but just strange-looking person, where there's these oversized arms and legs made out of foam prosthetics being put onto him to give the impression of having really long limbs, but having a pretty small head by comparison. And that is the visual that David Lynch decided to craft for Mr. Roque. The wooden wheelchair that he was reclining in also is made to be purposefully huge and add to the character's strange appearance, from what I was reading. I don't know if that's just interpretive or if that is stated by the director, but there's this weird scaling happening regardless.
It doesn't help that he's inside of this big old red curtained room.
What do you make of Mr. Roque?
As far as I read Mr. Roque is as far as I read something such as the Cowboy. To reveal my hand a little bit soon onto this as well, is to use the idea of the Cowboy of if you see me 2 times, that means you did good. If you see me 3 times, you've done bad. I think that a lot of the mythical elements playing out inside this film, in the light flashing before the eyes of Diane, in this mythical, dreamlike idea of what's going on, is literally a sense of a potential Red Room, Black Lodge, what's happening to the soul, what's grinding through, and what are the final thoughts before that is either destroyed, obliterated, or sent off to the room adjacent of Dale Cooper.
Testing for that perfect courage.
Exactly. Or if it's going to be a sense of being free. Because when it comes to the points between the second and third viewing of the Cowboy, things ramp up towards the third viewing of the Cowboy. But for the most part, there's a lot of more good and humbling experiences.
What do you consider the third
Cowboy
viewing of the Cowboy?
I believe that is the final ramp over, if you will, as we're diving deeper into Diane's mind.
Oh, I just mean where. Like, when in the movie do you see him as the interpretations here?
Oh, that's at the end of the movie, and I think at the end of the rope and the end of the line that Diane is too far gone. I think that it being at the end of the movie, everything's in a chronological order of the mythical nature of the Red Room, Black Lodge, of how everything's processing in Diane's head, to the point that after that third Cowboy instant is when we get to see all the white flashes of light, when we get to see the points that Diane is going to shoot herself in the head, and where there's a point in which she would have failed the trials of a Black Lodge or Black Lodge adjacent situation.
I guess the reason that I asked that is because I remember seeing when they're having the conversation at the table with Adam, about to announce his potential marriage to Camilla. I remember seeing the Cowboy in the background, but not like his face shown, but like he's walking behind.
He's walking behind. I think that a lot of this was more so addressed in general in the mind of Diane, or in some cases could even be to the audience.
Yeah, that's what I mean, though, is that he's one of the few recurring elements that kind of are mysterious and spiritual and whatever that persist in both realities or storylines.
Yeah, no, I don't think that he actually exists in a reality. I think that he is a Red Room attendant, if you will.
But is he a real Red Room attendant, or is he an imaginary attendant?
I think that he is within the Red Room, Black Lodge, however real you take that, go ahead. But I do think that this whole movie is going on in the dreamlike presence of Diane's head.
Bringing it back to Mr. Roque, I do feel that Mr. Roque is a dream figure. I don't imagine that he is and this is where, we got to get really specific with our wording here.
Yes.
I view that Mr. Roque does not exist outside of Betty and the dream of Diane here. I don't think he's a spiritual entity entering the dream of Betty. I'm more inclined to believe that this is all happening in Diane's head, and that it is no more real than anything else in the dream. So I'm inclined to believe that it's more of a figure being constructed by her mind, not a figure that is intruded into the dream as a spiritual element.
Oh, yes, I believe in both, really. I
Okay.
believe that overall, yes, it is someone to, again, continue on the narrative for herself, that these are the beings that are on the outside pulling the strings, if you will. But I also do believe in the use of Lynch's work in the past,
Yeah.
playing some
Well, no,
notes,
I
if you
think
will,
it
around
gives
here.
implications of similarities, but I guess the difference I would say is that I think the man from their place exists on a boundary that could be interacted with by more than just Dale Cooper.
Yes.
Whereas I think that Mr. Roque, specifically here, exists only in Diane's mind and makes him more of a temporary, imaginary figure of one person. What I was going to kind of add, though, is that depending on how you view the cowboy, you could almost interpret him as a psychopomp. Couldn't you? Like sort of this figure leading into death.
That's the thing. Like, what do
The
these
cowboy
figures-
to me is different than Mr. Roque in that way. Mr.
Yeah.
Roque, I'm more content saying, might just be a made-up thing for the Betty dream. Cowboy shows up in both?
Whenever you go into the fun ends of spiritual nature,
Mm-hmm.
it's on whether or not like these are like the fully tangible forms by a perspective or by something larger, or if these are the very physical, tangible things in which like they will always appear this way. And I think that whenever it comes to Mr. Roque, I think that he's much of a background element, but still as present as any other individuals, whether they are at the what was it, Cafe Silencio, or
Club Silencio, yeah.
Club Silencio, thank
Yeah.
you. Or if it is, say for example, in the middle of nowhere. I say that mostly because when she's trying to reason everything out with this one individual, and this person would be seen 3 times. He is not seen 3 times with specifically Adam. So I don't believe that he is a physical entity. I think that A, it's someone that's also trying to be something that fits into the slot for Diane's mind, but also be someone for Diane that if things are flashing before Diane's mind while she's thinking about these, while she's processing these things, if the cowboy appears the 3 times, that's it.
I think it's really strange also the way...
3 cowboys and you're out.
I think it's very strange that Mr. Roque, the way he kind of speaks, like, he doesn't really say a lot. It's just kind of implications, and you're just kind of led to figure it out yourself.
Yeah.
And there's that weird, like, element that he talks between the person and this, like, glass or, like, see-through, like, plasticky wall of some kind. I would assume a glass screen. So this is where, again, my brain is kind of firing on the element of glass screen, figure behind a glass screen that doesn't give you answers but implications. Is this meta? Is this like a TV set or like a movie screen or something? Because you got the red curtains like a theater.
Is this what it's like to talk to David Lynch? You ask him questions and he just implies things.
But no, I mean, red curtains could imitate the dream element of Twin Peaks, but they also could imitate, again, the theater element. I think of like the stage, and he's sanctioned off by a glass screen. That to me seems very purposeful, because why do that otherwise? You could argue it's creating distance between the people. There's like a power dynamic maybe, but I still feel like it's too specific here. So I kind of lean on the idea that maybe this is a meta thing where he's almost like talking to the film itself or to the mystery of the film. I just don't know where to fully go with that. Like, I have an idea of it, but I don't know where to go with that idea. If we do take the plastic screen or the glass screen to indicate a metaphor, what is the point of making Mr. Roque this weird allegory for the film or for the presentation of film, which implies things but never confirms things? What is that doing for the whole film? If that is the case, what does it say that that's the one controlling things? Is Mr. Roque the idea in Lynch's mind of the film? It's the wind blowing through the trees. Is that Mr. Roque? I don't understand. It starts to lead to more questions than answers.
I think
the
that's
more
also,
I wind down.
I also think that might be also an interpretation to keep in mind. Something leads to more questions, if you will, being that mysterious bit of nature, being something unexplained in the distance.
I interpret it to be just like a person in the dream that's like a bad person, the way that like Mr. Eddie's a bad person. He just happens to look weird. But if you tell me he's a weird dream figure, I'm just as inclined to say sure. I don't view him as a spiritual character like the cowboy is, but maybe they are both spiritual. Maybe they're best friends. Maybe they're worst enemies. It can be whatever in the you want it to be.
Here I am shoving everyone, and David Lynch is like, here's where you are in the lodge. I'm making the Red Room at Lodge. I'm bringing you in.
So Adam learns that everyone is not being brought into his film. He is told that they're all going to be fired. Cynthia, this kind of smaller character in the narrative, is on the phone insisting that, hey, you got to talk to Ray. You got to fix this. And Adam's like, nope, I'm going home. She's like, come on, this isn't like you. Just talk to Ray. I'm sure we can get something figured out. Nope, I'm going home.
I mean, to be fair, like, after the adrenaline of literally busting the windshield of a couple of shady individuals' cars, I myself wouldn't immediately want to go back into work. Mm-hmm. Like, to be reasonable about this.
That's fair. He gets home. He's greeted by the familiar sound of lounge jazz.
I hate his house. I hate his house.
I think he probably does after what he finds in it.
Like, there's just something about seeing glass everywhere that makes me hate. Hate is a strong word, and I have a strong hate for this house.
You have a hate for the lounge jazz that's playing from the speakers?
I feel like there could be just like a bird that one day just falls from the sky and just literally like breaks your wall.
I would be more concerned for privacy of that, but whatevs, man. Whatevs.
There could be a peeper that falls through the sky and breaks one of your walls.
Adam's walking through looking for Lorraine, calling out to see if she's fine. And then he ends up only to walk into a room and find Lorraine, his wife.
With Billy Ray Cyrus!
With Billy Ray Cyrus in the bed. And, she's just like, just forget you ever saw it. It's better that way.
That Billy Ray Cyrus is the most chill in this situation. Just forget about it. It's better this way. Well,
wasn't it her that said that, though?
No, that was Billy Ray.
Oh, really? Okay, I for some reason thought she was the one who said it. Because she's really dismissive of the way that he's feeling in general. Like, she just
she is the one who's more on the offensive, in which she's just more so saying, like,
you had to mess this up. You had to look and see what's going on here.
Yeah.
So, there's not a lot of comedy in this movie, I don't think. I mean, comedy's subjective. It's whatever whatever you find funny. This is one of the funniest sections of the movie for me. Mm-hmm. The way that Billy Ray Cyrus is just so calm, and he's just kind of like a mediator in between the two different sides. Like at the meeting earlier, there's the mediator between Adam and the mob people. Now Billy Ray Cyrus is getting to be the median between his wife and Adam.
Yeah, no, it's
Adam and his wife.
It's a mediator for the most part. It seems like there still is a lean on.
There's a lean, but in general, he's just like
trying to calm down. Like, say for example, when he like takes the full jewelry box, like she's just getting really upset over. It's like, that's my jewelry. And it's like, now listen. He seems upset.
He's so calm, and she's just angry. Like, you had to mess this up by being here. You could have just not seen this, and it would have been much better off.
She chases him down. It reveals that it's a very specific way of like dealing with it. I thought I was like gonna take it and throw it like off the edge of their very large cliff. Maybe throw it down the garbage disposal and turn that on and just wreck things. Maybe he was just going to like scatter it everywhere. No, he specifically goes into the garage, grabs some pink paint, and smothers the jewelry.
And the hard part is, it could be as simple as, well, they had paint on the set and that just was a good way to do it. Or there could be some deep reason, The phrase pink means to be tickled pink, and he is tickled pink by the new. Like, it could be some really obtuse thing, or it could just be he put pink paint on the jewelry.
He just put pink paint on the jewelry because he's very upset. He's very upset. It's the first thought that goes to his head.
Specific doesn't mean it matters either, though. Yeah. Like, I don't know how much to read into that. I lean toward not reading into it. Personally,
regardless, she's also upset about this, begins smacking him about and also pushing him and shoving him, trying to get him to stop handling the overall paint. He proceeds to then pick her up and then overall strike at her as well. And that's when Billy Ray Cyrus comes around and then decks him. He stumbles straight onto the ground and he says something along the lines of,
"That ain't no way to treat your wife, buddy. I don't care what she's done."
Mm-hmm.
And then throws him out of the house.
Yep.
Out of his own house.
Yep. And he just then sort of like picks himself up, walks into his car. Not like very sternly, but still like not. Again, it's one of those points where even when he's in the chaotic point of 11, he dials him back down to 0.
Yeah,
he just gets back into his car and drives away to find a place to stay.
Well, that's not the last time we see Adam's wife and Billy Ray Cyrus, though, because later one of the mobsters, very, very large and intimidating man.
This one's my favorite character.
this mobster.
Yeah, because he walks in, if you will, and he's shouting out for Adam, like trying to get in reach with Adam. That's when the wife comes around, and she immediately is just like peeved, just like, no, he's not here. Get out. I want you to get out. I want you to get out. He's just like actively like ignoring her. Just like even when she's like monkey climbing on him in order to just try to get him out. Yeah, that didn't work out so well until eventually Billy Ray Cyrus has to get involved, if you will, and walks about. And it seems like almost like with like zero effort dealing with both of them, just like knocks them both aside, almost as if they're like flies.
Yeah. It's pretty good.
Before he just continues his pursuit of Adam.
And
this is a Terminator of a man.
We don't know if either of those two live. I mean, if it's a dream, I guess it doesn't matter, because once the view is not on them, they no longer exist. They're imaginary dream people. But I still don't know if they lived, in whatever reality they're in. Adam, meanwhile, he goes to stay somewhere else over at this like hotel kind of area, apartments probably, right? Apartments,
apartment hotelish.
Yeah.
Like it is a place to stay.
Notably, he's behind a red door, number 16. Later on, when we get to the Diane part, we find out she is in door number 17. Used to be in a different one, but she's in 17 now. So 16, 17. I don't know if you want to do something with that. Numbers may be specific. Lost Highway also had specific numbers. But then again, doors have specific numbers. People do that with The Shining all the time, too, where the room numbers might mean something. Maybe, maybe not. There's this man named Cookie who appears in the movie a couple times, and he explains that there's a problem with your cards. And look, I know you're good for your money. I know you got the cash. We're good.
But your card was declined.
Card was declined.
Which, by the way, he's like, but Cookie, I'm paying you with cash. It's
like... You don't understand. Like those people from the bank, they came over. They're saying your account is no good anymore. They know you're here, Adam. Like the people who are after you know that you are here. This one is also interesting because we do see Cookie later appear in a very strange spot over at Silencio. So why Cookie is in both those places, if there's any sort of reason, is interesting. He has 1 foot in one door, 1 foot out the other door.
It's because this place where they are located is very decrepit, if you will. And if we think about, again, with decrepit-based locations, followed with also red room-based locations, that's a parallel similar to Fire Walk With Me, with the overall broken-down room with the Formica table, followed with the overall red curtained room aesthetic. So, I'm not saying that Cookie is a red room person or anything like that, but it's common theming to pair these places.
Yeah, is he the old waiter with like giving the milk and cookies?
Look, this is the LA division, okay?
Milk and cookies.
This is the LA division of the red room.
Yeah, there's Twin Peaks in LA, the two main stops. When Adam calls Cynthia and kind of like talks to her about the whole situation, she recommends or is telling him that Jason thought it'd be a good idea for him to visit the Cowboy. We don't know who Jason is, right? We never find out who Jason is.
Nope.
And Cynthia just kind of is like, yeah, you really should do this. You really should talk to the Cowboy. She's not sure really who he is, but it sounds like this is going to be connected in some way. It's going to fix things.
Yep. This is where, like, the absurd angle sort of comes in, because this Cowboy, either A, like, Adam, despite being very confused, knows the Cowboy's connections with these sort of things, or B, we could go for an overall dreamlike interpretation where this is where the thoughts are being collected and things are getting a little bit weird.
It's dream logic, you could argue. You can write off a lot of the writing oddities and just say dream logic.
Yeah.
Which you could argue is a good or a bad thing from a script writing perspective, that dream logic can wave away a lot of concerns. What I will also say, too, is that it could be that Jason is someone who would know what's up. And if Jason's recommending, it must be important. Could be Jason.
Could be Jason.
Weird stuff going on also where, like, there's implications with Cynthia where, like, she's like, hey, you could stay at my place, maybe. And he's like, nope. not interested. It's like, okay, don't know what you're missing. Okay, bye, Cynthia.
Which, by the way, I have to make mention that there's multiple times where there's female advances put onto Adam, and he actually just like shoots them down very quickly. There's the point of audition. There is the point of what happens here with it.
In the Betty storyline.
In the Betty storyline.
Whereas in the Diane storyline, it appears that Camilla's managed to find a way into his heart, if not other places.
Do you mean his pants?
Yes, I mean his pants, Professor.
Oh, okay.
Found a way into his heart and into his pants.
No, again, I think that's where like the separation between the dream Adam
and it feels like a distinct, important separation. Because otherwise, what's the point of Cynthia doing this? You know, what other things does it do? Because Cynthia doesn't appear. The scene's not particularly funny or moving.
Cynthia is an integral character to introduce the cowboy, okay?
Right.
We can't have the cowboy without Cynthia.
She's a means to an end. But that's where, like, I'm with you. I'm with you 100% because I think otherwise, what's the point of having Cynthia make this offer and him refuse it? If not to establish this idea that he is not going to do that.
Yeah.
But then he does it during the other section. Curious. Mixing his work with his bedroom habits. One could say that is unprofessional and unbecoming of Adam, but in one timeline, not the other.
You use the perfect one. Like voice, but you didn't say combine his overall work with his loins.
I don't know what you're talking about.
The voice you just made.
Yeah? Oh, you wanted just the word loins in there?
Yeah, just the word loins.
Is it a reference or just you wanted the loins?
It's just combining two things. It feels right to combine two things, but also incorporate the word loins.
It feels right to incorporate Adam and the cowboy together, but incorporate the word light bulb. Okay? So, atop of the Beechwood Canyon, there's a corral, and there's this light flickering over underneath the sign of the entranceway. And it kind of like just rapidly starts flickering at the cowboy being there. This is where I'm going to 100% agree with you on the spirituality connection with Twin Peaks. Electricity. We've got the spiritual element kind of converging around this figure. There's something to be said of that. Also going with electricity and spirituality. Earlier we mentioned Mr. Roque, and there's one other little tiny scene with him. Like the first time we actually see him is that there's these phone calls like being dialed around from place to place to place. And the last place that the phone starts ringing...
Which, by the way, second last, there's a red wire leading from the telephone into the overall room. But also, yes, then there's the final
My point
place.
is the last one that it goes to is this phone that has a red lamp. We later see that red lamp reoccur with the Diane storyline. So if we do want to read any sort of spirituality interest here, that would be one of the very few tethering moments between the dream world, potentially, of Mr. Roque and the physical world of Diane in the real world. And it's shown to us very early on in the film.
Reoccurring phone-based motifs that later on lead to someone being very fancily dressed and answering the call by the end. Oh, doesn't that sound like a lost highway somewhere? Yeah, have you found it?
I believe Lucy would answer the phone at the end. The red phone over by the red lamp, not the other phone in the other room by the brown lamp, or the ashtray that looks like a piano, not the ashtray that looks like the other colors, sort of like mosaic colors.
This is where like the person from like the 422 number or whatever would interrupt. So
yeah, right? Exactly. So the cowboy and Adam are talking on top here, and the cowboy is like, howdy. He got no eyebrows. He's got this red neckerchief, white hat. Red and white are big colors in this movie. And he goes on to say this idea that a man's attitude goes some ways to the way his life will be. Is that something you agree with? And I was like, yeah, sure, man, whatever. No. Do you really feel that way, or are you just agreeing with me? No, I agree with what you said. What'd I say? You said that that a man's attitude and his beliefs shapes who he is. Yeah, I agree with that statement. Yeah, of course. Okay. Well, then if you agree, you must be someone who does not care about the good life. Roasted. Absolute destruction. Absolute travesty of a destruction.
Or
Cowboy 1, Adam 0.
No, I think that just recontextualizes the like idea of this version of Adam as opposed towards the later version of Adam, in which the good life is one that is tainted, if you will, with an overall sense of sin.
That's the interesting thing, is that the cowboy sounds like he's casting judgment on Adam, right? He just literally is.
I'm pretty sure that it pushes the Black Lodge appeal then to say that he's criticizing an image, a facade of Adam, being like, yeah, drop the snarky attitude. This is No.
See, the Adam that's in this version, in the dream version here, and I'm just going to keep saying dream version. I know not everyone agrees with that. Yeah. I'm just kind of working on that assumption right now.
Yeah, I'm still saying everything's the dream version, but yes,
fair enough. The Betty version.
Betty version.
In the Betty version here, Adam is he's aggressive. A lot of times aggressive with some reason to be aggressive. Maybe not justified fully, but it's like I can understand why he's angry. I can understand why he would be physically aggressive in the moments he is, even if it's not the right thing to do. And he's sarcastic and kind of has an attitude, but also like, think of his situation. Like, I can understand judging him to some degree, but I wouldn't call him like an awful person. He's just kind of like pathetic, like sad that he's in this situation. I feel a little bad for him, but he's also kind of a jerk about it. But at the same point, wouldn't anyone be? So it's interesting to, question then, is the cowboy judging that Adam, or is he judging the Adam later with Diane?
I'm pretty sure that it is judging this Adam, if you will, but mostly because it is like what happens with the cowboy, like his presence, what that even means. To be there and to be present means that either like things are going good or things are going bad. There's an amount of cowboy that is quantifiable towards good times. But I also like, there's a more humorous version of my reading in this point. I'm saying primarily, like, this is how you're going to do it. This is how it's going to be done. Drop this overall attitude you got. The amount of times you see me, it's going to be great. But I like to think that there is, like, a Black Lodge sort of, like, there's an incorporeal, like, beings and creatures where, like, sometimes just, like, middle management has to, like, walk down the stairs, like, okay, your performance is sucking right now. We're trying to process the soul correctly, okay? And you're not doing a great job, so I need you to drop the act so that you can go back to lodge. If you see me 2 times, you're getting demoted, all right?
Yeah.
Like, we need to meet our quota.
I think there's a lot of weird things in this movie. The cowboy, I think, is the weirdest because there's things that are strange imagery, strange execution of them for sure, but in terms of the narrative, there's just a random eyebrowless cowboy who seems to be an arbiter of fate in both realities, and there's only so much you can do with that and try to rationalize it. It's really weird. The video I mentioned at the beginning with Twin Perfect, they interpret a lot of this film as being kind of an examination of Hollywood and the standards of Hollywood, and the Twin Perfect video will also kind of say that Camilla Rhodes is less of a real person. No one's really a real person. They're all metaphors. And Camilla Rhodes is a metaphor for the casting couch, sleeping right at the top, which is the secret code of Hollywood. So when it comes to the cowboy in that interpretation, Twin Perfect argued something along the lines, to quote kind of out of context and paraphrase here, that the cowboy is sort of an old Hollywood figure. That where they were meeting actually lines up really well with like the location of like the Hollywood sign. He was actually literally wearing the clothing of a real life, very famous like cowboy actor from like the 50s or whatever. So that he's almost like this specter of old Hollywood that just is the fate of how things ought to be. The natural order that, nope, this is the girl. So whether you take that interpretation or not, I think it's interesting that the cowboy is simultaneously judging Adam, but also being like, by the way, you have no control. This is the girl. So, like, what is the cowboy's motive for picking the girl? Like, is the cowboy working for Mr. Roque? Is Mr. Roque working for the cowboy? Are they equal co-partners? Or are they not even connected?
Yes, I think that...
I gave you 4 options. You said yes.
Yeah, because that's the thing. This is a multi-readable, like, situation.
Of course.
My reading, I think that it's that this cowboy is the mythical sort of, like, twine that goes around that moderates things and is more so present for the dying Diane. This is someone who is there that is just making sure that while this person is being processed through this Black Lodge-like process. It's just going to be present there and is just like working everything out with the facade that is Adam, because again, very much not like himself throughout this whole experience. Though, when it comes down to the more literal takes of, say, for example, the dying mind and what there is going to be like these mythical nature things going in the background, how far that extent goes is very, very far and outreaching. Yeah. And so the thing in which they are working for the mafia, that reading I think is effective as well. So I do believe that there are points where you can poke at all of them. Mine just leads more into the mystical, I think. Yeah. That's fair. That's for the cowboy's the most clearly mystical character, I would say, because
of the electricity shortages that are happening with the light, like the light seems to react to him.
Yes.
That seems very weird in a way that I can't say Mr. Roque even has that. So the cowboy seems the most spiritually suspect, but then like, what is he? Is he the devil? Is he God? Is he, again, a sort of...
Is he a middle manager working his job, just trying to make sure everyone's doing the right thing for this one person and their soul?
This is why I say like a psychopomp kind of fits my idea here of someone almost as a spiritual guide to the afterlife. But it's weird then, again, that he appears in Betty's, the Betty dream of Diane, if we take one interpretation.
Yeah.
He would appear to Adam. Is he actually not talking to Adam, though? Is he talking more behind the scenes to Diane? That's another question, too.
I lean to that because...
Yeah, if he is a dream of Diane, it would theoretically speaking to Diane. That's the question. Then is the cowboy made up in her dream, or is the cowboy an agent that moves between the dream and the real world? I lean toward the second one just on a gut level right now. I could change my mind in a day.
Do it!
But because he appears in both timelines, he appears literally in her room to say, now's time to wake up. So he could be the one real thing in this entire dream.
Yes.
Real being spiritually real.
Yes.
This movie.
Yes, because he's never present, at least in Adam's periphery, except that one time.
It's so confusing. So later on, Adam meets this girl, the girl who's supposed to be the one. And she doesn't seem not talented. She sings a song, seems good at singing song, unless my music
Song
criticism.
equal good. Yes, I do agree.
Because we get two songs back to back. We get one actor who's very adamant on contacting the agent and making sure they get the job, and she does the song 16 Reasons, and then we get Camilla Rhodes who sings I've Told Every Little Star. I don't know, because they're auditioning with different songs. I don't exactly know the context of like which one did a better job, so I can't say that the first one was more deserving. But it's more that the reason why the decision was made feels wrong. It's not that Camilla Rhodes is bad. It's not like Camilla Rhodes shows up and she's just a terrible actor or a terrible singer. It's just that she was given the role under false pretenses.
It was given the role because otherwise there could have been a reality in which, if it wasn't for all these other factors, maybe someone else would have a chance. Maybe someone who's a great actor that everyone agrees that she's an amazing actor.
A bright new star.
Bright new star could have shined very, very brightly.
So even though Diane does not audition for this particular role, she clearly wanted to. And then she leaves abruptly, realizing she's got to go back to Rita. And this is kind of happening in the background. But when Adam like turns around and like makes eye contact with Diane, the camera slows down like it would when a falling in love scene happens. It's like a love at first sight type of camera shot with the zoom in on her.
I would say that for the first one, it does. The second one leans more into, again, that thriller sense in which like there is something more off-key or off-putting going on here.
The first one, though, yes. Like, the establishing moment of them seeing each other feels like love at first sight, but it gets interrupted, it gets changed, it gets perverted, because we already have the girl.
Yes.
Something went wrong from the natural way it was supposed to go, per cowboy wishes.
Mm-hmm. Maybe she didn't even have the will to try. Like, you could also say that maybe Diane could have had the opportunity at one point, but didn't have the will to try because there was someone present, if you will. And someone present that seemed to overall have the gig. Someone approached, like he got approached and was told, like, this is the girl. And then this whole narrative was put around this and foiled up.
And again,
why should she even try at this point?
If this is all wish fulfillment for Diane, it would make sense to have Camilla Rhodes actually be bad, because then it's almost insulting. But this is where, like, I think it leads into the idea that this Camilla Rhodes in the dream is still somewhat a representation of the Camilla Rhodes in the other world.
Mm-hmm.
What I mean by that is, if she still has feelings and respect and appreciation for Camilla Rhodes in the Diane timeline, the real person, I'm going to say in this argument, it makes sense that the dream version of her auditioning would still be talented, still be good, not be undeserving necessarily, but that the role didn't go to Diane/Betty, not because Camilla Rhodes is bad, but because there's other factors kind of affecting things that are outside her control. So it maintains her to still be the victim of this situation, but without portraying Camilla Rhodes as bad.
I don't think that there's a point that Camilla is really portrayed as bad. It's just more so maybe someone that she's not like she's very outright disliking like what she's doing, that she wants Camilla in different ways, and she's angry at Camilla. But in many cases, I think that there is a grieving and there is a sadness when it comes to the thoughts of Camilla, this like great person that was inside of her life.
I think there are ways to read the Camilla of Diane's timeline as negative, which will cross that threshold when we reach it.
Of course.
But this all hinges on the idea that there is two representations of the real quote-unquote Camilla in here. That there's Rita, who has the same actor as the Camilla Rhodes later, and there's Camilla Rhodes, who has the same actor as the person who kisses Camilla Rhodes in the other timeline. This is where you have to accept, if we're going to go with my ideas currently, that the real person of Camilla Rhodes in the dream world is being split in two. She's being divided between, we're doing a deep cut. Haha, I'm doing a deep cut right now. It's that it's almost like your angel whore Madonna complex situation, angel witch complex, right? That it's not quite splitting the pure from the impure, but it is splitting the person who gets the role that she's jealous of from the person who she's romantically interested in and wants to be with. It's kind of convenient and nice and easy when you split that, because in real world, it's a lot more complicated. She's in love with the person that she hates. She's jealous of the person that she wants to protect.
Yes. There's also a complication, though, if you don't mind me.
I don't mind at all. Throw as many wrenches at me as you need to,
This
Professor.
perfect person is brought into the audition and is being portrayed as, like, great, she's doing wonderful. Let's contrast that with Rita, who ends up not only stealing the identity of another actress by seeing a poster and seeing a name and just sort of adapting to that, but there's also the point in which like she's trying to help the audition for Betty, in which they're both reading the lines at first, and she is being very like forward with how it's reading. It's not being acted or portrayed. It's just being response like, oh, and what do you expect us to do?
That's what I mean. She's not a great actor. She's almost an imitator. That's where I almost feel, again, like we're separating. If we do take it that idea, in real life, it's messy and complicated because the person that she loves is also the person that's preventing her, in her mind, from the success.
Yes.
Someone who keeps getting the roles that should go to her.
Yes.
Well, in her dream, she can separate those two. There's the Camilla Rhodes who gets the roles undeservedly because of not undeservedly, but because of false pretenses. She's talented, but she's not the right actor. It's just unfortunate that there's a mafia cowboy demon thing going on. But it also lets her at the same time have Rita, this sort of person that she can love and protect and be with without having to have the messy complications of being the same person. Rita is not a very good actor. Rita is wearing the false blonde wig. Rita is taking on the name of a famous actor, but she's not really that person.
This is probably the nth time that I brought it up as an example, but I enjoy a potential parallel and also push the fact that we enjoy Uchna in the respects of the person that you expect and overall like think that you can protect, if you will, and being this innocent individual is versed with the overall complications and the more horrifying natures that they can be in a certain perspective.
Look, if we convince even one person who likes Twin Peaks to check out Revolutionary Girlutzina and they have a good time, I call your nth degree of references worth it. Because I agree with you. I think that the show has similar themes, similar ideas. And the director of that anime, if you're open to anime, he was inspired by Lynch in a lot of ways and has said so.
Yes.
So, yeah, this is kind of pushing, plugging, suggesting. And someone else is about to plug some bullets into some people. And that someone else is named Joe. Joe is played by Mark Pellegrino.
Okay.
What'd you think of Joe?
He's an idiot.
Yes. Takes one to know one. Ha 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 ha.
Okay. That's a little bit hurtful, but no, seriously.
Well, I also agreed, so it's hurtful to both of us.
No, it's not.
I'm being self-deprecating, but also dragging you down with me. Self, but plural. Self-deprecating, but plural.
Wait, wouldn't that be just takes two to know one then?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. No, so you see.
We're the Three Stooges together is all I'm saying. He should be the third member of our podcast.
Kalil, I would like to resign yet again.
Okay, well then he'll just replace you. That problem solved, I guess.
Problem solved.
Can't be Twin Peaks with their three peaks. You know, you gotta have duality. You gotta have duality. So Mark Pellegrino, Joe, what do you think of him? Other than stupid.
That's mainly the overall curse that this overall character has to bear. From what we do understand from the overall movie itself, again, I feel that this overall character, for the most part, is what is remembered by the overall character as like memories are overall being overridden, overshadowed, and created with a dreamlike continuity with one another. Otherwise, if I could say an opinion about this character, it seems like this person is, at the very least, very understanding of his line of work and even a little bit empathetic from what we see inside the diner later on, just because of the full warning, like, you can't take this back. Like, you have a chance to say no here. That's the only, like, truth I can get from the character outright. Otherwise, life just kind of sucks for him if, like, everything that Diane believes in this character to be is true.
Yeah, the reality part, at least as I see it, where it's Diane and Joe in the diner toward the end, I don't necessarily think Joe seems stupid there. I think he seems fairly in control of the situation. He's just double-checking to make sure if Diane is really serious about what is being asked of him, which I would assume, I think as a lot of people have assumed, that it is him being requested to do a hit on Rita.
Mm-hmm.
But once he's sure that that's what she's interested in, it doesn't seem like he's really an idiot there. Where he becomes stupid is the parts earlier where it's more in what I would say is the dream sequence of the film, the more of the Betty portion of the film. Even though we don't see Joe and Betty ever interact, the Joe version that we see during the Betty arc of the movie, he feels like a different character almost.
He does. He absolutely does. This one that we see inside the overall cafe seems a bit more serious, has a black book at its overall side, and seems very concentrated on what's going on. He seems maybe not necessarily like fully professional, but he is someone who takes his work very seriously. And maybe you could also bring that a little bit from the more comedic scenes of the film. But
yeah, I guess I read the situation as Betty, in the dream sequence here, it is reconstructing the origin story of that black book. Because when Diane talks to Joe, he already has the book. The movie would show us then how he got it was through the series of fumbles and antics, which would be, again, very convenient if we're going for the wishful thinking idea.
In which, like, it would even, like, be a fail hit and run with someone like
he's so
Camilla.
bad at his job when he got this black book, he was an idiot all the time, so he probably isn't going to succeed in killing Rita.
Yeah.
Again, for the wishful thinking idea, I think painting him as this absolute buffoon, okay, he's not a total buffoon, but, like, just incompetent. Like, you know, he tries to kill one person, ends up actually shooting through a wall at some other lady's place, and just has to keep stacking the kill count and just escape through the window.
Yep,
it's not clean at all.
Like, he's worried about making a scene. If anything, like, his interactions just cause more of a scene, if you will, as he continues on until he eventually, like, sets up the fire alarm and just kind of says, screw it, I'm leaving now. I also find it very interesting that his name is Joe.
Yeah, he's an average Joe.
Maybe, like, in that respect. I was thinking more so in the respect of coffee.
Yeah.
It's black. It's been considered something of a drug, noted inside of, like, previous Lynch works. It is something in which this character is being a literal wake-up call to our protagonist, being like, hey, excuse you, no going back. Snap, snap.
Snap, snap. I do think it's interesting the part where it is Joe in the Betty dream, and he is interacting with this woman on the street, kind of outside these different buildings.
Yep, someone who, the person that he's with is a little bit more aloof.
More implied to be a sex worker, if not outright stated by the film. She bums a cigarette off of him, and she's wearing clothing where you can see the nipples through the jacket.
You see that there's an associate alongside with them, assuming that he's got a network of some sort, or at the very least, a companion in his overall...
Potentially
a pimp. He's got connections.
I also want to point out that she has bruises around her left arm, which could be from physical, or also could be drugs. I wasn't really sure which way to take the bruises on the arm.
Or sex.
Well, that's why I said physical.
Well, yeah, but
physical could be...
A physical abuse, though?
Like, it could be abuse, it could be rough sex, we don't know.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that that was definitely purposeful. So, you know, however you want to interpret, it's a smaller detail that there's bruises on the arm, whether it's drugs or sort of the abuse or the possible sex. I feel like it's more than likely 2/3 chance based on those three options. 2/3 it's a negative portrayal. It's a negative thing that she has those bruises. And Joe starts asking if she's seen any new girls around, possibly brunette, possibly a little beat up, seeming to imply looking for Rita, right? And I misspoke earlier when I was saying putting a hit on Rita with Joe. I meant Diane would have been putting a hit on Camilla Rhodes My brain is just getting the names mixed up because of the movie.
What? Why would your
Why would I
names
ever?
ever get mixed up?
I just think it's interesting because, like, Joe asks her these questions, seeming that he is working then for Mr. Roque and the Mafia is the presumption, right? Because they're also looking for her.
Everything has to be connected.
Everything has to be connected. Conspiratorial thinking here that, again, is very wish fulfillment-y. But then that plot line, if we just take the movie at base without doing an interpretation right now, that plot line goes, like, nowhere. It just, like, suddenly, like, stops.
Yep.
And then Joe shows up way later. Because he, like, pats the woman on the butt when she's entering the jacket. How do you enter a jacket? Enter the... What do you call it? A van.
Yes, a vehicle.
A vehicle, not a article of clothing.
Not a particle. She doesn't just like jump in his pocket next to the cigarettes.
Turns really small, goes in the pocket. I mean, there are tiny people in this movie. Like, literally very, very, very small people in this movie.
Yeah.
So, I think it's interesting, though, that he, like, takes her in the van or whatever, and they go, and then they just do not show up at all during the Betty arc. I remember writing in my notes, like, where does this plot line go? And then later he just shows up kind of randomly. This is where I think if the movie was originally intended to be a show, it might have been, like, an idea for a plot arc that would go somewhere in the next episode, you know? It kind of feels like a remnant of that organization style of having a serialized television where there is kind of that continuing narrative. But because it doesn't do that, it just sort of never brings him up again until we switch realities. I thought that was pretty interesting.
That just makes me almost think of like the burglars from like Pulp Fiction.
Yes.
Yeah, just like a large piece of a
I don't
pie, but
disagree with
unfortunately
you.
we just have a few bites instead.
But notice also how Pulp Fiction, being this, you know, very experimental narrative, is also our go-to
This
point.
is not an experimental narrative.
Not at
this
all.
This is straightforward.
Absolutely. Speaking of straightforward,
Like-
Winky's Nightmare. Winky's Nightmare.
Yep.
This is the part of the movie that I remembered. It's like the only thing about their movie that I remembered prior to rewatching. I had vague memories of Mulholland Drive, but I remembered this scene scaring the ears off of me.
This overall scene seems like probably the scene of the movie. The one in which like would probably be brought up, if you will, a few other times,
Yes.
like in isolation.
And it's really funny because I never really like remembered exactly where in the movie it happened, but I would never have guessed it's in the first like 10 minutes. I would not have guessed it's like very early on. I mean, it makes sense now that I'm kind of interpreting the film why they would want this scene as almost a prologue of sorts, because a lot of times, you know, the first 10, 15 minutes of a movie or the first 10, 15 minutes of a game or a book, whatever, they kind of teach you how to interpret it, right? A lot of times it's giving you a sort of framework of what this is going to feel like, what this is going to be like. It's teaching you how to watch the film, teaching you how to play the game. This is the tutorial.
This is the point in which she has a sour face, her hands behind her back,
Yeah,
and
this
she's
is the
doing
Lil
dance.
scene.
This is Lil.
Which is wild then at heart, because this scene otherwise seems very disconnected from the movie in that aside from a very small element of the figure appearing later on, much later on in the movie,
Yeah.
the two gentlemen that are in this Winky's restaurant do not reappear.
Nope.
It is strange, arguably wonderful, mostly horrifying for me. I do not do well with jump scares.
Nope.
Typically, I even asked you before, pod, like, if we ever have hypothetically, like a movie or a show and there's a jump scare for our pod, would you like me to warn you? And you were like, no, I'm a real person who doesn't have any fears.
Just don't
I am
debate me like
courageous.
that. No.
I am not a wimp like you.
No. I like surprises. I do not have any well, I do have what one might consider an overall trigger, and that would be something like needles, but even then I don't want to see that coming. I like
it's
that
true.
feeling of fear.
There were scenes probably in Dune with needles that might have bothered you more than any
Yeah.
here. Yeah. And that's fair. And I will, but that's the thing is, see, I keep wanting to stoop you to that low because I stoop to that low. Because I giggle every time you get reacting to needles. So I expect you to giggle at me with my jump scares.
No.
See, you have respect for me.
Yes.
And that's weird, man. That's weird. I don't get that. So you did not find this scene particularly disturbing, but could you see why other people might?
It's a overall it's a tense scene. It's very I would almost say thriller-like in its overall approach. It does well with its overall pacing. It's just that I adore the atmosphere in the diner and the lead up more than I do the overall pitch, because as far as I'm concerned, like the anxieties and fears of these people, if you will, before like this person is mystically taken away by an allegory of death, is that there is a very, very dirty Grim Reaper that peeks around the corner. And then goes right back.
See, yeah, the actual figure isn't that scary. It's just a lot of, like, makeup and everything.
Yep.
And it's less about the figure themselves and more the build-up and tension that goes into it. Because it's not a jump scare you don't expect. It's just you don't know exactly when it's going to hit. It's so incredibly foreshadowed that you're just kind of, like, waiting. And, well, there it is. And it just kind of, like, slides out of the view there. I think it's very uncanny. It's very strange in its orchestration. And even though, like, you know, we were talking off pod about jump scares in general became very, very, very common in horror into the 2000s, 2010s, I feel like this is still a kind of different jump scare in execution than what I'm used to, even if in principle there are a lot of jump scares in horror films, and arguably this is a horror film. This is one of the most horrific scenes, just for pure shock value, that Lynch has had so far when we looked at for him. But even the thing that's being shown isn't necessarily that disturbing. I would argue that the decomposing face of the corpse later is more visually disturbing to me to look at than the actual figure, but that doesn't have the buildup that this does. What really throws this whole thing off, though, before we even get into interpretations, is the element that this scene is preceded directly by the whole Rita stumbling around after the car accident thing, where Rita is in the bushes, and then it shows her, like, waking up from the bushes and going in the house and then waking up inside the house. My point is, this is precluded like it could be Rita's dream.
It could be like Rita's dream, perhaps.
Which is Inception if we go with the Betty dream theory, because that means Rita's dreaming inside of the Betty dream that is Diane. Where's Leonardo DiCaprio in the whole thing?
I don't really interpret it as a dream. I just, like, see her waking up in this overall case and without much memory. It's just something which, like, she'll come off as if, like, she's wandering things dreamlike, but it's just blanking out the slate for this character more than anything.
It's the thing is, it's directly preceded by sleeping imagery, by the visuals of someone going to sleep, and with how much this movie focuses on dreams, and this thing feels like a nightmare, and explicitly the situation is a man talking about this nightmare that he's had 2 times, and is now living out this nightmare. The main thing I get from this scene overall at Winky's Diner is this feeling of not being able to dissect or discern reality from dream. That the more he starts describing the dream to this other person, the more things start to fall in place that it is still the dream. And that kind of dawning feeling, you know, that GTA San Andreas gif, like, oh, here we go again. that feeling of, like, it's happening again. That he's aware of it and he's kind of falling through it. Now, is this the real version of it happening? Has the dream that's happened twice come to reality? Or is this yet another third iteration of the dream? I think that's very purposeful and ambiguous. When he falls at the end, when he collapses, I assume it's like a heart attack, which could be fatal, or it could be that he, you know, recovers. Maybe he gets help. Or, like, in a lot of cases with a dream, if you, like, are about to die in your dream, you often wake up. So it could be the waking up point. In the real reality, he woke up from a third time of this happening.
Or what I do think that is the overall theme of the film, as mentioned prior, in which it, as much of a spiritual sense as a physical sense, if you chase something with an overall expected outcome that is poor for you, in this case death, you're just making yourself fall into that trapping and then actively choosing
self-fulfilling prophecy.
Exactly, self-fulfilling prophecy.
So whether or not it is real or is not real, I don't think you could ever prove, and I think that's kind of beside the point. I think the point more is, for me, that you can't tell. So I guess I focus more on the subjectivity of the scene, that it's kind of teaching the viewer going into the movie that, hey, this movie, you are not going to be able to discern reality from dream, and the more you try to look at reality, the more it's going to start appearing like a dream, and maybe vice versa. Go on, you have a thing to say.
Close your eyes, shut your mouth, dream a dream and get us out. Dream, 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 dream.
What is that?
Hit the hay, fall asleep, dream a dream, you little bleep. Dream, 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 dream.
Should I know this?
This is Taylor Lautner's dream song from Shark Boy and Lava Girl.
Oh. Is that the one where Steve Buscemi talks about how if God has abandoned the earth or something? Is that the same one or is that a different
I think
one?
that's like Spy Kids, isn't it?
Okay, to be fair, Shark Boy and Lava Girl, is that not part of the Spy Kids universe? I don't know.
No, this is where like George Lopez is like a big face and he's the villain or something.
Spoilers.
It's all in the dream.
Well, George Lopez is always the villain. He was the villain in the George Lopez show. He was...
I love George Lopez.
I have nothing against the guy. He plays a great villain. Also, by the way, just a little trivia. Originally, this scene was going to be set in an actual Denny's, but then there was issues with that legally, having it be a Denny's. So they made it this fictional location called Winky's, but like it looks a lot like a Denny's with like the signage and everything. So just a heads up that. Also, speaking of Winky's, this diner will appear 2 more times. I think it's 2 more times because Betty and Rita will be in there.
If the Winkies appears once, you've done good.
Yeah.
If the Winkies appears twice, you've done bad.
And there's also, again, that idea that the dream happens twice. Anyway, that they go to Winky's with Rita and Betty, and then the waiter has Diane as the name tag. And there's also one where it's Diane there, I believe with Joe, they're signing over the stuff with what's going on with the potential hit or whatever you think is going on with the casting couch, whatever theory you want to have.
Yes.
And then the name tag says Betty, right? So this is the location of not only the opening scene that arguably teaches you how to watch the film, but it also is the scene with the switching of names of Betty and Diane at the name tag. I feel like Winky's is important, is all I'm saying. Also, I really like the actors selling the suspense of the one who's about to have the heart attack with the coroner. I thought the actor did a really good job with like selling that emotion and communicating the dread.
Oh no,
in his face.
I think that both of them did fantastic work overall with their overall performance. It's a very strong scene. I could see why you remembered it so well.
Yeah. Well, also Fear. I was actually afraid of it though. What's your favorite John Mellencamp song, Professor?
I don't know who.
Oh,
Kalil, I don't know music like you do. I've got no.
I was gonna
repeat after me. Professor, you
are letting me doing a segue.
No music like I, referring to Kalil, do.
Little ditty about Betty and Diane, 2 American dream kids growing up in the dreamland. Betty, she's gonna be a movie star. Diane's debutante, backseat of the car.
Do you want me to press the applause button?
Yes.
Did you want me? Okay, fine.
Hope you.
Sorry, wrong button.
Betty Elms, played by Naomi Watts. Would you think of Naomi Watts as Betty and Diane?
That.
You liked her?
Yeah.
Did a good job?
Yeah. No, her overall performance was, I would say, entertaining enough. I think that she overall accomplished both personalities well. I think that it helped keep the suspense for the most part, but she did well as an open-eyed, very opportunistic individual and someone who has been absolutely clouded, if you will, by her overall jealousies and grievances and whatever else weighs her down.
As both Betty and Diane, or just as Betty?
Mostly as Diane being weighed down, but I think that the actor also just, again, the innocence goes well with Betty.
Because you kind of have to ham it up at the beginning with Betty to, like, sell the bright-eyed enthusiasm.
It very much feels like the start of a series as she overall, like, walks out, if you will, under the bright skies, under the beautiful blue banners, and just, like, in awe as she holds the arm of a total stranger.
Is this person a total stranger?
This person, they know each other by name, but it doesn't seem like they are that associated with
I thought it was her aunt.
I didn't hear someone say aunt.
Okay.
I heard that she said the names like, oh, Betty, this is where we part ways, but I do hope the best. No, her aunt is off in Canada.
Well, one can have multiple aunts. That's why I thought it was a different
So why
aunt.
wouldn't she say with the active aunt that exists here?
I don't know. I guess
Why
I
would
was
she
kinda,
never
I never
call
really
again?
thought about it. I don't know.
No, she just like made friends with someone at the airport and parted ways, and it's like, oh, I wish the best, if you will. No, this seemed like a total stranger.
Okay. Interesting. Interesting. By the way, a little side note. Lynch cast Naomi Watts, who played Diane and Betty, and Laura Haring, who would go on to play Rita and Camilla, just by their photographs. He called them separately for half-hour interviews and told them that he had not seen any of their previous work at all before in film or television, just kind of liked the photographs and thought, I'm going to call them in. On a particularly bad day of auditioning in Hollywood before she landed the role, Naomi Watts was driving along Mulholland Drive and imagined herself turning the wheel and going over the edge to her death. that call to the void many of us experience on the road. And after 10 years of getting nowhere and largely being ignored by casting directors, Naomi Watts was shocked that not only did David Lynch meet her in person, but also had asked her questions about herself, and she immediately felt relaxed, and she was so moved by their conversation, she almost burst into tears after leaving his office.
Yeah, just like as far as like these individuals go, like it's very rare to hear anything like bad first impressions with David Lynch.
Watts arrived wearing jeans for the first interview, direct from the airplane from New York City. Lynch asked her to return the next day more glammed up, as he put it. She was offered the part 2 weeks later. Lynch explained his selection of Watts as, quote, "I saw someone that I felt had a tremendous talent, and I saw someone who had a beautiful soul, and intelligence, possibilities for a lot of different roles. So was a beautiful full package." Naomi Watts actually lost her health insurance and faced eviction from her apartment shortly after the filming wrapped up. She was ready to quit acting entirely and leave Los Angeles, but her close friend, Nicole Kidman, fellow actor, talked her into staying until the film was released. This turned out to be a very good thing for Watts because she basically broke into Hollywood because of Mulholland Drive.
Good for her.
Layers and layers of just irony in the fact that this even happened to this particular actor, given the role. Strange dualities abound.
It's good to hear the successes, not so good to hear if, like, people who may have gone through a similar situation, except when they stayed there, nothing happened afterwards.
The majority of people.
The majority of people. It's hard. It sucks.
And for her part, Watts was later able to look back and feel relieved that the pilot was dropped by ABC, because she said that she found Betty to be too one-dimensional without the darker portion of the film, and that was put together afterward. So she didn't really want to play the Betty that she got originally, but then when it came to being a full film, and she was able to explore that darker element more with Diane, I would assume, that kind of rounded it off for her into a more interesting character.
Oh, no, but I'm very thankful for her overall position, if you will. That's great.
I also double-checked, and you are right, I was wrong.
Her name is Irene, and it is day.
Yeah, it's not Aunt Irene, it's just Irene, but I double-checked the IMDb cast list just to make sure.
You
I don't
desperately
know why.
want this to, like, somehow, like, tie into Wizard of Oz.
It's my brain trying to form a logical understanding of something that isn't necessarily as coherent as that.
No.
It's just a rando Irene. We don't really know how they know each other, do we?
It shows perhaps like A, how heavily charismatic she is, in which she's like making these friends. B, it's the endearing like elderly person showing her a way, if you will, and just like wishing her the best before that itself is twisted into something more horrifying, using those pleasant elements what Lynch is off to do with the later car scene and also at the end of the movie with snickering tiny people. It just seems like something good to mess with. Her name is Irene, and it is day.
What do you make of the fact that later Irene would reappear with her male companion as the tiny person?
Some very familiar idea, or again, those sort of like good elements that introduced her to the world, also seeing her out, the things that sort of like haunt her, if you will.
Okay.
That
so symbolically
brings things together. They are the beginning and the end, literally.
Symbolically, the thing that introduced her to the world is now like chasing her and following her, and she can't escape it now, even though she originally wanted to be there so badly.
Yeah, basically. It's
Hollywood, man.
It's the closest thing to a pig's head, in which you shove into people's heads.
From Fire Walk with Me.
From Fire Walk with Me, yes.
The potential alternative route that the scene with Laura Palmer in the bed with Bob could have taken.
Yes.
Where a pig head would have been shoved in front on top of her.
Instead, it's elderly people, yes.
Instead, it's elderly people. Better than a pig's head.
No.
Oh, maybe not. So you think that was a mistake to use the little people?
I don't think it was a mistake. I think that overall it just will invoke different feelings for different viewers. I think that for one, again, using that happy image and then twisting it into something horrifying is effective for many people. For me, I was laughing at a scene that I don't think I was supposed to be laughing at.
At a really critical moment, too, toward the very, very end of the film, it kind of elicit maybe for you a stronger laughing response. I think it's a bit of both. I think the scene is meant to be, I say meant to be obviously in quotation marks, because who knows or who cares what the authorial intent is necessarily.
I like the latter bit better. Who cares?
Yeah. But it's more the idea that I think there's a mix going on of it being both strange in a funny way and then strange in an unsettling way. And depending on how far it leans one way or the other, it might throw off the mood. I think if you're viewing it kind of, because I was viewing it more balanced, I saw it as kind of quirky, but also kind of spooky. And kind of mixing the two was able to create an interesting companion of emotions. But if I just saw it as a giggle fest, then it would throw off the mood entirely. So I do see some potential danger there. Once Betty arrives at her new place she's staying at, the beautiful apartment situation that she's going to be taking a look at because of her aunt. She's staying at her aunt's place, right?
Yes, that one is canonly
that
the
one
aunt.
is Aunt Ruth. Aunt Ruth. I think we get some really interesting techniques from Lynch of kind of putting us into Betty's point of view. I haven't seen him use this as much in other films before this, but the sort of first-person camera view. There's a lot of parts where when she's roaming through the rooms, it's that first-person view. And outside of Lost Highway having the first-person view of the VHS tapes, I don't remember that being a thing he used as much in his repertoire. But I think it's used very effectively in this film to create that feeling that we are seeing it through her eyes. Mm-hmm. And also, if it's a dream, the idea that a lot of times, in dreams, you are first person viewing your reality. You're not usually third person in your dreams, are you, Professor? Do you see yourself as an outside person?
Sometimes?
Yeah.
I recall sometimes doing so, but that's just because the odd reality of dreams, in which, as long as you've seen a face, likely there will be an imprint on it. Similar to, I'm even curious on, the existence of the aunt, because the same sort of woman we see packing bags and putting it into a car comes back outside of Diane's house, if you will, doing the same actions in a repeated way. And it's not like, my aunt is here. No, that just seems like either A, a completely different person, or B, dream logic.
Mm-hmm. And Coco, we have roots for Coco in the Diane reality as well, where she is at Adam's party.
Roots for Coco just sounds like you're getting ready for make some chocolate.
She's Adam's mother in that reality, but in this one, she appears to just be the manager at the apartments.
Yeah, well, she could do both.
She could, find you a Coco who can do both, But they're not specified to be the same exact situation for sure. This is where, in that apartment, Betty ends up walking into the bathroom and accidentally sees a random woman showering there. Find out later that person has amnesia and later goes by Rita, so we'll just kind of say Rita right now.
She sees a picture on the overall bathroom, and that's where she adopts the name.
Yes. The picture on the wall says the text, "There never was a woman like Gilda. Rita Hayworth as Gilda." So just so you know, this is a real movie from 1946, the movie Gilda, in which a man named Munson announces that he's marrying this woman named Gilda, who he has only known for a day. Gilda, meanwhile, tries to anger this man named Johnny by cavorting with men at all hours, which makes him turn in more spiteful toward her. Eventually, the mob gets involved, and at one point, Munson fakes a suicide. I just gave you the key points of things that I might think are relevant to Mulholland Drive. The idea of a sudden marriage announcement, the idea of the sort of jealousy and anger with the other person outside of the relationship, but they might have chemistry, the way that the mob gets involved, and the potentials of a suicide or faked suicide. So I don't think the movie was chosen arbitrarily. I don't think it was. Do you have any reads on that?
I think that it's one of those various amounts of parallels that you can see with Lynch that he basically wears on his sleeve, if you will. I think that there's plenty of examples of this, as there are many examples of something such as Wizard of Oz inside of the film. I think that there's just no hiding what's going on here, and it's just a fun little note to kind of keep on the nose for ourselves. Speaking
of on the nose, the next part where Betty says that she came from Deep River, Ontario, and now she's in this dream place. You half expect her to turn toward the camera and wink, right?
Oh, she didn't?
She didn't. But the idea of referring to Hollywood as a dream place, yes, it's the place of dreams in more ways than one, potentially. More ways than one. Also, Betty logically insisting that Rita should go see a doctor due to the injury that she's had, due to the fact that she might have a concussion. You're not supposed to sleep when you have a concussion. And Rita's like, nah, I'm going to sleep. And Betty lets her sleep.
Yeah.
That could have been a much longer sleep than anticipated if she didn't wake up, but it appears she's fine again, so we can move on. But that is kind of an ominous, again, more idea of the sleep imagery, the sleep motif, being paired with danger here of a permanent sleep, potentially.
Mm-hmm. happening inside a bed.
Betty? Betty, speaking of which, by the way, later talking to her Aunt Irene on the phone, she's talking about, everything being like a movie star. She brings up Rita. And so one thing I noticed that she does talk on the phone to Aunt Irene in this reality. Not Aunt Irene. Aunt Ruth. Irene's not an aunt.
You really want Irene
I
to
took
be
my
the
notes
aunt.
assuming, yeah. Okay, so Aunt Ruth. But the other reality, Aunt Ruth is implied to be dead, right? So there's kind of this problem going on between Betty and Diane's Aunt Ruth's.
She just went up to the little farmhouse in Canada. She'll be back one day, maybe. She's just galloping through the fields.
Galloping? Is she a horse?
It's like...
Is Aunt Ruth a horse?
Maybe. I usually like a dog that this is an example of.
Hey, Aunt Ruth, why you have the long face? Yeah. But she brings up Rita, and then that's where Aunt Ruth is like, I don't know no Rita. And then they're like, oh no, Diane, Betty's her name. Betty realizes that the Rita there is not a Rita that she says she was, and that's where we learn that, yep, this person has amnesia, and all that she really has going for any clues is this purse that she has with her that instead of having an ID has wads and wads of $100 bills and a very large, strangely shaped blue key. Chekhov's key, one could say. Where there's a key, there's a lock, and one day soon there will be a lock to be unlocked.
Sure.
As they were talking, Betty says, that she wonders where she had been going when all this happened, and just kind of suddenly knowing, Rita responds that it was Mulholland Drive, at which point they decide to go investigate if there was an accident on Mulholland Drive, hiding the money and key in the blue and white cylindrical box that is in the closet. There's a few things with reflections in the movie, not very surprisingly considering this movie's themes, but also its influences that this movie does take a lot of homage to other films that involve duality, like Persona as a movie. So we see Betty and Rita through a window reflection as they approach a payphone, and this is where Betty calls about a car accident, asking the police, had there been an accident? The officer says, yeah, there had been.
There had been. Who wants to know?
She's like, oh, gotta hang up immediately, can't reveal any information. This is where they go over to Winky's over on Sunset Boulevard.
Which, by the way, let me just put forward this, if someone is just, wondering and things are being suspicious, it seems that Betty is especially cautious on this and very protective, if you will. Again, almost like that immediate conspiracy mindset has overridden a little bit on the more innocent angles that this character was introduced with.
Yeah, it's kind of like Diane is peeking out through Betty a bit because we know Diane has some trouble with the law and kind of avoiding officers.
Yeah, and in this case, why would that be substantial for her? Maybe there might be a thought that crosses the mind that maybe she's in deep with someone who may be criminal.
I assumed it was because Betty didn't want to get anyone to know about Rita, because if Rita's in danger of someone putting a hit on her, they're just trying to keep it hush hush that she knows where she is.
Yeah.
So I thought it was more of a thing to protect Rita, but I think you could also read it as Diane peeking through the stream. Mm-hmm. Either way works. With that name tag thing, I just want to emphasize again that I think Lynch puts emphasis on certain scenes. I don't think he tries to keep all of the big clues away from view. I feel like a lot of times the most important things are right in front of your face with Lynch. I don't think he's like, hey, look for this incredibly small detail to figure the whole thing out.
I love the part where David Lynch explains the plot on one of the nearby booths inside the movie, where he just looks at the camera and says, and so it seems at this moment there's a duality thing going on or something.
I'm just pointing out that it goes to the name tag, lingers for a while, cuts away, and then goes back to the name tag again, as if to kind of indicate, this is important. Because you're going to see this later, aren't you? Back home, Rita says that she remembers Diane Selwyn. And they look up this D. Selwyn in the phone book. They find only one D. Selwyn in the area, and they're going to go visit. Well, the possibility was presented at that moment that Rita could be Diane Selwyn. So Rita decides she doesn't want to be on the phone. Betty's going to do the calling, and Betty makes the very on-the-nose comment, it's strange to be calling yourself. Yes, Betty, it is strange that you are calling Diane. It is strange that you are calling yourself. And then Rita makes again the on-the-nose comment, maybe it's not me. Which, yes, could make sense that she's saying, well, maybe I'm not Diane, but also maybe someone else sitting next to me is Diane. The line rings, and we get that distant, quiet, distraught voice that I suppose if someone was really, really good at identifying voices, they could maybe tell that is the same actor as Naomi Watts. I think it's different enough in tones from what we've seen so far that'd be pretty difficult, but you maybe could. But it is obviously from Naomi Watts because later we hear this message again being played from Diane's perspective as her answer machine. So they do end up calling the same phone line that is Diane's phone line. And that is, I think, interesting to connect these. Diane Selwyn does exist in The Dream of Betty as Diane Selwyn.
Yes.
Rita says that isn't her, but she does recognize the voice, in which case Betty suggests that it's her roommate, which, if we do take the idea that Diane and Camilla used to be roommates, that is true. Maybe it is Rita's roommate. Ah! What'd you think of the weird scene with Louise, the woman who comes to the door with the black hood, warning her?
It's
like Ides of March style.
It is very much an Ides of March situation. It's where there's a bit of prophecies that's sort of like leaking through. It's where someone is being forewarned. You could just say that it could be a seer-like performance like that of a Sarah Palmer-like figure. In fact, some of the even curly hair is very notable, just because. It's just literally something foretelling, if you will. Maybe something inside of her head just being like, hey, this is wrong. This is wrong.
Yeah,
hey,
there's something
there.
Uncanny about this.
Hey.
Yeah, it's like you're not seeing the real issue. There's something dangerous going on, kind of that foreboding, warning atmosphere. I don't know if we're supposed to interpret that figure as any particular thing, though, other than just that vague notion, that uneasiness. I don't know if they are anything in particular.
Mm-hmm. I mean, if you want to be weirdly literal, I mean, she is basically clad in more so like black-like attire, if you will, shrouded, if you will, foretelling of overall death. She could just be basically the bullet incarnate entering the mind.
Oh no. Well, the bullet that is a script is entering the mind that is the hand of Betty as she and Rita are rehearsing.
Yeah, that's the thing you should focus on. Like the overall
just
script.
Focus on that.
Just focus on the script because that's the important thing right now.
And for a meta element of it, the script that Rita was reading off of was actually the script of Mulholland Drive. It was Mulholland Drive script. So,
I hope it was not performed in the same way, if you will.
And so there's a very strange tension kind of going on with this scene where Betty is putting on a form of acting with it, and it's almost more of an aggressive kind of approach to the lines. And then Rita is not clearly acting as professionally here. She's just kind of reading, not really doing a formal acting.
It's making her seem more overall underneath this Betty character when it comes to performance. It is trying to make a dynamic between the two, in which creates a more helpless Rita. It makes her somewhat less of a threat of what's going on. It makes her more guidable, moldable, if you will. Someone that she can help, assist, and be with.
Yeah, and then also that Rita, again, is not an actor, which is important, I think, if we're going to separate from Camilla Rhodes.
Yes.
Camilla Rhodes made this amazing actor, but Betty can upstage Rita any day.
Yes.
Also on the nose with the script, because the script involves fighting, police, there's threats and blackmail, and it ends with Betty shouting how she hates them both. That sounds kind of familiar, the idea of, Naomi Watts in this movie hating the both of them. Maybe it's like Diane. She's literally rereading a scene from maybe they lived out that scene before. Maybe this is a little more on the nose and the dream is reinterpreting it as a script.
I don't know whatever you're talking about.
It's really cool, though, I think, to see the different version because later on when Betty is auditioning this in front of the director, she gives a very, very different style of performance.
Yep, she is taking in the overall lead of the overall male actor. That seems to be more sensual in the overall performance, but still, even with that in mind, even in this overall area and situation, she leans into it. She presses the actor's hand down onto her.
So instead of reading the lines as angry and confrontational, they take on a more soft, sensual sort of atmosphere.
Soft, sensual could still have some anger, but more so leans more in the sexuality of it all.
It's a quieter form of hate, if there is hate there. It feels like a softer warning. And this is really interesting because they're almost back-to-back, and nothing seems to have happened much in between for Betty to have suddenly shifted her interpretation of the lines. I thought that was really interesting.
She's a versatile actor, you see.
Yeah, she sensed the mood in the room.
Find a Betty that can do both.
The director, meanwhile, seems a bit out of touch with everyone else in the room. Like, he'll talk and everyone just kind of looks at each other like confused. At one moment, the director, named Bob, says, "It's not a contest. The two of them with themselves. So don't play it for real until it gets real." Dream logic, one could say. I also like how once action is said, until the very end of that performance, we don't see other people's reactions. It just lingers with the camera on those two in the moment, and then it eventually peels back and we start to see people reacting, and they freaking love it. They think Betty is just a godsend. But after all of that, incredible response, Bob is like, I don't know. It was a little forced, maybe.
I mean, there are two interactions that we get, like, spliced inwards, and that's between the talent agent, if you will, that for some reason is in the same room. They're like, we couldn't hire this person, but here's my ex-wife.
Yeah, doing it as like a favor, basically, at that point.
Yeah.
What do you think of the Bob director character who talks about, make sure you play it, don't play it real until it gets real, and then he talks also at the end about how maybe her performance was too forced, but still very humanistic. I've seen a lot of interpretations that the director, Bob, here is meant to be sort of this incompetent director who doesn't see the talent and vision of the actor, and is not necessarily a very good director.
Yeah.
Is that what you think is going on?
Yeah, I think that more so it's just another one of those like placements of either a potential power play, or B, it is again the neglect of like someone's overall response that is notable to try to build up the character. For the most part, I'm thinking it's more so A more than B, because I think that the overall exuberated reaction afterwards for everyone remaining in the room is very much just trying to really pull at the Betty strings of how cool Betty is.
You do think the director is then framed to be wrong?
I do think that the director is framed to be Hollywood manipulative, maybe, but well, again, by overall just making a suggestion, if you will, like maybe we'll not really playing into the overall prose of a character as if there is a point, like there's more consideration, similar to the people sitting at the desk if we're doing a duality moment in which, yes, we'll consider your offer. Yes, we'll consider this, instead of knowing the inevitability of this is the best course of action.
But if this is all wish fulfillment, wouldn't they make the director suddenly love her work? Like, why have the director hesitate if this is wish fulfillment territory?
To try to overall fulfill the conspiracy angle of
so the need to be justified for her failings in real life for Diane.
Yeah.
If we're going with, again, that theory of it being Diane's dream, that's more important than the wish fulfillment itself. That's fair. I'm willing to go with that headcanon. A little more context is that when Betty leaves, she's walking with two other women who work for the studio, and they talk about how, like, Wally, poor Wally, the director, he's never going to get his film made. The cast is terrible. And they bring up how, like, hey, you should really audition for a different movie. I think you'd kill in that movie.
Yeah, it seems like either A, they're just trying to sweep her away because there's potential with her. Yeah. Or B, like, there might actually be experience behind this in which, like, yeah, this might not go anywhere. Because let's just face it, because of, like, the nature of what happened with this film from being, like, a series and so on. Being like, yeah, no, things just didn't work out this way. And likely, even if people are enthusiastic about it, some people can see it coming from a mile away.
I took it to be pretty straightforward. I took it to be that they were legitimately thinking that his movie was not going to go anywhere.
Yeah.
And that they were like, you would really do well in this one, kind of pushing the actor up the ranks into even more lucrative potential possibility, which this is where we have Betty having that sort of almost love at first sight sort of meeting with Adam from a Distance while he's currently casting for the role. And this is where we have Camilla Rhodes showing up.
I suppose I didn't really catch a love at first sight thing, but more so being the one of the director's eye catching his eye more than anything.
Right.
There just seems to be more of a connection between Diane and Camilla, far more than like there's ever like a chemistry between her and Adam, making sure that she is the girl of the movie. And that import role is just far more important than any sort of like star-crossed like lover situation here. So I think that this is just a character getting embarrassed by the idea that, oh, well, the director, like, maybe he's considering me, maybe I'm the one for this, before like she has to go because of external circumstances, which I didn't even realize like timing would be all that important for it
that's kind
before
of a weird
she's shunted
part.
away.
That's kind of a weird part. Like, was she leaving because she suddenly had to go back to Rita?
At exactly that time.
Had they established that? Or did something else scare her away from this? Is it the idea of, like, encountering Camilla Rhodes or an aspect of Camilla Rhodes brought the dream too close to reality? It's her running from reality again. In that Twin Perfect video, there was the idea that this was the moment of realization, or one of the moments of realization, about the casting couch situation. There's a few different like theories that you can put on it. It does feel strange that she just abruptly leaves, when you would assume, watching this movie, or at least I assumed, that she was going to go and audition and blow it out of the park, right? That she was going to go audition as well.
That's she's being drugged into this audition and likely
Not
she
drugged,
would succeed.
dragged. Want to clarify on that one.
Very well. She is being brought to this audition of somewhat against her own well-being.
Yeah. Okay. What do you mean?
I mean, basically, like, her overall intention seemed to be that pure, I'm so happy to be helping out, I'm here for them, before, like, being, like, swept away wind style from these overall two women that were just suddenly there and brought face-to-face with this opportunity, despite, again, this arbitrary time that somehow exists in this universe, though wasn't too well established, other than the fact that we should probably help out Camilla, not Camilla, before, like, the landlord gets too pissed.
Speaking of landlords, Betty and Rita go to the location of the address for Diane Selwyn. And when they drive by there's two men sitting ominously in a car across the street, which prompts Betty and Rita to kind of duck below so they cannot be seen. There's also a man inside with a suitcase, followed by another woman. There's kind of the sense of, like, they could be anywhere. They could be all around. They could be outside. They could be in, anywhere could be around. And there's a sort of jumpiness going on, but then Betty's like, yeah, I told you nothing to be afraid of. We're good. And they end up knocking on door number 12, which is where supposedly this is where Diane would live, based on the mailboxes.
Yeah.
And instead of Diane, someone else opens the door. Someone who says that she had switched apartments with her, and now she's in apartment number 17. But, hey, while you're there, if you're going to go check on her, I'm going to go with, because she owes me a few things. She owes me a few things anyway.
Yeah.
Interestingly enough, before she can go with, the other woman, though, receives a phone call that pulls her away, and she has to go back inside to answer the phone. Do you interpret that phone call as being any bit important, or is it just as a means to an end so that Rita and Betty are able to go alone to the place? Is there, because like phone calls are a recurring element in the film, the wake-up call, if you will. And it's interesting to me that the call does take her away at that moment. Do you have any theories? Who's calling? Why they're calling? Does it matter?
It doesn't matter.
Okay.
All that matters at the moment is that there's less things to interfere. There are just more so elements being done inside the background. It is as important as the cowboy being a cowboy.
I think that might be important.
I think that the specifics of the cowboy aren't too important, other than the fact that it is an entity that affects the world around them. Aesthetically, it does things, but I think that they could go under a different paint, if you will, and still accomplish the same goals. It could be she has a child and then has to attend to it, but she has overall something going on inside the room that also harkens to a different scene. Regardless, it's sweeping something out of the way so that we can focus now on what truly matters.
Which is horror.
Yep.
Because when they break inside of the house upon Betty's insistence...
In which, like, there's nothing to stop them, if you will, but still retains the atmosphere, doesn't get any sort of external, like, point of view going through, because this grounded character is now gone, so all we have is the extremes of innocence and the extremes of, oh, I have no memory. What is this place?
So they go inside, and they're just greeted by a smell. A stench of we can presume, the rotting corpse in the room, or the other room. Because when they get to the bedroom, as the neighbor lady's walking around outside, we see this spooky face. And if it wasn't bad enough that they went to the spooky face close up, it zooms in further, then it cuts back to the woman outside, then zooms again on the face. It's borderline jump scare because you don't expect it, at least I didn't expect it, to go right back to the face after the woman was outside. I found this to be really spooky when I watched it at like midnight o'clock in the darkness. Yeah. Big spookiness for me, at
Big
least.
spook time.
I'm not a fan of the eeriness. It's well done. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying personally it's good. But the decomposing
Agreed
face,
more so.
because it's so uncanny. You see movies where there's like a corpse or whatever, or even like, think of Laura Palmer when they find her washed up on the beach.
Yep.
Usually when you watch a show or a movie and someone's dead, even if they're going for more of a horror vibe, it's not decomposing in the face like this. Right? Like, you may have bruises, you might have some grossness, but I've never seen or rarely ever see a movie go for this kind of approach.
I mean, there was something like flecks of something on like Laura Palmer, and if we go for, say, for example, Teresa Banks, you could argue that there was more death.
More, but it's still an intact face. It is not rotting away. It might have some discoloration, it might have the jaw locked in a strange position. It may have the chest moving because Teresa Banks' actor was still breathing, but it doesn't have that sort of darkness in the visual. And I feel like that's very much meant to be on purpose. The jolting sight of the body having a lot of implications for the film that if this is, again, knocking around ideas, if this is a wish fulfillment dream for Diane prior to her suicide, this could be a foreshadowing element of the thought of death looming around the corner, that she hasn't actually done this, but that it could happen to her. If this is a death dream situation, then this is like a rare moment of lucidity where the reality of death hits, because the way that the woman is laying on the bed is mirroring how Diane is going to be laying in the bed later.
Yep.
So I think those two positions are interesting. I also really like the editing when they're leaving the household and there's kind of this silent screaming. We don't actually hear the audio. It's very muffled of what's going on. And there's these effects happening where it sort of layers their faces over each other. So this duality, mirroring, dreaming imagery that, makes sense for the moment that just occurred. And when they get home, Rita begins to cut her hair. And Betty's like, I know what you're doing. I know what's going on here, but let me do it. And so Rita now has this blonde wig that looks similar to Betty's hair.
Yep.
Which prompts Betty to say, as they look at themselves in the reflection, not even necessarily looking at each other in the reflection, their eyes are on themselves. Rita's looking at Rita, Betty's looking at Betty, and she just says, "You look like someone else."
So beyond like the dream moment here, if you will, like again, my brain is convinced on the overall like dream moment, dream reality, and so on. Why do you think, like, if we were to take this outside of the realm of a dream or a thought or anything like that, why would she feel compelled to cut her hair? Why would she
protect herself? Because what if Diane? This is what I actually think. This. I
want to keep some of these in. Turkey time.
I don't know what you're gonna do. No, I think I got this. If they went over to this apartment where supposedly Rita lived and Diane was her roommate, that means her roommate got killed, and that the people who are after Rita are this level of dangerous. So I think at this point they're realizing that Rita needs to change her identity and change up how she looks so she won't be caught and killed. So I think it's more of a desperate move where we got to change how you look. If we cut your hair, change how you look entirely, they're not going to do this. It's just like in The Outsiders, when the greasers, Johnny and Ponyboy have to go and leave and they turn their jet black slick hair blonde. It's exactly the same situation.
Sure.
But I do think it's a thing to protect Rita from potentially being caught.
I just enjoy the fact that their aunt, her aunt, Betty's aunt.
Irina Ruth, let's get specific here.
Yeah, sure. She must own like a wig that looks just like Betty's.
Yeah, I mean the dream interpretation, the symbolism seems a lot more important than the reality reason.
Yeah.
But I think there is a logical reason in universe that they could want to have her with this wig. It's just the fact that it looks so uncannily like Betty, that prompting that sort of
perfect
thing, like,
disguise, look just like me. We'll just like do a serpentine and run both directions. They'll never know who to chase.
Never know who to chase. It's perfect. It's perfect. And this is where we get the love scene in the bed between Rita and Betty. And this is my major point of divergence from the Twin Perfect video, because in the Twin Perfect video, he goes on to say that no one in this film is literal. They're all symbolic of something else. So Rita is the symbolic representation of the casting couch. And at this moment when Betty is saying, I love you so much, she's saying, I love the idea of the casting couch. I love the idea of sleeping my way to the top in Hollywood. I don't vibe with that personally, because I think the moment that you take the people out of the story completely, I think it loses a lot of the potential heart or intrigue for me as a viewer. I think if they're only symbols, and it's the symbol of the young actor talking about the symbol of the casting couch, it ceases to have a lot of pull for me.
But on that note, if I may put forward an idea of a contradiction, it seems a lot of the theming here on what leads to the bad scenario is the fact that Betty, Diane, does not seem to be in the positive realms of the casting couch, in which, say, for example, it seems that she believes that she's got some raw talent that she's able to present. It also shows that, say, for example, Camilla, who later on gets the role that she was supposed to get, if you will, she did not make it to the top. It didn't seem like she was really sleeping with anyone other than Camilla at any point. So I don't see the fondness of the idea of sleeping with this. I think that there would almost be a spite in sleeping with this then.
I guess I'm trying to untangle and understand. You're saying that Diane didn't sleep with anyone but Carmilla in the other reality.
Yeah, I don't have any evidence that she did. I don't see any other substantive
They do follow that thesis, though.
Okay.
That's an hour-long video that I am butchering by taking out of context, but he does assume that this is the shortcut that Diane took to reach the top. It just didn't have the dividends that maybe she would have hoped. Camilla reached.
Yeah, I just assumed that Diane just didn't reach the top.
No. The Twin Perfect video doesn't say that she reached the top, but she tried to use the casting couch to get there.
Very well.
Twin Perfect also takes this scene with Joe. It's not being a hit on Rita, but this being the moment that she commits to the casting couch. So there's a whole other layering of theories here.
Yeah.
My point I just want to say is that I think that it's important for me as a viewer to interpret the scene between Betty and Rita in the bed here as being between two people.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe it's that Rita represents who Camilla used to be, and maybe Betty represents who Diane used to be, but I feel like there is something real, an undercurrent here. I do think that the way that this is acted and shot feels very romantic, and I thought well done.
Yeah, I think that
there's a lot of build-up and tension to it that doesn't feel necessarily racy or exploitative, but feels very genuine from the different actors.
For the sexual points that we ever do see of either Diane or Betty when it is focused on Rita Camilla, it always seems, at the very least from her angle, to be that sense of attraction, that sense of perhaps love, and the overall sense of desire to be with this person. And when being opposed with that chance, it seems that's when things sort of come crashing down, if you will.
The sex scenes involving, if you want to call them scenes, with Diane and Camilla in the other reality are much more aggressive, much more confrontational, much more lustful in the sense of quick possession rather than deep feeling. There's this sort of nature to them that doesn't feel it's born from a genuine trust. There's this sort of uneasiness in which they approach each other in there.
I think that,
and control.
I think more than anything, it's just establishing the complicated history that happens between, if you will, that there is this overall physical attraction, that there is a point in which they are together, but Camilla recognizes that they can't do it anymore. Maybe she is becoming just more closer, if you will, with another individual, and this relationship wasn't meant to go this far. Maybe she feels that something is falling apart and they're going distance. But regardless,
it's also 2001, and if she's becoming a big actor, she may not want the scandal out there about her having a lesbian affair.
Exactly.
Considering the time period.
Exactly. And it's where this comes in which we see more of Diane's jealousy, if you will, Diane's aggression to it, Diane's want for this, but also that's not gonna happen. So basically, it seems that she might have wanted to, she referring to Camilla, wanted to kind of keep it on the down low and shut things up.
Like Bruno.
Silencio, Bruno.
The movie Encanto or the movie Luca.
No, Luca. Silencio, Bruno.
Oh, no, Bruno.
Is Luca.
Yeah, you're right. Bruno's just
We
in
don't
Encanto.
talk about Bruno.
But still,
is Encanto.
Okay, but both involve silencing Bruno. Or about Bruno. Bruno does not have First Amendment rights.
I'm sorry for any Disney Bruno fans out there.
You'll get used to it. I'm not the only person who's going to insult your Brunos like this. Anyway, Silencio. You know, if the scene earlier with the Winky's Diner is kind of the preview on how to interpret the film, I think this is probably the companion piece. I hesitate to say it's the second most important scene because it feels equally as important, just in different ways, I guess.
Yes.
This is the other scene that I can imagine people really remembering from this movie as a super standout.
A very, very notable place, this overall red light theater, if you will, in which there are mystical individuals inside of there. Perhaps like a reddish room, if you will. The performances, the things aren't as they seem.
And going back to
something Irene works at night.
Back to the dream and
She's
the
at
sleep.
the day, though.
Back in the dream and the sleep thing, it's when Rita is like muttering with her eyes wide open. She mutters Silencio. No, hey, Banda. She's like repeating this over and over again. Silencio, Silencio. And like, she's like either dreaming with her eyes open or she's like in some sort of fugue state, but like something's going on where she recalls Silencio or imagines Silencio while sleeping, dreaming, waking, in that in-between state of mind. Also, when they go into this red roomy looking Silencio club, the camera's first person again, but not from Betty and Rita's perspective, from some unknown like alleyway perspective. Closest thing I think of that is probably the figure that we see from Winky's earlier, because we also see that figure in the alleyway. Point taken that it's the camera like predatorily following them inside. Mm-hmm. Spooky. And they go there even though it's 2 a.m. because they're just possessed by like, Rita's possessed by this urge that they need to go there. They need to go there right now. Fun fact, by the way, I never would have noticed this. This is something that I would never have caught.
Yay!
2 familiar actors appear in the audience.
Don't you dare do this to me.
But they're notable. Phoebe Augustine, who plays Ronette Pulaski, and Cheryl Lee, who plays Laura Palmer. Ronette and Laura
inside of a red room? What?
Yeah.
This seems maybe suspicious.
And just as you are exclaiming that, the man on the stage exclaims, "There is no band." We find out this is all a tape recording. No hey banda, and yet we hear a band.
Yes, it seems to be implying that overall they're just audio recordings that are just being played off in the background as everyone is just very in tune with the overall environment. But those sounds continue. If anything, I'm thinking that the overall residual affect of it, if you will, and these illusions of like things going on in the background, it could be again, leaning into more dream things, but also, in the respects of like how a dream, if you will, like there will be things that occur, but at the same time they are not actively occurring. But I also think in that use of tandem, where like almost every example inside of it, where expertly done, mind you, when it seems like they're playing in perfect rhythm with everything and cutting itself off, you lose track of it in the middle of the performances and forget that the performances are in that falsehood.
Yeah.
And you see things cut short quickly, but the songs go on.
It's very effective.
It's very effective, and it's
So
almost as if like someone's life got cut short and things are still going on.
Okay, that's an interesting interpretation. I guess I hadn't thought of it that way. We have a trumpeter who's playing, quote unquote, playing the trumpet, but then the trumpet gets lifted and it's still recording. He says it's all recorded, it's all a tape, it's all an illusion.
Yeah.
So the first thing that came to my mind is, again, the meta angle that, yes, it is all a tape. This is a movie, right? Mulholland Drive is all a recording.
Yeah.
That if you are watching this movie in a theater, much like how you may watch the stage in Silencio, you are watching an illusion that has been pre-recorded, and people are merely acting it out.
Yes.
So the mileage to which that affects you as a viewer, what you think that's doing, kind of teach their own. It does invoke in the language, there is no band, yet we hear a band. It reminds a lot of maybe that Rene Magritte painting, right? There is no pipe, or this is not a pipe, where it has the image of what clearly represents a pipe with that, in the French, that this is not a pipe. There's this sort of, while you're being told one thing, you're being shown something else almost. And in acknowledging the sort of illusory nature of it, it kind of calls into question the signified and the signifier, right? It's calling forth the act of interpreting itself, which, considering the idea of what is real, what is not real, is so ingrained in this film, I feel like it's doing a lot of legwork to communicate to the audience, even just implicitly, that what you are seeing is not what it appears to be. That what you are seeing has already been done before, right? That you're seeing something reenacted, you're seeing something pantomimed almost. Someone going through the motions of a memory or an echo.
Like almost as if like someone's life is flashing before someone's eyes.
I'm not even taking it as, I mean, yeah, maybe that way.
I'm just saying that something's parallel. I'm just saying.
But if you take the theory that the Diane we see now used to be like Betty, it is again going through that pantomiming motions. Same dream keeps happening at Winky's vibe, etc., etc. Also, we get Cookie appearing again as a familiar face in the background. The same Cookie who earlier had been at the apartment. So he's kind of interesting in that he plays both of those roles in the same Betty reality. So presumably that is the same character. You know, find you a cookie who can do both. You know what I'm saying? Find you a cookie who can do both. Who can find you a place to rent, you know, whenever you're being chased by some unknown mafia conspiracy, and then also is at the club Silencio.
Just like characters that are overall moving the plot forward seem to be connected to like mythical affects in the outside world.
If we're going for the whole death dream idea too, the convulsing that's happening in the chair from Betty is very suspect.
Yep.
While we have a flashing series of lights upon her, very similar to Lost Highway's flashing lights.
Yep. Similarly to the flashing lights that are outside of her home when everything gets all sorts of extreme.
There's also the element of something disappearing in a cloud of smoke. That happens a couple other times in the film as kind of a recurring motif because the man disappears in the smoke and there's sort of a bluish light filling the stage as that happens. We get an introduction to Rebecca Del Rio, who sings a Spanish version of Roy Orbison's song Crying, which originally Lynch had wanted to use that song in Blue Velvet, but ended up changing his mind due to some rights issues that were happening for like a copyright.
So we had to keep doing Blue Velvet again
We
and
had
again.
to. It wasn't that much. You're over-exaggerating. But she's singing a Spanish version of Roy Orbison's Crying that is called Llorando. Hope I'm saying that correctly. Or at least trying to. And as this song is being performed, not really live, but seeming to be live, we see that Rita begins crying, and then Betty's on the verge of tears before eventually she starts crying as well. And indeed, this is all recording because at one point, Rebecca Del Rio just collapses, and the singing continues. Which again, if you want to take the very literal interpretation, she's dead, but yet this idea keeps lingering.
Yep.
Right?
This idea, or like, things go on, if you will, like a performance ends when the performance ends.
To add another layer to this, in real life, Rebecca Del Rio, which is her real name, first met director David Lynch when a talent agent took her kind of randomly on a whim to a recording studio where Lynch happened to be. And he, I don't know if it was he or the agent, asked her to sing a song, and she performed rather just on the spot a version of Llorando, which also on a whim, without her knowledge, was being taped by the audio engineer. Years later, Lynch decided to incorporate the song into his film. However, aside from very minor tweaks, this was the same recording. So, but no, he got permission later.
No, I don't say in agony. I'm like, that is
fate.
A style of hoarding I can only like praise.
He was so impressed by this recording, he kept it for years. And then he decided, I could really use this song in this movie now. And then he put it together. He just has these things.
He just has them inside of his back pocket. But yeah, I still, Club Silencio, even by its own title, Silencio, silence, if you will. It's a great place to end the movie on with even the word Silencio lingering off.
Having a moment of silence.
Like ending on silence. The silence, it lingers like a smoke, if you will. And just ends. It's that... the inevitability of that end.
Yeah.
It's nice. Not to mention, there's also that overall nice blue-haired lady, if you will, that's dressed in red that seems to be seeing off in the corner and just like staring vacantly off into the distance. She's the one who gets the final word of the movie, Silencio.
Me, she's the main character. She's actually Maybe. You could craft a theory about that.
I could definitely try. My overall brain is just like, it's trying to weave some things together. Some bit of it makes me want to think that it might be somewhat of like the metaphorical conclusion, if you will, of a character. This person exists, but more so in the overall metaphor with a very distinct hairstyle, similar to the many distinct hairstyles that we see repeated throughout the overall film. This is just simply the person that it sits in attendance that is the end, if you will.
Could be God.
I'm thinking more at the end than God.
At a higher plane, says the final word of silence. Oh, it's Ryuk from Death Note, writing the name in the Death Note.
This is a prequel to America's Death Note.
America's Death Note. Curiously enough, America's blue cube ends up in Rita's purse. You can unbox that all you want.
I don't want to. The existence of the box itself is the need overall the desire for answer that will never be. It is simply the overall essence of what will be effectively the end. This only leads to nothing good, if you will. This overall, the idea of this overall lack of answers is also what seems to be putting an end to a character as they disappear amongst the box once unlocked.
What prompts do you think the box to appear in the purse?
What prompts the box to appear inside the purse? This is just the point, say for example, inside of the dream, that trying to follow along these ends, if you will, walking around your overall Denny's, Wendy's, Winkies, that the inevitable conclusion is the same. It is simply, this is the time to go. You've gotten to the very end, but you will not have answers. It is just going to cut off at a point of mystery, one could say. No true like final conclusions. It's prompted by the journey because it will only lead to the end. It will fall down in the middle of the verse and collapse, just as the people in the Club Silencio.
I just had to quick aside because I didn't even think about it. International listeners, if you don't know what a Denny's is, it is just a restaurant franchise chain that's in America where they do mostly breakfast. They do other things, but it's mainly breakfast. It's just like a family restaurant. It's like decent. It's fine. It's whatever.
Yeah.
So there's no, I don't think, particular significance behind it being like a Denny's, other than the fact that they're just very common. You see Denny's in a lot of places.
It's a use of a place where you can get a cup of coffee. Coffee is just something like...
It's also nothing fancy, because if you're going to be living in LA, you could go to all these places and you're going to a Denny's. Like, it's just like a very familiar, very mundane kind of normal place to go for food in Los Angeles, of all places, where there's probably a lot of options you could do for breakfast that aren't Denny's.
It's something familiar. And the thing is that we have a character who comes from a place in which it seems like with innocence comes perhaps the desire for something familiar, if you will, something that is comfortable. And a Denny's potentially could be seen as something comfortable, despite the fact that there's death literally around the corner.
I think it's also strange that when Rita returns back with the box and she's about to open it, she takes the key and she has the box and everything. At this point, Betty's gone. Betty has disappeared, and she calls out for her, and Betty's just suddenly nowhere to be found. And this is where there's holes in my interpretation, right? And I've acknowledged it. It's a perfect puzzle box, the whole film, because I don't think that any one theory can encapsulate everything. And even while I'm pretty convinced on the idea of, okay, maybe it's a death dream, but at the very least, it's a wish fulfillment sort of idea for Diane, making everything conspiratorial to kind of justify why she hasn't made it big like Camilla has, painting Camilla as innocent and dependent upon her. Anyway, all that stuff, right? But then I don't have an answer for why Betty's gone and it's Rita here opening the box.
Because the biggest thing about this, the desire for Rita. Rita is the center thing in which, like, she's the goal, she's the ideal. She is something that Diane Betty really wants and wants to help. Constantly, Betty's the one leading things around over the clueless Diane, not the clueless Diane, forgive me, the clueless Carmilla, as, like, they're trying to figure out goals from it. If Betty was there, she might either A, try to do something about it, B, try to stop it because maybe some sort of like sense is trying to stop it, or C, this is the person who would likely try to open the box or try to be present for it. Keeping this inside of a powerless role in which she can do nothing is completely parallel with the fact that she can do nothing about what's going on with Camilla. Camilla has made up her mind. Camilla knows what she has to do. Camilla has to go off and do this. Or it could be a parallel with, say, for example, the no control after what she's accepted with the blue key. With the use of the blue key being that, okay, I've made this deal. I have said that I want her dead. There's no going back. I have no control. I have chosen this path. So she has to be outside of that to parallel with these other points inside the film.
Sure. I'm going to go with a sure on that one. I'm still not really compelled to have a conclusive answer. I'm not sure I fully buy into what you're saying, nor do I have an objection to it, though.
It's a mythical way of doing like a phone ringing off in the distance.
I think your interpretations they're valid. Just it doesn't click with me, and I'm like, it could work.
Yeah.
I just don't know if it feels like my version of the answer, but
fair.
Again, I don't think there is going to be one version of the answer.
Nope. I just put multiple choice up. So, no, I don't believe that there's one version of the answer. I think that this is a very chewable moment.
Chewy. And it's at that point that the most chewable character in the movie, the cowboy, comes in and wakes up. You know, he's like, hey, girl, time to wake up. And Diane emerges from the very similar positioning that the corpse had been in earlier, and she kind of continues the rest of the narrative for the remainder of the film. Now from the Diane perspective. And there's this knocking at the door, kind of just pounding, knocking at the door. Diane very slowly, sluggishly puts on this robe, looks to check kind of, cautiously who's outside first. And it's the neighbor lady who is asking for her lamp and her dishes back, says it's been 3 weeks. Now, interestingly, she asks for the lamp. She does not end up taking the lamp. She leaves the lamp behind from what I can tell because she grabs the box of dishes and then she gets an ashtray.
Well, how's she going to carry all that, Kalil? Like, she's probably coming back for another trip.
Uh-huh, maybe.
Kalil, okay, do you see that lamp right there? I want you to grab that lamp. There's dishes in the kitchen over there. Grab those.
But she didn't even ask for the lamp to be moved closer to the door or anything like that. She never got the lamp.
She's going to get the lamp.
I think that it's not shown for a particular reason. I don't know what the particular reason is, but I think there's a particular reason.
The particular reason is that she has not 3 hands.
I don't know, man. I think she is able to carry all those things.
She's not Goro.
You could put the lamp in the box of dishes.
What?
It's not that heavy, is it? Unless the lamp is really heavy.
Don't put something with edges on glass.
It'll be fine.
No!
It'll be fine.
I don't want to help. I don't want to do anything with you if you ever, pack sensitive things in boxes for whatever reason. I just want to watch. I'll bring the popcorn. I'll give it a watch.
You're too much of a sensitive thing, so I will not package you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I'd put a lamp on top of you if I did, though. There's on the counter a blue key, but not the same kind of blue key as before. It is a normal-looking key.
Yep.
But blue.
It's blue.
And next to it is this ashtray that looks like a piano. Some weird things happen with this piano ashtray where the neighbor picks up the ashtray, but then later on, after that scene, there's a moment where the same looking ashtray is brought out again by Diane.
I think it's establishing a timeline, if you will.
I would agree.
This is a little flashback.
I would agree. So I would assume that the event where Diane brings out the ashtray for Camilla takes place earlier, chronologically, than the scene where the ashtray is taken by the neighbor.
Yes.
Even though sequentially in the film, they are not shown to be in the same order. You could ask, why not show the events in the order, but I think that would, for 2 reasons. One, I think Lynch is going for the disjointed feeling of things being out of order is kind of the vibe of the movie. I also think that logistically, having the knock wake her up from the dream made more sense. And this is also where maybe a challenge might come into the death dream approach. Because if she wakes up from the dream with the knock, that would be actually causing a cause and effect situation. That everything we saw before was the dream and the knock woke her up. Do you disagree with that then?
I'm thinking that, no, I think that that's an apt interpretation overall.
Are the Diane parts part of the death dream still?
Yes.
So does the dream end with her suicide, or does it loop forever?
It doesn't loop at all. It is just catching up to the end. This is a light flashing before your eyes as you die.
So when
this
she
is
wakes up from the knocking, that is unrelated to the dream we've seen so far.
That is where, say, for example, the overall reality of the situation comes more forward, if you will. It's where things become more concrete with the storytelling because it becomes less dreamlike at this point. There's still elements that are very dreamlike, such as the old parents and so on, but it doesn't feel as whimsical. Say, for example, it doesn't feel like the innocence in Twin Peaks more so. It just feels like the overall standard day-to-day now at this point.
Okay.
So that's what I overall interpret with that moment. Not to mention the overall existence of the, say, for example, ashtray is nice because it establishes an area of time that I would imagine be recent. Because the point that she borrowed it to the point that she is giving it back, that means that there's like an area
Definitely
of time.
not more than 50 years.
It's probably not 50 years. It probably, at the very least, I imagine someone getting pissed if someone's possessive and hasn't given up on something already, like an ashtray, that I would at least give it like within like a month's time at the most.
At the most.
So
I'm with you on that one. I think it's interesting the neighbor says that there were 2 detectives who came by looking for her. Most likely referring to actual detectives, considering the fact that this would be after an implied hit was placed by Diane on Camilla. However, 2 detectives could also be Betty and Rita, because they were 2 rando people that talked to the neighbor and were looking for Diane. So I like the fact that there's that ambiguity in the wording, that it's like, yeah, 2 detectives were around here looking for you. From the neighbor's perspective, for all she knows, yeah, those 2 people could be random people snooping. No, you don't laugh at me.
I'm just thinking of a scenario where, like, the idea is like, oh, well, they haven't shown me a badge. They just kind of, like, come around and asking questions. They are in, like, casual attire. There must be detectives.
I undercover. You ever heard of undercover before? They, like, make up a story and they do things undercover. It happens in Death Note.
I imagine it's still funny whenever people are skipping steps.
Okay. It could also be sarcastic, like 2 detectives were looking, but I didn't get that in the tone. I didn't hear that. I just think it's interesting that you could overlap it that way. I think it's more likely, in my interpretation, to be literal detectives, not Betty and Rita, but I don't know, whatever. Diana hovers over the sink after the whole neighbor situation, and then it's at that moment that she, like, reacts turning to see Camilla. So that's kind of where I almost imagine she's like over the sink. And you know, sometimes like you'll nod off to sleep even when you're standing, you're kind of like just kind of in and out of like consciousness.
Yeah.
So I almost imagine like it's during that moment when she's over the sink that she has that memory of Camilla returning from a past situation. And that's when, again, she brings out the ashtray in a past situation.
Mm-hmm.
I really like the performance from Naomi Watts here, where the reaction to "You've Come Back," Diane kind of has these waves of emotion that are reading on her face, and it's really hard to pinpoint exactly the feelings of which ones are dominant, because it's like surprise in both a good way and a bad way simultaneously.
Yeah.
It's like shock and awe and horror and amazement and glad and jealous and envy and just all these like things mixed into one mold.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, good job, Naomi Watts.
Yeah,
you managed to create a very impenetrable series of readings that I think were very effective for the moment. I'm not sarcastic. I think it's good.
I know. I agree.
This is around the time, too, when Diane finds Camilla topless on the couch. But it's cool since Diane is also now topless. So it's fine. It's not at all unexpected.
Listener, I need to let you know, above pod talk right here. This is where, like, we're going to break the immersion of talking about the story. As I mentioned, we got a big TV, right? We got a nicely sized TV. I'd say that's about a 50-inch right there, okay? I'm not here to brag about, like, TV size here. I'm here to talk about directly across from the television is the broken curtain that we have that has, like, a peephole.
Yeah,
if you will.
For the peep show.
Specifically, for a potential peep show. So when Kalil and I are watching this movie 11 o'clock or 3 a.m., as people are walking by
that's
and
their
these
problem.
scenes come up.
Look, if they're looking in our windows, that's their problem.
If it's the only light in the house and they happen to see a boobie.
It's not their fault. Well, it is their fault. It's not our fault. It's no one's fault, okay? Because you know what? We're freeing the nipple.
Free the nipple.
It's not anyone's fault.
Free the nipple.
So
it's a
then
boobie.
let them see it on the screen.
We're just not from a place in which people are that accepting of that.
You know what? If they're looking at other people's houses, they should expect to see it. They shouldn't be ashamed. Anyway, there's some like bluesy rock music playing, and then there's a sort of sex scene that ensues. But as they're kissing and Diane's getting more into the mood, Camilla abruptly pulls away, kind of, or has Diane pull away and says, yeah, we can't do this anymore. And this is where Diane's mood shifts. She angrily, like, seethes, like, don't ever say that. It's him, isn't it? Like, super aggressive, kind of possessive sort of feeling.
Yeah.
That I think simultaneously paint Camilla as... I don't know, it's for sure Diane seems possessive and jealous to me. Camilla... depending on what we interpret the reason to be, this could be either, like, sincere, like, I really don't want this anymore, but then she also was topless on the couch in the first place. Doesn't mean she has to commit. Obviously, she could change her mind midway through, but she obviously was topless on the couch before and had wanted this, and then something had, in the next few minutes, had changed her mind, which I think is interesting.
Like, we don't have enough context for how this scenario began. We don't even have that much context for Camilla that isn't outside of a biased perspective, more than anything. What one could easily perceive from this could be like Camilla having a taste of something and then regretting it.
Yeah.
It could be a sense in which Camilla could be doing a one last time thing for someone that she is physically affectionate for, but overall still recognizes her career and what's important to her. It could be something in which it is trying to paint her out as an overall devilish-like figure, if you will, in which, like, she's playing all the angles.
It's really whatever you want to make it, which is both a strength and a weakness, again, of the film, that I don't think there is one clear takeaway involving the emotions of Camilla Rhodes. You can say good, bad, medium things all around for this character.
Yep.
Diane, in this version of reality, is playing a very minor background role, it seems, for Adam's movie, whereas Camilla is the main star, or one of the main stars. She's in this car, and Adam is kind of guiding through the directions of how this romantic scene should play out. Showing the male lead actor how it's done, but very passionately doing so, which implies that, you know, if they weren't already in a relationship, that Adam takes very much liberties with his actors in a very strange and public way in front of the other actors that are on set. But it does turn out later that, no, there is maybe potentially more going on with an implied marriage proposal. Diane is watching this regardless, again, just seething, this sort of jealousy and confusion in her face, as she is invited to stay while other the cast members are leaving, which if we take a negative reading of Camilla Rhodes, this is almost rubbing salt in the wound, where it's like everyone else can go, but I want Diane to see this. I want Diane to see what's going on here as she makes out with Adam. If you want to read it positively, how do you defend Camilla Rhodes having Diane stay?
Again, like, there's two ways I can see this. One could be an angle in which this is like the dying Diane brain believing and putting into more aggression of the overall role, in which she believes that she wants, like, this is where Camilla wanted her to see this overall, wanted to make sure that this was communicated out to her. If we take it as a reality and memory, this could be Camilla cementing, hey, this is how things are going. Like, you got to understand, this is where the boundary is. In a more heavy-set way, it could be stick around because I want you around. You are my support, and I appreciate you. This is just a role. It could be a sense in which that she just thinks to herself, no, I'm enjoying this, and right now, you know, I kind of get off on the idea that you're kind of here. Again, it's really heavily based on however you want to go for Camilla.
Twin Perfect, the analysis also could be that she's showing Diane that this is how you make your way to the top. Like, hey, you don't like being the support actor? Have Diane stay so she can see how it's really done if you want to be a big-time actor.
I think that if this existed and she was somehow still on the set, I do lean more onto... I seem to give more sympathetic light to Camilla in my personal interpretation, just because, again, it seems like through the dialogue she's made herself clear, but at the same time, she also seems to have some connection with her in which, like, she's willing to invite her to different places and so on. So I do think that there's a sympathetic end that, unfortunately, with the society at large, it just was not quite acceptable for. But continue to question things such as what does Diane even do here? What is Diane's role? Is she just like showing this individual Camilla around or anything like that? Or was she invited on set by Camilla? If we take those factors out, go and keep into the dream angle.
She's
it's
playing
just
a
as
small
much.
acting role. She's on the set because she has an acting gig.
Oh, what was the acting role?
Well, we see her in costume. We see her like in that sort of grayish like dress in the set background in different settings. So
Okay.
I'm assuming she's like an extra.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
I don't know what style is.
Well, it doesn't look like how she normally dresses. dresses.
Okay,
so
that's
I
fair.
would wager she's most likely on set because Adam knows who she is and everyone else seems to know who she is. So when she says Diane can stay, it's like, oh yeah, okay, Diane can stay.
Valid.
So I feel like she's an actor on the set, which leads me to believe that, again, Camilla had been helping Diane get roles, but Diane was not getting the big roles like Camilla was.
Yeah. Okay, no, that's fair then. Then
Yeah.
if present, then it makes sense why she would even just be about and be around.
Yeah, I know. I think it makes sense. I have less to say about the scene following immediately afterwards. I do want to note it because I think it's effective, but Diane goes home and we see her kind of shot of the face at first where she's sobbing, kind of this angry expression, which leads then into to use words that may be, again, more friendly for podcast services, a self-love session that ensues there. And I think this is a very effective scene. Because again, it's one of those things you can read whatever you want, but this sort of intermingling of desires with frustration, with pain, with sadness, I think it's very memorable. I think it's very distinct. I think it's one of those scenes that really does a lot to set out the complicated emotions that this character is experiencing in a way that's messy, in a way that's not necessarily clear. I do remember reading that this scene was very hard for Naomi Watts as an actor. She wasn't really comfortable doing a lot of this sort of stuff. She eventually obviously agreed to do it for the role, but this was something that David Lynch had been insistent, like, he'll make her comfortable, he will get everyone away who doesn't need to be on the set, but this needed to be in the film for him. So this is, if you want to have any concerns about that, you certainly can. I do think that for the film itself, I do think it adds.
Okay.
What are your thoughts on this particular moment?
It most certainly, in the realms of discomfort, it most certainly adds. I'm looking at it in the respects of just out of horror more than anything, just that this person is in a heavy amount of emotion, heavy amounts of conflict throughout it. So in that respect, yes, it is. But regardless, discomfort is discomfort. So I'm just kind of sitting here being like, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it's showing to what extent this has lingered into her life. Like this is how far gone everything is.
Yeah.
Which there's not a lot of other ways to show it more effectively than that, I think. I don't know. It's, again, I've never really seen a film go that angle before.
Sad, lonely masturbation is a rare thing when it comes
I was
down
using
to
friendly words for the pod.
sad, lonely, wacky time.
Excuse me, that sounds like a clown is coming to visit. I don't want to think about clowns.
So we're sticking with masturbation. Got it.
Better than clowns. Anyway, speaking of clowns, red, the color red, like their shoes, like their noses, like the lamp. Like the lamp. That was not picked up by the neighbor.
Isn't that funny that there's a lamp by a telephone in which it seems that she is more well-dressed, standing in front of that lamp as she answers the phone? Very similar to something in Lost Highway in which someone stands by an overall color lamp in which they're standing off to the side and answer the phone call in which there's a mysterious circumstance with. No, that'd be so way off a kilter with the themes that happen in David Lynch films. It's so strange, isn't it?
And wonderful. And even sticking just to this own film, we've seen this red lamp before earlier on when Mr. Roche was setting phone calls in motion, and eventually the phone reached over but did not get answered immediately. This is where the answer machine plays the "Hello, it's me, leave a message." And Camilla starts to leave a message before Diane answers, and we find out that she is waiting outside in a car. Thus ensues the Mulholland Drive-y scene, but again, this time different.
So it is through the dialogue of the phone, and I'm just making sure this is clear between yourself and myself. And as far as we understand, it's implied that Camilla is outside in the car waiting.
That's my understanding.
Okay, but from the scene that follows, she's alone in the car, drives off, and then eventually comes across
maybe
Camilla.
it's okay. I don't remember the exact wording, so it might have been that the car is waiting outside.
The car is waiting outside,
but she's not in the car. She called.
That's where my conspiracy brain is going, though.
Okay.
Here's the fun part, if you will.
Yeah.
So we have her go into the vehicle after being called for, because Camilla has made it clear that she wants to see Diane. It's important that she sees Diane. Again, pick your flavor of Camilla on where this is implied.
Is there a pistachio?
I give you 3 options. Choose which one's pistachio.
Okay.
But regardless, she goes alone And this reflects the scene at the beginning in which the car stops and they say, get out, in which she gets out, walks up the overall cliff face where she then meets with Camilla, if you will, instead of like Camilla walking out to be shot, in which a freak accident occurs, like acts.
Well, not walking out to be shot. So the driver in the Rita version pulls a gun on Rita.
Yeah, and
in
she
this
says, "Get out."
version, the guy just puts his hand on the back of the other person, like the passenger seat.
Yeah.
So it does mirror the motion, but instead of having the gun, now it's just a regular hand.
Yes, in which both are saying get out, because in this respect, like, one is like, don't want to get blood in the car, less evidence, etc., etc. In this case, here's what I'm thinking, is that Camilla and Diane, in reality, were inside the vehicles where she makes a response of like how they're driving, if you will, that being Camilla. And eventually when they're driving off, like there is a point where they stop and say, get out, in which Diane does get out and actually walks up a cliff face. The reason why I'm saying that is because that way the door can close and Camilla can continue driving and make it up to the part and actually meet hand in hand with Diane, if you will, so that it doesn't seem like they're going together, if you will, just to further imply the separation of that relationship.
I can see that. I guess
I can see that coming because it's such a weird thing to get out and walk up a cliff face to meet there, if not to make sure, like, say, for example, there's separation. Elsewise, Mulholland Drive is in, like, the weirdest place in which you have to go through a maze of a forest to make your way through on a daily hike.
Mulholland Drive would be the road, so I guess I don't read it that way. I think there's a fair reading you're offering there. I read it more that the focus here is on the idea of the shortcut itself. That's the most important thing for me in the scene.
Okay.
Is that because both of them, Diane here and Rita earlier, respond once the car stops. They say, "What are you doing? We don't stop here." But in this situation, I think what's going on is that the drivers have been given instructions by Camilla, who, again, has been the one to call them up to pick her up. But instead of driving her directly to the location, they stop here because this is where Camilla shows up and knows a shortcut.
Yeah.
Now, you could interpret that maybe, Camilla had been in the car and there's, something else going on. It's an illusion, blah, blah, blah. I also think it could be that maybe if you read Camilla positively enough or negatively, depending if it's a good thing or bad thing, she wanted more private time to talk to Diane before they got to the party, where maybe she could be more expressive of the relationship when there weren't two drivers in the front of the seat.
Yeah.
Maybe it was a more romantic idea of they're taking the side road, they're taking the excursion here. Where I think this matters regardless of what's going on is the idea of Camilla offering the shortcut to Diane. That choice of words feels very on the nose. And that's kind of where Twin Perfect will take that idea and go for the idea of the shortcut being the casting couch.
Yeah.
But it is still the idea of offering the shortcut to get there, which Camilla herself seems to be taking by marrying Adam. What's one of the shortcuts for an actor to make it big? Marrying a big-time director. So I do feel like she's showing her the shortcut in more ways than one in this moment. So I think it is a weird situation no matter how you dice it, but I don't necessarily think this is part of the dream logic. I guess I feel that it's a flashback to what happened earlier.
Yeah.
But that's why I think that we get the Rita version is because it's Diane's brain recalling this drive and imagining what if it was a gun situation instead.
Yeah.
And I imagine, considering what Diane is about to walk into at the party, it feels like she just got nearly shot and got hit by a car accident.
Yeah.
Because in her life, this was a freak car accident. But, emotionally. But I do think that regardless of what's going on, I do think that this actually happened this way.
Okay.
I'm inclined to believe that all of the Diane content happened this way, with the exception of maybe the weird little random people at the end before she shoots herself. That one I'm a little unsure of.
Maybe not.
But everything else, I'm like, no, I think this happened this way.
Okay.
But I do think your reading works. I think it's hard to argue against it. Valid.
Literally, but that's the hard part about it all, is because, like, when you're working with, like, dream logic, like, there's things that you can put up against points, but there's also all sorts of, like, scopes you can explore.
And this is kind of what holds me off from perfectly loving the film. I really like Mulholland Drive. I think it's at least an 8 out of 10, but it's not a movie where I find every element to be perfectly placed and well thought out and genius. I'm looking at it more like this movie is so much a reflection of what you're bringing to the film that it is harder for me to full-on endorse it because I don't know what I'm endorsing. I love the sense of confusion and mystery it gives me. I love the fact that you can go back to the film and constantly find new meanings. And it is a perfect puzzle box, but even a perfect puzzle box, is that as good as a very well-written narrative that has a clear set of ideas behind it?
Yeah.
I don't think it always is. I'm just kind of torn in that way. In that Fire Walk with Me, I do like more as a Lynch film. It's got weird things, it's got unknown things, it's got dark things in it, but I can connect to the characters, especially Laura, because I can follow it in a clear, logical way. There's a sense of, and I'm with them on the journey. In this movie, I don't know who's real. I don't know what actually happened.
I'm real.
Professor, I don't know that. You're just a disembodied voice.
Oh, no. The secret's out.
So I like Mulholland Drive. I really do.
Yeah.
It's just what stops it from being like a perfect film for me is that I think it's too open to being whatever I want it to be for me to really call it like the best.
Okay.
I know it's a weird criteria to give, and I normally like abstraction, and I do like it here. This is very well done. It's still an 8 out of 10. I just can't give it a perfect 10 for me.
Okay, so I see that perhaps it's just like you could customize your own cookie cutter, but with the mess that it leaves behind, it still is, well, messy.
At the end of the day, it's because I made the cookie cutter into what I wanted it to be.
Yeah.
It wasn't a perfect cookie without me intervening. Camilla does seem to be quite affectionate with this moment of going through the shortcut, though, because she does end up calling Diane her sweetheart. So there is a sense of still that kind of... unless you take it sarcastically or cruelly, I do take that as being a friendly kind of, conversational style there, which she's leading her to the chopping block. She's leading her to an ultimate betrayal of what Diane's emotions are.
Yeah.
I did write in my notes here just to kind of maybe clarify my thoughts on the shortcut thing. I'll just read what I wrote. Isn't this what Camilla does? Takes the shortcut to success. And isn't it also how Diane uses her? Camilla is Diane's shortcut to success, and Adam is Camilla's shortcut to success. And Adam is Camilla's shortcut to success, etc. It's all shortcuts. So this idea that it's using people to get to the top, and that is what Hollywood functions off of. It's all about who you know and the clout and how you're able to use other people as stepping stools. So, stools? Yeah, that's what I'm looking for.
You see, the kinder word is networking.
Yeah, networking, but it's sort of a negative sense. It's all about how you're able to climb the ladder, not through talent, not through hard work, but through these sort of manipulations of the social atmosphere.
Which I do think is, though that there is truth lying with it in many cases, I do think that that is a very pessimistic approach to the idea of there's still hard work when it comes to establishing these connections. It's just, again, Camilla is in the overall biased light of what actions are done inside the film that we know of.
Also, Professor, very, very important thing happens at the party. You may have noticed that sitting next to Diane is a very important person.
Is it Joe?
No, it's not Joe.
Is it Joe?
It's Scott Coffee!
God damn it.
The elusive Scott Coffee appears next to Diane / Naomi Watts / the future Ellie Parker.
Okay, fine. It's Scott Coffee.
Look,
what do you want to do?
This is where I comment on the fact that Scott Coffee, this rando dude who's like kind of an extra on Lynch's set, he meets Naomi Watts, he gets her to agree after they kind of get to know each other, agree to do these weird little short films he has, which culminate in a movie called Ellie Parker, this thing that's shot like it's Inland Empire on some like handheld like home camera, looks like garbage because it's just this older camera. And he makes this comedy about a struggling actor trying to get a job in Hollywood using Naomi Watts, who he knew on the set of Mulholland Drive, in the style of Inland Empire. And it's just this, like, kind of, my opinion, mid-tier comedy. But I just think it's funny that Scott Coffey has this whole, like, arc just in the background. He's a side quest.
What do you get for completing the Scott Coffey side quest, then, since you're the one taking us on the side quest?
You get a ticket to a jitterbug contest. Just like Diane. Whoa! What a coincidence! This feels like a good time to talk about the jitterbug contest. So, Diane says she's from Deep River, Ontario. Okay, that tracks with Betty as well. Says she got into acting because of a jitterbug contest. She also
like
says,
the one that we see at the start of the film, in which like
Yeah.
there's jitterbug going
Like
on
the
inside
one
a
at the
blue
start of the
and then there's a
film.
light that goes on while Diane is super happy and glad. And I don't think that she did the jitterbug with both Irene and her husband at the same time. I just think that they're just analogs for more of this fun bit of horror and the homeliness of what she went away from home.
she also says her aunt died and left her money, which would contradict the Betty situation, because Aunt Ruth, in this timeline, is dead. Not off in Canada doing a movie.
Yeah, no, it seems that the aunt is dead. The aunt is gone. There's no need to worry about the aunt because she is gone. And instead of being, well, alive inside of this inverse reality, I don't fully know why is the case in which, like, the aunt is dead, other than making Diane a much more lonely person out here on her own and not having somewhat of a lifeline with, say, for example, someone who exists, is alive, and could be somewhat of a support for her.
I almost feel like it's another clue. It's more for the audience, maybe, just to notice the difference between the timelines.
Yeah.
It's a clear divergence.
Yeah, I still think that the divergence still adds, if you say, for example, you compare them in the overall light on, like, what happens with Diane, what happens to Betty, what's the goods and bads of Betty and Diane. So, yeah, no, I think that's, for the most part, like, things are just sad for Diane. Things are just not going great for Diane.
More connections are also established as Diane says that she met Camilla on the Sylvia North story. Scott Coffey adds that Camilla was great in that. Diane also says that she wanted to be the lead so bad, Camilla got the part, and the director, Scott Coffey adds it was Bob Brooker, didn't think so much of Diane, and that's when they became friends. So we established that connection then that the Sylvia North story and Bob Brooker, that was the same thing from the Betty Dream, right? The exception this time being, though, that the lead did not go to Diane, it went to Camilla, and that the director really didn't care for Diane very much. But Diane was able to make a friend in Camilla at that time. So it does kind of adjust the Betty timeline, add there being a connection in the name of the movie and the director to those narratives.
Which, by the way, with the name in mind, Diane, the more that we say Diane, the more my eye twitches at the potential next episode of the podcast that involves Diane on the tapes.
I left my tapes? And Diane, yeah.
And Diane.
Apparently, according to Diane, Camilla had helped her get a few parts in some other films. Now, whether you believe this is through like acting clout or kind of guiding her through the casting couch methods or whatever you think it is, she was able to maneuver and help Diane reach other roles by whatever means there. Diane at this point spots Angelo Badalamenti across the room, who in the dream sense was the mafia member who was not satisfied no matter what you did to that coffee. And he's just kind of staring and glaring. The woman we know as Camilla Rhodes from the other reality, who had been auditioning This Is the Girl, Camilla, this one, is not Camilla now because she goes to our new Camilla, who is the old Rita, and kisses her. Enough with such that the lipstick from Camilla is left on the unknown blonde woman's lips, which to me is signifying the sort of, I don't know, almost Judas kiss of the moment. Because it's this, again, more betrayal on Diane, but also it's cementing the idea that these two figures are in that way connected, the old Camilla and the new Camilla.
And then the cowboy walks in the background, symbolizing this is gonna get bad.
Yeah, you've seen him another time. This is the second time?
Yeah. It's almost as if, like, in that inciting moment where, like, Diane is looking on, Diane's thoughts still, like, are cemented there, like, this is infuriating. This is something she cannot get past. So if we think in a Black Lodgian sense of like everything being processed and the fact that he's seen a third time at this exact moment, it means, yeah, you failed. It didn't work out so well. Sorry, kid.
Fission
and
mailed.
This is where things get horrifying.
Adam announces that he's going to marry Camilla Rhodes, but he doesn't really even say it. He struggles to even say the words because he's laughing so much.
Yeah.
That he's not able to really communicate, but it's pretty obvious to us as an audience what is being implied.
Yep.
I mean, I guess I say us maybe a bit too loosely, but I think that that's the most obvious interpretation for me. That's a marriage announcement.
It seems like overall it's a marriage announcement or the belief that marriage announcements are just bound to happen, that this is going to be an instance closer. Again, because we don't know how much of this exists, or at least I don't know how much of this exists.
It does feel to me like the marriage is just another like positioning and move for careers.
Yes.
for maybe both of them.
Yes, potentially.
More than necessarily any sort of love that would be in this situation.
Yep.
This is cut to where Diane is sitting across from Joe, where she's giving the potential hit on Camilla, because Diane slides the photograph. It's the same kind of style as the photograph earlier with the "This is the girl" scene, but instead of it being the Camilla from before, it is now the current Camilla, the former Rita, who's in the photo. But she says, "This is the girl," slides it over to Joe.
Yeah, Joe panics a little bit and just says, like, Jesus, like, you can't just do this. Like, we're literally out in the open. And she's like, it's just a photo of an actor. This happens all the time. Like, you realize what city we're in.
And Joe presents this blue key, and he says, "When it's finished, you'll find this where I told you." And she asks, "What's it open?" And then he laughs, doesn't respond, and it's a fade out. So this would imply, because I keep going back and forth on where this key comes from, this would imply that he has the key first.
Yeah.
Right? That she did not have this key and get it back, but that it's his key, and then he gives it to her when the job is done.
Yep.
But what does it open is unknown.
Yeah. It's something which, again, I believe that this is just like, it doesn't matter. It's just a standard item, and it's the least conspicuous item because of its overall nature. It's a key on a key ring. With this overall key ring, you just plop a key over. It just looks like it might have fallen off and might have went else somewhere. If it ever went to anything, it'd be nothing fulfilling, because what the hell kind of like bounty like person, this headhunter? Oh man, it's a mythical key that's going to lead you exactly to evidence at the seat. No, it's just a key just to show, yeah, job's done. You're good. Don't worry about it. If you think about it in a thematic sense, it's going to be a sense of like the things left unanswered. Maybe Joe is a poet and it's like, yeah, this will go nowhere. You will not have any answers for yourself. Like, there's nothing that this will go to. It's just going to be a vacant spot because you literally had someone killed.
So you're looking more at the practicality a bit.
The practicality as well as the potential poetic nature of the key.
It's the key to the puzzle, one could say. The idea that once you understand what Diane had done, it shows the extent of her guilt and her feelings that might lead to the suicide. I also kind of just was thinking as you're talking, for maybe an obvious choice, but not impossible, is that, are we looking at some sort of Pandora's box kind of illusion going on here with the blue box? The woman opening the box that unleashes something into the world of darkness?
Yeah, can't take it back.
Yeah, like once you open it, you've released sin, you've released a darkness, you've released an evil. That's what Diane is doing by hiring this hit.
Yep.
That she is opening, she's doing something she cannot come back from.
Yep.
So I'm kind of tempted to say the Pandora's box thing is like decently feasible.
Yep.
Yeah.
No, I think it very much is.
And
that
if
box.
It's not intentional, it doesn't mean we can't use it in headcanon. So even if it's not Lynch's idea, I think it fits.
Which is fair. I think that the possession of this mythical box being paralleled with the person before at that one portion of the movie, because he holds onto the box at one point and actually throws it inside of a bag, I guess.
Yeah, and we saw the box in the paper bag with the figure from the Winkies, and inside the paper bag, a very, very, very small Irene and older guy friend. They're just come out of there laughing, gesticulating, just, single ladies, all their hands up in the air.
Yeah, the more that we talk about them, the more that I'm just more convinced that this person is basically a form of death, and this is just more so also a form of death inside of this box. It is just something that once opened, it is like a sin, it is like a bad thing, but basically, like, puts an end to lives.
And then I think the closest thing we can get to, like, the present day, potentially, at least for my reading, is right after that we cut to Diane staring forward. The blue key is on the counter, but not the ashtray, implying that, to me, this is after the hit had been completed on Camilla Rhodes.
Yep.
There's a pounding on the door, and this time the small, very small Irene and man-friend come out under the door.
Irene and man-friend.
And start contorting and convorting and cohorting.
And just scream and scream and scream. This once beautiful and innocent thing now coming forward and just being twisted and horrifying her to her end, pressing and pushing her until finally, where you'd think that she might pull a gun on them, nope. It is upon herself, in which once the bang goes through, that's when the smoke comes through, very similar to Club Silencio, in which like the smoke settles in and disappears. and the end comes, in which there is silence.
Yeah, we return to Silencio after we get a series of images fading in and out. We have the ominous face from the corner. We have the blue curtains, the sort of L.A. bright light with Diane, the bright white Diane with Rita in the wig, Silencio and the blue curtains, the red curtains in the back of Silencio, and then ending with the woman with the blue hair saying quietly, Silencio. And the credits. First credit, by the way, in this movie, John Wentworth. All comes full circle. Doesn't it, John Wentworth?
You did good.
John Wentworth, if you don't recall, was the gentleman man who was in that David Lynch interview special feature where it was like more recentish times in a diner. David Lynch was kind of guiding the interview questions with Kyle MacLachlan and Mädchen Amek. And
yeah.
John Wentworth was the one we were like, who's John Wentworth? And ever since then, he lingers in our hearts.
But mostly because it seems like he's an important enough role and he has been on Lynch's cast for a while.
That's a J I would not be nervous about meeting.
No. Again, I don't know these people. I can't speak for them. Seems like a cool guy.
It's hard to not talk about Rita and Camilla when you're talking about Diane and Betty. So I feel like the vast majority of elements involving those two dual characters have largely been discussed. Rita and Camilla, their narrative is Diane and Betty's narrative. You cannot separate them hardly at all.
Yeah.
There's really only one scene where Rita isn't with Betty, aside from the very end with opening the box. And that's at the beginning with the accident and the gun being pulled out in the car. Otherwise, there just isn't really anything where that isn't, where Betty isn't there as well. We do have those two detectives who most likely were the ones that were, I'm going to assume, looking for Diane later when the two detectives are mentioned, because there are two detectives looking at the crime scene after the Betty incident.
Before looking off into the distance.
I do want to mention, by the way, that one of them is played by Robert Forster. Put a pin in that. And the boys had found this weird, it looks like a pearl earring on the back of the caddy. And they said it could be related. And they start kind of talking and kind of speculating. We can't really see what's in the bag too clearly. Like I said, it appears to be a pearl earring. Does that matter beyond just putting pieces together for the background of the dream, in that it's a connection to, if there was a real world investigation, the one earring is still on Rita at that moment and one earring's on the floor? Yeah. Does it matter symbolically at all, the earring?
It seems like a plot element that could have been used possibly for, say, for example, a mystery inside of a TV show. It seems like an element has been left behind so that some people can try to put pieces together, if you will, be led on a trail. So I think it's as simple as that. Mm-hmm. That you end up losing one thing and it's going to be separate from another. You could parallel that with a relationship, if you will, one being overall lost in a pure accident and one still just out there doing whatever needs to be done. That sounds very ominous, but it's just kind of true. But there's also the element in which trying to find the match to it means that eventually they'll likely follow the trail and try to find a way that to make everything match up. It just seems like the most standard use of two things coming together. Mm-hmm. Interestingly enough, the actor who plays Rita and Camilla, Laura Elena Haring or Herring, I'm not 100% sure. I'm going to say Haring. I hope I'm right. Apparently, she had considered it very fateful that she was involved in this film because on the way to the first interview, she was involved in a minor car accident, on the way to audition for this role. What's happening? Only to learn that her character would also be involved in a car accident at the beginning of the film. Yes. Kalil, yes. Car accidents are a problem. They are very common throughout the States. Thankfully, it's a minor one. Appears no one was really hurt. Yes. But also on the same regards, after everything with Lost Highway and now coming over here. Fate and coincidence figure largely into our lives. I don't want to know the fate and coincidence on the return, whatever that may be. Don't laugh like that. Ha ha ha. Haring described her interpretation of the film as such, quote, "When I saw it the first time, I thought it was the story of Hollywood dreams, illusion and obsession. It touches on the idea that nothing is quite as it seems, especially the idea of being a Hollywood movie star.
The second and third times I saw it, I thought it dealt with identity. Do we know who we are? And then I kept seeing different things in it. There's no right or wrong to what someone takes away from it or what they think the film is really about. It's a movie that makes you continuously ponder, makes you ask questions. I've heard it over and over. This is a movie that I'll see again, or this is a movie that you've got to see again. It intrigues you. You want to get it, but I don't think it's a movie to be gotten. It's achieved its goal if it makes you ask questions. So my question, Professor, for you is, do you agree with that assessment from Horne that this movie succeeds if it makes you ask questions, and it's not a movie to get, it's a movie that makes you want to get it, but it's not to be gotten?
This film is like any other David Lynch picture because I just have to always reference back to how David Lynch responds to people whenever they ask questions. And that's going to be, that's interesting, but what do you think? Or it's like, that is a way to see it. He's a painter. He paints. He may enjoy the idea of like hearing what people have to think, but it's never about the conclusion you get along the way unless it is your conclusion. So I think that is also emphasized throughout this overall picture. It's where it's obscured on what these conclusions are. It's obscured on like how each individual is behaving, and that obscuring can lead people to different results, if you will. So it's not something that's not supposed to be got. It's supposed to be got in your own personal way.
Have it your way, Burger King.
Yeah.
Not sponsored.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
Not sponsored. Strange as it might be, Lynch actually did give some clues on paper with the DVD release of this film. He had a list, the David Lynch's 10 clues to unlocking this thriller was included in the DVD. Now, how much of this was his idea, how much of this was the studio, how much of this is the production, who knows? But I'm going to go through...
I'm ready to get 10 whole confirmation biases.
I know how you feel about lists, but this is straight from the David Lynch's mouth. So I feel like we do have to look at these and talk a little bit about them. Most of them I think we've already addressed already. So number one, they are in order. Number one, pay particular attention in the beginning of the film. At least 2 clues are revealed before the credits. I mean, I'm interpreting that.
What? I know it's the first one. I know it's probably you don't reveal the big clue at the beginning, but it's saying pay attention to the start. Yes, David Lynch, I'm gonna pay attention to your damn film, and I'm going to probably see how things roll over from a point.
So
very nice.
I'm interpreting this to be the beginning of the film. The figure in the bed sound asleep, right? The sound of sleeping is happening. That this figure in the bed is probably Diane. The idea of the sleeper implied from the very beginning of the movie, and even before that, we get the 1950s style music with the jitterbug. So I'm going to assume that the jitterbug and the figure in the bed are probably the 2 clues. Do you have any different interpretation of what the 2 clues are?
It's literally just saying there's a couple clues. What does that even mean? 2 clues. Is it Blue's Clues? I have to find the blue paw, and then it's and then we do a little dance after we find it? What does that mean?
Well, you've got Male Professor.
Says pay attention.
You've got Male Professor. Number 2's on the way.
Someone's got a ladder.
Notice appearances of the red lampshade.
Yeah.
I'm not David Lynch. Don't strangle me. Don't strangle me. So, red lampshade appears early on when Mr. Roque is doing the phone calls. It's next to the ashtray, right before Betty's disappearance. And then we also have it with the later in Diane's place. So it's connecting the Roque phone call with later Diane.
I'm not 5, David Lynch. Give me something spicy.
Okay, not everyone gets this movie, Professor. Doesn't mean they're 5.
I know not everyone gets this movie, and some details pointing them out is fair. Especially
most people don't look for red lampshades in movies.
I'm just looking for something in which, instead of enhances the movie, I'm looking for things that unlock the mystery.
Mm-hmm. Number 3, can you hear the title of the film that Adam Kesher is auditioning the actresses for? Is it mentioned again?
Something I didn't catch.
So at first I didn't really. First I wasn't sure about this. And then as I was kind of digging deeper, it sounds like there is an answer to this. So the movie Adam Kesher is making is the Sylvia North story. And then that was the same movie, like I said before, that Bob Booker made supposedly in the Diane timeline. So in the Betty timeline, Adam Kesher's movie is the Sylvia North story. In the Diane timeline, it's Bob Booker's movie is the Sylvia North story. So it is the same movie there. Is the mystery unlocked now?
It's just seems that things are mixed up, in which that was already implied with Camilla and Rita, but go ahead.
Number 4, an accident is a terrible event. Notice the location of the accident. It's on Mulholland Drive. Because later on, when they take the road to the party, it's going to be Mulholland Drive, right? So it's Mulholland Drive. Is that the answer? It's Mulholland Drive, right? Is that the answer?
Yes.
I'm not underthinking this. Okay, cool.
Yes.
Number 5. Who gives a key and why?
Okay.
Okay, well, when I first watched it, I was confused if Diane gave the key to Joe and he was going to give it back, or if it was Joe's key. But I think we've kind of established it was Joe's key. There's also the blocky key that's in the purse for the box.
This feels less like hints and more like a Where's Waldo.
Number 6. Notice the robe, the ashtray, the coffee cup. This one's kind of ambiguous because there's multiple robes, there's multiple ashtrays, and there's multiple coffee cups. But I'm going to assume for the ashtray, we're talking about the piano one.
I think about the piano one, we are probably identifying the sort of like robes that are worn at like different times in order to establish more of a timeline.
I mean, I did notice that Rita's robe got more red and less black as the scenes went on. Her robe at first was much darker in color, more black to red, and then gradually the red started to take on more of the appearance of the robe. So that's the only thing I could possibly think about with that. And where you go with that, I think, is up to interpretation. Yeah. Red can mean blood, but red could also mean passion.
But also, like, we also have Diane actively start making coffee, so I believe that the mug also is there to, again, establish a timeline.
Number 7. What is felt, realized, and gathered at the Club Silencio?
What do I think of Club Silencio?
I just put the real emotion or reaction to fake pre-recorded things. It's the real emotion to a fake pre-recorded thing. It is the acting. It is the portrayal of those things,
yes,
et cetera, et cetera.
In the non-physical sense, like if we want to go for that interpretation, or literally what is pulled out of the bag at Club Silencio being the physical thing, to either case.
Number 8. Did talent alone help Camilla? No. Number 9. We don't need to talk about that one, do we? We know. No, okay, good. 9. Note the occurrences surrounding the man behind Winky's. Yep, noted. Number 10.
Yeah, noted!
Noted. Where is Aunt Ruth? She's in Canada in the dream, and she's dead in the other one. She's in her own blue box. A coffin. If only coffins were actually cubes and they were blue, then it would be a 1-to-1 parallel, one could say. So those are the 10 clues to unlocking the thriller. Do you wish you would have bought the DVD copy instead of the Criterion Blu-ray for that? So then you would have the physical 10 list to pull on and use when you're watching the movie?
Yes.
I do think, okay, if someone's really struggling to understand this movie...
And that's fair.
If that's where they're at, maybe it's their first David Lynch film, maybe they're just not really big into crafting these theories.
Yes.
This list would guide someone, I think, to unlocking maybe more ideas. Mm-hmm. To be less cynical than what you are feeling right now.
It's a good primer. I'm just looking at this list, and David Lynch told me, hey, you know that guy who walks behind the Winkies? Remember that scene. Mission accomplished, David Lynch. Thank you for your time.
I do at least respect the fact that he wouldn't give any answers. The best he can give you is like, pay attention to this particular part. This thing generally matters.
At least 2 secrets can be found in the vague amount of time at the start of the movie.
What is the start? Start can be as long as you want it to be. So I do think that he manages to give some helpful guidance, but also not really say much of anything. And that's a talent David Lynch may have in spades. And let us call a spade a spade. Would you not agree, Professor? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So there are many, many different interpretations of this film. We have teased and hinted at a few of our own as we've gone through. I do have just some kind of scattered observations I was finding in my research. The Wikipedia article for this film is rather robust in the interpretations category, probably more than the majority of movie Wikipedia articles because of the nature of what this film is.
Category as in genre?
Category is in like the table of contents, what's in the Wikipedia article.
Okay.
There's just lots of those things, lots of interpretations. Naomi Watts, for her part in all of this, she interprets the film as such. Quote, I thought Diane was the real character. and that Betty was the person she wanted to be and had dreamed up.
Yeah.
Rita is the damsel in distress, and she's in absolute need of Betty, and Betty controls her as if she were a doll. Rita is Betty's fantasy of who she wants Camilla to be. Mm-hmm. This is exactly what I think, pretty much. This is my my idea.
It's a good overall idea that
you can easily add the death dream part to this, and it would not change anything to not be true. It could still be true.
Okay.
So the main interpretation I ran into is the idea that Diane is dreaming she is Betty, and that is what is going on in this movie.
Yeah.
So, how solid? I mean, like, that's a pretty solid theory, right? Like, you've kind of been agreeing with a lot of what I'm saying. I assume it's not that different from your own beliefs, other than the death dream part being more emphasized for you. Mm-hmm. Airtight?
Pretty well set. I think that as far as like that interpretation goes.
What's the best evidence against it, would you say?
I don't have any at hand, but I would be very intrigued to hear
There's just
more
little
from
parts
other
where
interpretations.
there's little parts where I struggle to find how it connects. Not really that it contradicts, it's just that it has trouble connecting.
Yeah.
Many more theories also talk about the idea that Betty was the first version of what Diane later became.
Yeah.
That Betty became Diane, essentially. Betty represents Diane when she was a naive and happy newcomer to acting, and then over time, as she kind of learned the way that Hollywood actually works, what actually gets rewarded isn't talent and hard work, but instead the sort of backroom dealings or shady control of outside forces.
Yeah.
That her outlook became darker. She became to settle for less and kind of accept the fact that the best she was going to get was some, working as a stagehand. Mm-hmm. And then gradually being outshined by Camilla, who took the spotlight, and out of jealousy, Diane, now, formerly Betty, now Diane takes this into her own hands. Where I find this a little bit harder is that if we do take it to be like 1-to-1 in that way, I think it does struggle with the amount of times that the movie goes out of its way to point out contradictions in the two different versions. What's the point of talking about the Aunt Ruth in Canada versus dead if it's Betty became... I mean, you could argue that Aunt Ruth used to be in Canada and now she's dead, but it just feels like that's not what's going on with a lot of these, where it goes out of its way again to point out differences in the narrative.
The reason why I think it's more of an idealized reality is because we don't see the hard work along the way. We see her work. There's no denial in that, but it's being presented into a framework that she is excellent at it. She's doing amazing. Like, people all over are impressed. She is impressing her friends. She's going to do a great job. She's able to adapt on the fly. There is talent in that, but I do not see like Betty going through many struggles other than just trying to help out her friend. So in truth, I lean less towards like the idea that it's not hard work that gets you there, because Betty doesn't work too hard. And that's no fault of Betty. Like, again, Betty's very talented.
Right.
We just need something to challenge Betty.
Sure, and I'm the one using the hard work phrasing, so maybe more talent specifically is the element that Betty had to realize wasn't the key, that it wasn't natural, raw talent that succeeds in the end. Many others posit that the whole film is a dream itself, that even the parts that seem realer toward the end with Diane, they themselves are dreams. It seems like you might take part of this approach in that I think you're saying some of the things that are going on the Diane part are still part of the death dream.
I think all of it's part of the overall, like, life flashes before your eyes. Many of it can be very concretely in reality, but the overall notion of what happens at the very end and the allusion to that halfway through the film, I think, is just the confirmation that we're coming closer, if you will, to inevitability, if you will, to us walking the path of the dream.
Other people have noticed the ways in which Rita sleeping precedes certain scenes, such that you can interpret the conversation at Winky's, Betty's arrival in Los Angeles, and even the bungled hit that was happening with Joe. That could also be elements of Rita dreaming them based on when they're staged. So there's that bit of ambiguity that even if we think that Diane is dreaming of Betty, there's enough evidence of Rita dreaming things that it's not entirely out of possibility that she is also a dreamer of some of the parts in the film. Again, that's where you either have a dream within a dream or the idea that Rita is the more real character here. I just find there to be less in me that substantiates that, I guess. I find less evidence for that myself. Also, part of the dream analysis would be that so much of this film relies on archetypes that could be perceived as cliche. So you've got the new Hollywood hopeful, the femme fatale, the maverick director, the shady power brokers in the back scene, that Lynch never seems to fully explore those ideas. So some critics would say that perhaps these sort of hackneyed characters are more like that because they're dream figures. They're not meant to be taken fully literally, that everyone is a stand-in for an idea, which goes back to Twin Perfect's idea that every character is in some way a metaphor. There is no Diane and Betty, really. It's just the idea of the upcoming new actor and the struggles that they encounter to actually succeed in getting roles. So that is one way to particularly view it. And then others still say that there is no explanation and to just don't look for it, which I think is also an interesting camp to look at the film with.
It's an interesting camp. I just find it less personally fulfilling for myself. I think that to dissect film is not always to end up with an answer, but at the very least partake on the experience.
Yeah, but to quote The Big Lebowski, that's just like your opinion, you know? Like, that's not enough. But yeah, I think that I don't think there is one correct opinion. I don't think there's one correct explanation that captures everything. But I do think the act of looking for an answer, the act of exploring, has value and fun. So I think it is definitely still worth doing. But I also could see a merit in trying to look at the film more for its aesthetic value, more for the emotions that it has, rather than trying to interpret any literal meaning.
Fair.
So, critics Roger Ebert and Jonathan Ross, no reaction on him, accept the interpretation that Diane is dreaming up Betty. But they both hesitate to, as they see it, overanalyze the film. Ebert states, quote, "There is no explanation. There may not even be a mystery." Ross observes that there are storylines that go nowhere. Perhaps these are leftovers from the pilot it was originally intended to be, or perhaps these things are non sequiturs in the subconsciousness of dreams. Jane Douglas from the BBC rejects the theory of Betty's life as Diane's dream, but again also warns against too much analysis. Again, as I was reading, I was encountering most people who are like, yeah, maybe, but don't read too much into this. Don't worry too much about it.
Why?
Yeah.
Why? What is wrong with even like coming to the wrong conclusions? What's like I don't believe that I have the one right conclusion, mind you, but I still think that there is entertainment in just trying to unreel, if you will, a yarn ball. It doesn't matter if it leads to anywhere at the end of the day.
I almost wonder if it's that impulse to try to guide people toward appreciating the film for how it makes you feel rather than getting hung up on it being too confusing.
I'm not. And of course, I know you're just like taking snippets of the dialogue, but also the way that these seem to be phrased. Yeah, there's not really much feeling.
See, out of context, it's so hard because they could be responding to critics who say the movie's too confusing, and it could be the person saying, "Yeah, don't worry about that too much," and that'd be a fair rebuttal, I would say. I mean, I don't know. Again, it's when you see these things outside of context, it makes you wonder. Yeah. But just looking at the idea itself, I don't think it's bad to accept the idea that there may not be one meaning, that you don't have to understand the film to enjoy it. I think you can love Mulholland Drive and call it one of your favorite movies and have no idea what it's about.
I think that there's a value to like embracing that confusion. Yeah. Absolutely.
I just find, like you do as well, that sometimes digging through and trying to understand things has a joy of its own. Yeah. That can be very, very fun. Yeah. Also, there's some diverting opinions about the portrayal of Hollywood in this movie. I think most people take away the idea that this is mostly a negative depiction of Hollywood. Apparently, at one point, I've struggled to see it, but as Rita and Betty get into a cab on their way to Club Silencio, a piece of paper is visible on a pole that says Hollywood is hell. I mean, as if the movie needed to declare this any more loudly, apparently it's a piece of paper that literally says that. Naomi Watts' own experiences, like have been mentioned, parallel those of Diane's. Naomi Watts obviously suffered a lot to try to get to these roles for 10 years. Yeah. She said, quote, "There were a lot of promises, but nothing actually came off. I ran out of money and became quite lonely." Michael Wilmington of the Chicago Tribune found that, quote, "Everything in Mulholland Drive is a nightmare. It's a portrayal of the Hollywood golden dream turned rancid, curdling into a poisonous stew of hatred, envy, sleazy compromise, and soul-killing failure. This is the underbelly of our glamorous fantasies, and the area Lynch shows us here is realistically portrayed." Mm-hmm. I keep going back to the Twin Perfect video because I think there's a lot of good points that are brought up in there, and something to consider as well with this movie is it came out in 2001, well before a lot of the modern scandals and understanding that we have about Hollywood became released. So, like, right now, there are, I'm not going to grace their names on this podcast, but there are obviously individuals who have fallen out of favor as producers, directors, actors who have engaged in some very, very reprimandable, terrible behavior sexually. And there's sort of, behind the scenes, there is an industry that has become more public and more well-known nowadays than it has been 20 years ago when this movie came out. So you could argue that Lynch was kind of exposing something that maybe most people weren't as aware of, because most of our ideas of Hollywood, again, I'm paraphrasing Twin Perfect here, it's not my own ideas, but most of our ideas of Hollywood have come from movies. You know, we don't actually know what it's like to be an actor in Hollywood outside of Hollywood telling us. So Lynch kind of giving this more scathing portrayal of Hollywood as almost an echo of what Sunset Boulevard did as well, also kind of a negative portrayal of Hollywood. I think there's a truth that rings out from it. I do feel like this movie is more critical of Hollywood than it is positive. And again, I had a whole list of quotes that all basically say very similar things here. I'm not going to run through all of them, but just know that this is a pretty prevailing takeaway that this movie is generally not necessarily anti-Hollywood, but very critical of sort of the potential unseen forces at work. Others think it's a little more balanced than that. Critic Gregory Waite cautions viewers against a cynical interpretation of events of the film. Lynch presents more than the, quote, facade, and that he believes only evil and deceit lie beneath it. So he believes more than that he doesn't think it's just the facade. And as much as Lynch makes a statement about deceit, manipulation, and false pretenses in Hollywood culture, he also infuses nostalgia throughout the film, recognizes that real art comes from classic filmmaking. He cast a lot of veteran actors like Ann Miller, Lee Grant, and Chad Everett. At one point, the same car from Sunset Boulevard is shown when Betty is going to do our audition. It's the exact same car. They tracked it down. Which you could argue shows that he loves old Hollywood and he wants to show that dream, not just the nightmare, but also the dream. So my question for you, Professor, is what do you think of the way this film portrays Hollywood? Do you think it portrays it as in a scathing negative way? Do you think it's more balanced? What do you think is going on here with Hollywood?
I think that what goes on with Hollywood in the respects to this is, again, through a specific lens, if you will. And it's going through Diane's lens, the one who has not found fortune within Hollywood, one who is now within conflicts with an overall lover, who is now unable to probably make just general ends meet, that she has to borrow dishware from a nearby neighbor and so on, just to, again, make ends meet, and potentially switch apartments maybe to keep yourself slightly more hidden and just below the sea of law, or maybe even it might just cost less for rent or anything like that. So that, again, is a little bit of a unknown mystery there. But it is something in which this character, Diane, has been met with the worst sides that it can provide. And maybe in that cynical sense, it is the worst sides that many people do see, and that might be the sides. I think that, again, David Lynch sees things that are even in their darker nature to be admirable. The example I give 1,000 times is machines, electricity, and so on.
That one interview for Eraserhead really does show a lot.
It does. It genuinely frames David Lynch in a certain light, if you will. And it was a time ago, but I'm going forward with looking through David Lynch's work, assuming that has not changed.
There's a lot of evidence that suggests that's still the case, right? And then the last category of interpretations that I was running into a few different places is the varying interpretations of queer readings of the film. I'm going to say the word queer readings. I'm going to use that phrasing here. I say it out of complete, no disrespect at all. I know that sometimes that word can be used negatively, but in a lot of academic spaces, when I was in college or whenever I hear people discussing themes of homosexuality or LGBT themes in works, queer theory is a pretty commonly used term. So I just want to be clear off the gate that I'm using that term in the more academic setting, and I'm using that term in a way that, no, I'm not meaning anything negative at all about this.
Very well.
But there are different interpretations of the film from queer reading perspectives where, depending on how you look at the film, it's either a positive LGBT relationship for film in 2001, or it's a negative. So I kind of want to weigh some pros and cons here, some things on both sides, and get your take on that. Many have found the relationship between Betty and Rita, it also noted and Diane and Camilla, which I think is interesting to include those two as well, as having been described, according to Wikipedia, as, quote, touching, moving, as well as titillating. Film critic Glenn Kenny, in a review for premiere of the film, said that the relationship between Betty and Rita is, quote, possibly the healthiest, most positive, amorous relationship ever depicted in a Lynch movie. First, get your thoughts on that. Would you agree with Glenn Kenny here that Betty and Rita is possibly the healthiest, most positive relationship ever depicted in a Lynch movie.
No.
What is?
The one from Wild at Heart.
Wild at Heart?
Yeah. Still all sorts of, like, horrifying and still has issues throughout. But if I think about ones in which they keep on just sort of, like, working off of each other and to the point that they're even willing to grow with their overall mistakes and try to adapt and so on. And the fact that in the fiction, I'm very confident Wild at Heart's characters exist in their universe. Yes.
I guess in this one, if you interpret the idea of Betty's controlling Rita like a doll, that Betty's making all the calls, all the shots here, if you interpret it that way, I could see it being even Betty and Rita's kind of controlling. But I also think that when you're seeing the scene in the bed, it feels like both of them were kind of making moves to each other. It does feel more mutual. It does feel like Rita is interested. It's not just Betty.
Yeah.
But because Betty is such a dominant force in the relationship and Rita is so dependent upon her, it is not as give and take as it appears to be for Sailor and Lula? Peanut. There we go. I finally accepted it. French critic Thierry Jesus, I'm going to hope I say that right, it's French, in his review for Cahiers du Cinéma, said
Are you hoping that's not said correctly?
I don't know, man. Said that the love between the women depicted is, quote, of lyricism practically without equal in contemporary poetry. Contemporary cinema. Okay, I'm going to keep that Freudian slip in the pod, though, because he makes it sound like it's poetry, right? Like, the lyricism practically without equal in contemporary cinema. What do you make of that? Do you agree that there's a lyrical, unparalleled element to the love between these two women? 4 women, depending on your interpretation.
I think it's a beautiful thing at moments, and it becomes twisted and horrifying as, again, anything else David Lynch ends up doing, if you will.
Well, and on that note,
it turns horrifying. That it in those respects, sure, but at the same time.
On that note, Betty and Rita were chosen by the Independent Film Channel, I don't know what that is, as the emblematic romantic couple of the 2000s. Yes, the couple that most represents the decade of the 2000s.
I don't know if that is the case
Betty and
necessarily.
Rita, that's a startling choice.
It's a startling choice, but if you put it in isolation inside of like just the first half of the film and only think about that, it can be a beautiful thing.
If you only think about
If you only think about specifically these characters and not Diane and Carmela.
So, obviously there's been some critics on the other side of the issue as well. Some see it as codependency in the relationship between Betty and Rita, which borders on outright obsession. And it's been compared to the female relationships in Ingmar Bergman's Persona, which I mentioned before, and Robert Altman's Three Women, which also depict the identities of vulnerable women that become entangled, interchanging, and ultimately merge. Quote, the female couples also mirror each other with their mutual interactions conflating hero or heroine worship with same-sex desire. Lynch does a lot of referencing to Persona, or does things like Persona does at the very least, with the use of mirrors, with the use of Rita donning the blonde wig. There's this sort of element that's being put at play with not only are they interested in each other, but they're mirroring each other, and maybe the things that they're into are fragments of themselves as well.
Yeah.
I am not a woman. I am not a lesbian woman. So I can't have these I can't really comment on that directly. But
I'm an asexual man. I can't comment on most relationships.
But what I would say, though, is that I remember talking to a friend of mine, or even maybe multiple friends have been talking about this before, where women who are either bisexual or whatever, or lesbian, and have had relationships where they've noticed, especially in their teen years, where they do become, because of the fact that they can share clothes, they can share a lot of the same experiences as women, that there's a sort of blurring aspect that can start to happen, where it's more likely in their experiences, not in everyone's, but in their experiences talking to me, to experience those codependency, to experience those issues of not being able to separate themselves from each other because of that closeness that can happen when there's so many similarities and connections as fellow women. Okay. So I feel like there might be something that is being worked on here if we do take it that way, but it's not necessarily healthy to the degree to which it's happening in this film, where literally by the end of it, Rita is becoming another form of Betty.
I don't think that it's overall healthy in many cases throughout the film because, again, I believe that the first half is an idealized reality. I believe that for the most part, yes, she's being very helpful and trying to help this person out, but also Rita's not exactly in a great position right now, and it seems that for the most part, it's very one-sided potentially. Some people could take it as a reading of someone taking advantage of someone's overall well-being and mental state.
Yeah.
Even. But again, I don't think that that's the case. I think that that's, again, the ideal dreamlike state of it all. Of course, I want an overall representation that's very positive. I just don't see many of that happening inside of like David Lynch works.
I think there's a way in which this kind of all fits, though, is that if this is all one idealized reality of a relationship, yeah, the idealized relationship is romantic and beautiful and sincere and innocent, but it's also one-sided because it's one person's idealized relationship. It feels like this is definitely the Diane Betty realized version of the relationship. Rita doesn't have much of a voice. I didn't mention it when we were talking about the character earlier very much. I think I mentioned at the very, very beginning, many hours ago probably, bringing up that one of my negative feelings in this movie is I do think that Rita is kind of a boring character, but kind of by design. Like, you can't have Rita without Betty in any of these scenes, and Camilla's only a little bit in the film. It just feels like they're props. They're plot devices almost at a certain point.
They're in order to emphasize desire and jealousy.
So it is weird. And again, if this was a male character for Betty Diane, it would definitely feel a bit like the woman is being used as a prop. It's still that case if it's another woman, but I think it's maybe not as noticeable in a sort of sexist reading necessarily, because it is both female characters. Several theorists, however, have accused Lynch of perpetuating stereotypes and certain cliches within lesbian, bisexual, and lesbian relationships. Rita, kind of takes on the femme fatale idea, and Betty takes on the schoolgirl idea. They represent two classic stock lesbian characters. Critic Heather Love identified two key cliches used in the film. Quote, Lynch presents lesbianism in its innocent and expansive form. Lesbian desires appears as one big adventure, an entree into a glamorous and unknown territory. But simultaneously, he presents the tragic lesbian triangle, in which an attractive but unavailable woman dumps a less attractive woman who is figured as exclusively lesbian, perpetuating the stereotype of a bisexual ending up with a man. So this kind of criticism could take the idea that this is the trope of the bisexual woman moving on from the lesbian relationship to the man. The man gets the girl, and you leave the presumably more exclusively lesbian character kind of left behind, which you could view as reasserting certain stereotypes within media depicting LGBT characters.
Yep.
You have thoughts on that?
My thoughts are on the matter that it works inside of this film for how this structure is going. Just because, again, we can go into the overall narrative thought of like the structure of Hollywood and just overall the perception of people at the time. But also, it sucks. There is like, there's far less of a lean in one direction than another, and it's kind of frustrating. Again,
there's just this movie is whatever you, not necessarily whatever you want it to be, because you might be entangled with something you don't want the film to be, but you still believe it is. But
yeah,
this movie is so amorphous. The only thing I for sure disagree with, though, was the wording here in the quote, in which an attractive but unavailable woman dumps a less attractive woman. Excuse me, Naomi Watts is stunning in this film. She's less attractive in the sense that her life is a horrible mess and she's probably going to put a hit on you.
Yeah.
But aside from emotional issues, looking great doing it, having a bad time, but making the best of it, Naomi Watts.
Sure. She's still
I just don't
toxic as hell.
No, when they said less attractive,
yeah.
I'm like, okay, less attractive in the emotional sense? Yeah, yes. But if you're trying to say that like one of them's less attractive physically, I'm like, I'll defend Naomi Watts here. I'll do that if I have to.
Neat. You called her pretty. Still pretty ugly in certain ways.
Oh, yeah, no, again, I'm not, no, yeah, exactly. There's also, again, the idea that Diane is the tragic lesbian cliche, pining after the bisexual and heterosexual relationship. Heterosexuality is primary in the film, and it's more important in the latter half of the film as the ultimate demise of Diane and Camilla's relationship. So again, you could argue that the movie is perpetuating sexist stereotypes. You could also argue the movie is using them to point something out about how they're sexist. Both. Yes, it is. It is. Is it critiquing it or is it just doing it? You know what I mean? Is it the tragic relationship being commented on, or is it just perpetuating another movie in which the lesbian relationship ends in sadness? Because how many movies just let the lesbians be happy at the end? Barely.
Revolutionary Girl Utna, the Adolescence of Utna.
Spoilers.
If you're asking a question.
Well, actually,
I'm
even
answering
then,
your question.
Even then, that's actually very contestable what exactly that even
They're
means in that
tangled
movie.
up on a skateboard flying through the streets. I think that's a pretty happy time.
Anyway, regardless of what you think of Lost Highway, what am I even talking about
It's
anymore?
Lost Highway. Utna is Lost Highway.
It was always Lost
It
Highway.
was always Lost Highway all along. That's where this podcast was leading.
Regardless of what you think of Mulholland Drive, people like this movie. People generally like this movie. It grossed over $7 million in U.S. box office. It's not huge, but didn't do too badly for itself. Worldwide total of over $20 million on a $15 million budget. So it did more than break even. I wouldn't call it a smash success. It's not getting a franchise anytime soon, but it did fine. It did okay. Critically, people really liked it. It's done really well with critics. On review aggregator website Rotten Tomatoes, the film has an approval rating of 84%, based on 184 reviews, with an average rating of 7.7 out of 10. The website's critical consensus reads, quote, David Lynch's dreamlike and mysterious Mulholland Drive is a twisty neo-noir with an unconventional structure that features a mesmerizing performance from Naomi Watts as a woman on the dark fringes of Hollywood. Yeah, pretty accurate.
Yeah, pretty good.
On Metacritic, which assigns a normalized rating to reviews, the film has a weighted average score of 85 out of 100, so very similar rating based on 35 critics, indicating universal acclaim. I guess 85% is universal. I'll take it, sure. Since I find the criticism more interesting than the praise, I could read you tons of quotes of people saying how great this film is. I think the critical against the film is more interesting to discuss, in my opinion. So, Todd McCarthy of Variety found much to praise in the film. Quote, Lynch cranks up the levels of bizarre humor, dramatic incident, and genuine mystery with a succession of memorable scenes, some of which rank with his best. But also noticed, quote, the film jumps off the solid ground of relative narrative coherence into Lynchian fantasy land. For the final 45 minutes, Lynch is in mind-twisting mode that presents a form of alternate reality with no apparent meaning or logical connection to what came before. Although such tactics are familiar from Twin Peaks and elsewhere, the sudden switcheroo to head games is disappointing because, up to this point, Lynch had so wonderfully succeeded in creating genuine involvement. Film theorist Ray Carney notes, quote, you wouldn't need all the emotional backflips and narrative trapdoors if you had anything to say. You wouldn't need doppelgangers and shadow figures if your characters had souls. I mostly disagree with this quote, but there is an element to which I kind of agree.
Yeah, because they don't all have souls. This is a death dream, so in truth, it's all in people's heads. So
My
they don't
point
have the
is
souls.
that there is a certain emptiness to Lynch's characters sometimes in his films, and I might even say a lot of times, because a lot of times they are just tropes, or they're tricks, or they're ideas.
I suppose, I take back my in the respects that I don't think it's necessarily empty, and this is just me being contrarian in a way. But I do think that the use of tropes is just something, I don't know, maybe just familiar, just like generic more than anything.
I would just hesitate to call many of Lynch's characters great characters, and even within the context of Mulholland Drive, I look at Betty and Diane as a complex, singular character if you combine them. And I think that there's some fun moments with other side elements, but like a lot of them aren't really fully fledged, developed ideas. They're kind of half-formed people that serve a purpose in the story. While I may like the story, I may like a lot of it, I don't think it's entirely unwarranted criticism. I think it's just a bit dramatic, but I don't think it's completely unfounded.
I think that overall it's like taking, if you will, things that are very familiar, if you will, just because I think that there is a universal idea that David Lynch sometimes like to paint with broad strokes, if you will. But it's like taking those shapes that you put in like the little puzzle pieces, like you would as maybe like those little puzzle boxes, like when you were a kid, put little shapes in the holes. But instead he puts it on a Scrabble board.
For a review that I disagree with even more, James Berardinelli also criticized the film, saying, quote, Lynch cheats his audience, pulling the rug out from under us. He throws everything into the mix with the lone goal of confusing us. Nothing makes any sense because it's not supposed to make any sense. There's no purpose or logic to events. Lynch is playing a big practical joke on us. I find this language, again, the idea that he's cheating his audience, that his sole motivation is to confuse people. I don't believe that. I really don't believe that.
I wonder if this person is well because who hurt him, but no, sometimes like things don't have to be like clear cut to just like have the intention of just like throwing off people in just general.
And again, saying it makes no sense. I'm like, no, it does make a form of logic and sense. It's just not every single detail adds up. But it's not like I'm completely lost as to what's going on all the time. Like, that is not what's going on in this movie at all.
Mm-hmm.
Roger Ebert.
Again?
Why
are we going back?
Oh, we haven't even started Roger Ebert. This is the Roger Ebert section now. Roger Ebert gave this movie his highest rating possible. 4 stars.
Huh.
He said, quote, David Lynch has been working toward Mulholland Drive all of his career. And now that he's arrived there, I forgive him for Wild at Heart. And even Lost Highway. The movie is a surrealist dreamscape in the form of a Hollywood film noir, and the less sense it makes, the more we can't stop watching it.
The good graces of a bear have given thus his goodwill, his forgiveness. Thank you, a bear. Thank you so much. There should be celebration for joy. I wait.
Rest in peace, Roger Ebert.
Rest in peace, Roger Ebert.
You did a lot of great stuff for film.
You did amazing things for film.
We occasionally dunk on you and meme on you, but
I will always dunk and meme on you, but that's because you still have held a very large importance in people's lives. There's a Roger Ebert section here, not just for the sake of, like, throwing you down.
No, I think he has interesting views to consistently follow with regards to Lynch's films.
Yes.
The evolving journey.
It is an evolving journey. I'm waiting for it to... so this is just more so of a personal direct question, just to see if there's anything to look forward to. Was Roger Ebert alive during Inland Empire? Will we expect a Roger Ebert review for the next time, like, we return to David Lynch's films?
I poked around the website, and it looks like Roger Ebert's website did give Inland Empire a review and a rating, but it doesn't appear that Roger Ebert himself wrote this review. It was from someone on his staff. Roger Ebert was alive at the time, so I'm going to, when we get to Inland Empire, check through the review and see what is said on that and kind of give you an update at that time.
Very well.
But yeah, I will say there's going to be probably a little bit more to say with that Roger Ebert website, if nothing else.
Very well.
Anyway, back to Mulholland Drive. Ebert put Mulholland Drive on his great films list. Among his quotes in the review, he says, dreams need not make sense. So there's this kind of insistence by him that, you know what? This movie doesn't have to make sense. The less it makes sense, the more I'm enthralled. You know, dreams, they don't make sense. Just this kind of acceptance of the fact that, nope, I don't need to get this.
Just relax, lay about, or my fist will put you out. Dream, 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 dream. Take your time, but beware, there is darkness in the air. Dream, 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 dream. Don't despair, step right up. Glass of water, here's a cup.
Sounds like you need to take a drink of water, Professor.
Dream, dream, dream.
Professor, sit down and take a drink of water. Ebert said that viewers, quote, start rehearsing the plot to themselves, hoping that if they retrace their steps, they can determine where they are and how they got there. This movie doesn't work that way. Each step has a way of being like an open elevator door with no elevator inside. He apparently showed the film to a full house of viewers, and they sifted through the movie scene by scene, sometimes shot by shot. Quote, I gave my usual speech about how you can't take an interpretation to a movie. You have to find it there already. No consensus emerged about what we had found. It was a tribute to Lynch that the movie remained compulsively watchable while refusing to yield to interpretation. The most promising direction we tried was to delineate the boundaries of the dreams and the identities of the dreamers. David Lynch loves movies, genres, archetypes, and obligatory shots. Mulholland Drive employs the conventions of film noir in a pure form. One useful definition of noir is that they're about characters who have committed a crime or a sin, are immersed with guilt, and fear they're going to get what they deserve. Another is that you've done nothing wrong, but it nevertheless certainly appears as if they have. The second describes Hitchcock's favorite plot, the innocent man wrongly accused. The first describes the central dilemma of Mulholland Drive. Yet, it floats in an uneasy psychic space, never defining who sinned. The film evokes the feeling of noir guilt without ever attaching to anything specific. A neat trick. Pure cinema. Would you agree with Roger Ebert that Mulholland Drive is pure cinema?
In any respect that anyone feels that's the case. For me, I just thought it was overall a very fun time dissecting if you ask me plainly, Kalil, I don't even know what cinema fully is, just because I think myself, I take film in a very much like a puzzle box, just fun time sense. I go in, have a good time. If I want to dissect, I dissect. Everything is pure cinema to me.
See, it's only pure cinema to me if it reflects orthodox traditional Christian values. Then it is a pure film. Clearly.
This is for all intents and
It's
purposes
a joke. Okay, there's a streaming service that has the name Pure in it, and for Christian films, I'm doing a reference on that just to clarify. Just to clarify. Although I think I'd love to hear a Christian reading of Mulholland Drive. I'd love to hear specifically how it connects, because I think you could do it.
I think you could do it.
It'd be very fun to read.
It may have already been done.
May have. Anyway, Mulholland Drive earned the Prix de la mise en scène Best Director Award at the 2001 Cannes Film Festival, sharing the prize with Joel Cohen for The Man Who Wasn't There. Lynch was nominated for Best Director at Academy Awards, Golden Globes, and the AFI Awards. He was also nominated for the Palme d'Or at the Cannes Film Festival. Mary Sweeney for the film won Best Editing at the British Academy of Film Awards. It also won the Best Foreign Film Award at the César Awards in France, which is like their national film award festival. It's interesting because I remember seeing part of the movie was shot in France, but I guess it's mostly foreign. So we'll count that. It is an English language film, I guess. That also might play into it, maybe. A few other nominations at the Golden Globe and AFI Awards, and they also got a bunch of wins at smaller award ceremonies. Not a lot of huge, like Best Picture situations, but there were nominations. There were awards being doled out to it. It got recognition in a way that Lost Highway and Wild at Heart previously had not, and not Fire Walk with Me either. So definitely Lynch's most critically accepted film, critically celebrated film since Blue Velvet. And you like this better than Blue Velvet, so there you go.
Yeah.
As far as legacy of this film, it has had definitely a pretty perpetuating influence on film since. I think a lot of times people look back on Mulholland Drive and say like, this was a good one. It's aged really well for a lot of people. It was named Best Film of the Decade by several different groups and publications, such as the Los Angeles Film Critics Association, IndieWire, Slant Magazine, and The Village Voice. The Guardian named the film the third best film of the decade, but also in 2010, they named Mulholland Drive as the second best art house film ever made.
Yeah.
Like ever.
Yeah.
Which, depending on how you identify art house, that's big, depending on how you identify art house. I would include certain things by Kubrick as being art house, if you asked me. But anyway, it was ranked 28th in 2012 by Sight and Sound, their critics poll of the best films ever made, and it topped the 2016 BBC poll of the best films made since 2000. Like I said before, the film also has a legacy of boosting Naomi Watts' career, and she enjoyed quite a few successes in the 2000s, such as shortly after getting a role in the American Ring adaptation. You know, The Ring.
I know The Ring, never seen The Ring, but good for her.
Good for her. Professor.
Yes.
Would you be surprised if I told you that I had some wonderful and strange questions of the week?
No, mostly no. Insert a very sporadic, sarcastic comment here, but no, it's kind of our thing.
First one, kind of our thing as well. How has Mulholland Drive shaped your understanding of David Lynch as an artist?
If anything, it's just showing me, again, all the brushes at work, if you will. David Lynch continues to overall use his prior works influences to continue, at this point, from what I'm seeing, growing as an artist.
Would you call this like his magnum opus so far? Like this is his best work?
Magnum opus, I always think is kind of like such a strong word. In the respects of his most,
fully realized?
His most, very clearly his work, yes.
Okay.
His magnum opus, I think that I've already got some of a bias over inside of the Fire Walk with Me camp in the respects.
I think that's an arguable stance, actually.
Yeah.
I think if I was going to say, because again, magnum opus, like you said, it's such a bloated term, but if I were to say magnum opus for Lynch myself, not that you asked, but I'm pushing it out there anyway.
Question of the week for yourself.
I would give it to... I'm not saying who I would give it to, but I would say that the most arguable answers would probably be Fire Walk with Me, Mulholland Drive, Inland Empire, and The Return, with, I think the majority of people now might say The Return as his magnum opus. And that it is literally 18 hours of Lynch directing and having a large part in the writing, if not the exclusive part of the writing.
It's just the length of things or the size of things made into like an idea of a magnum opus?
I think a lot of times magnum opus implies a sort of grandness or grandeur. But,
sure, but...
Look, calm down. I'm not saying that's why everyone says it. A lot of people think it's like Lynch's best work, regardless of longevity of the series.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that 18 hours of a director that many people feel is at his prime, hitting you like at once over the course of 1 year, that for many people is going to be the magnum opus if they think it is his best work truly.
Yeah, but is that the
You haven't even seen it, Professor. You can't be
this is
so...
my doubts going into like the doubts and idea of like the magnum opus speaking size, because the thing that I think of whenever it comes to size is like, okay, you have an amazing baker. They've made a cake. If they make a giant cake and they're a really damn good baker, I think that I would only get so far through the frosting before I get sick.
I mean, to be fair, Twin Peaks was, much longer.
Then cake?
Then The Return, the original Twin Peaks, is longer.
Yeah.
So how do you do that with your cake metaphors?
I don't think of it under the realm of a single baker or like a magnum opus light.
Fair enough.
It's the magnum opus of all creation.
Anything else that this movie did that was different or reaffirming for Lynch for you? That it changed in any way your perspectives on Lynch?
Not really changed, but more so got me more settled in for what like David Lynch does. It's something in which I'm more comfortable with his overall work, understanding like his overall it's both leaning well into what he does, but also not leaning too far in which it seems that it feels like a lounging experience.
Yeah. Okay. So now we've talked about this thing for long enough. Do you like this more than Lost Highway? About the same? Less?
Do I like this more than Lost Highway?
In this moment, I'm asking. You could change it an hour from now. What do you feel right now?
In this moment, yes.
Okay. But they're close enough that you could see it possibly wavering.
Yes.
Okay. Next Wonderful and Strange question is... unfortunately, as we've talked about before, the actor Jack Nance had passed away before Mulholland Drive.
Yes.
Meaning he could not have been in this film. My question is, if this film had come out a little bit earlier and Jack Nance had been around and David Lynch most certainly would have put him in the movie, what kind of role do you think Jack Nance could have had in Mulholland Drive?
Betty.
Okay. Actual answer. I think he could have been Joe.
Like the thing is that Jack Nance hasn't had like large roles since Eraserhead.
Yeah.
Like, and I still would call, like, Joe a large enough role in which, like, in order to get to a point of deception, like, sure, maybe I can see, like, a comedic, like, long-run thing. But if I had to be an honest answer, the husband to Irene. Like, it's a nice cameo experience. It's something that can highlight his overall chops. They can give him overall few lines, because that so far has been the flow of Jack Nance's appearances since Eraserhead.
I changed my answer. Joe's a bad answer. He would be Bob, the director.
Bob, as an overall creator,
he's the one who's kind of over the musing, like, it felt a little forced, bit humanistic. Like, he kind of has a slower sort of pausing nature. There's, like, invisible ellipses between his phrases.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that might be a good sort of, like, place to slot a Jack Nance into.
I think he could have a little fun little role with it. Like, everyone else is giving weird glares at each other, while Bob over here, Jack Nance, is just slowly conveying these weird comments back. I feel like it could work.
I think Jack Nance has like a certain look on his face that he can give to just like, it's almost as if like he comes back to reality and just kind of looks around.
I agree with you.
And just is like, just kind of like pipes up, if you will.
And keeping it in Twin Peaks, my last Wonderful and Strange question of the week, Professor. Obviously, you've mused about this a little bit. Diane, the naming convention. Do you think there was anything going on with Lynch's mind to use the name Diane, considering the importance Diane's name has for Twin Peaks?
Yes and no.
So what do you think is going on with Diane here?
I think yes in the respects that he reuses names, and he probably has a feeling and inkling on what those names mean to him, like the idea of what a Diane is. But I don't think it's in the same purpose in which he's trying to like make a larger connection with something like Twin Peaks.
It's not the same Diane.
It's not the same Diane. It doesn't have to be the same Diane, or have to sort of like link up to it as if like, say, yes, I want this to connect to Twin Peaks. No, I think it just connects to the concept of a Diane.
What do you think his concept of a Diane is?
Someone who is Well, the thing is that the biggest part about Diane is that Diane is a reliable person that is overall inside the background for the most part, and it seems like other people are connected but more so work off of her, but never takes a leading role. This, Diane, is someone who does not take the leading role and overall seems to be following along the sides of other people's lives.
Well, Cooper better watch out so Diane doesn't put a hit on him. You know what I mean? That'd be some concerning right there. Something concerning.
I mean, if you want to think about it.
If you want to think about it, dear listener,
like the person beyond like the point of electricity, in which like he's recording straight into the thing, and Diane actually is part of the Red Room, a mysterious force that no one knows about, and ends up sort of like guiding spirits and getting him closer to certain assignments, if you will. That's some crazy amount of conspiracy that you could put together.
Look. And maybe next week, next 2 weeks, whenever this podcast goes up, we'll be talking about more Diane. Maybe we'll learn more about Diane in the next episode.
Yep, Diane, the Twin Peaks tapes of Agent Cooper, which it says one cassette on this little cassette. We have the physical cassette, but it's also available in Audible. What is a little bit harder to find and also is an expensive book will be My Life, My Tapes, the autobiography of Agent Dale Cooper, done by Scott Frost.
What are your main expectations going into this duology of Cooper texts?
Someone who is incredibly lost and is constantly trying to talk to himself or other individuals for long periods of time to the point that we go mad.
Just like yourself?
Just like, what?
I was never here, Professor. You've always been the only one here.
Kalil, 7:30 a.m., February 24th, entering the podcast of Twin Peaks.